flammable gases as a result of fire exposure and deliberate breaching with explosives to perform a vent and burn procedure. On behalf of the entire agency, I want to recognize the significant impact that this derailment has had on the community in East Palestine, Ohio, in Darlington, Pennsylvania, and all the surrounding areas throughout the state of Ohio, throughout the state of Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, some have sought to minimize the wide-ranging impacts of this derailment, pointing to the fact that there were no fatalities or injuries. For this, we are certainly grateful, but the absence of a fatality or injury doesn't mean the presence of safety. The absence of a fatality or injury doesn't mean the presence of safety. The NTSB exists to ensure the presence of safety, to shine light on the vulnerabilities that compromise safety. We don't wait for a death or injury to occur. We bring safety issues to the forefront and make recommendations that, if implemented, would prevent the next train derailment or fire. To the community at large, on behalf of the NTSB, I'm so sorry that this happened. We are so sorry that this happened here. Our hearts are with you. Today may be difficult for many of you. So volunteer mental health clinicians from the American Red Cross and Salvation Army are available throughout today's proceedings. Please see staff at the back. We have Elias Contanis and we have Stephanie Matonic from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division in the back wearing NTSB logo gear. They will connect you with the appropriate representatives, and thank you to the Salvation Army and the American Red Cross for their support. I also want to thank Chris Neifer, Superintendent of East Palestine City Schools, and the entire staff of East Palestine High School for hosting us once again for this final board meeting and for all their work and kind words and actions welcoming us to East Palestine during the investigative hearing last June. I want to thank the East Palestine Police Department, East Palestine Fire and EMS, the Columbiana County Sheriff's Office, Ohio State Highway Patrol, in particular the Lisbon Post, and Federal Protective Services Region 5, Chicago, for working with us closely since day one of this investigation through our hearing in June and now this board meeting. I also want to thank the numerous police officers, firefighters, dispatchers, hazmat teams, EMTs, and others who responded to this derailment. 48 entities were involved in the response, including the East Palestine Police Department, the East Palestine Fire Department, and fire departments from neighboring communities and throughout the state, including East Liverpool and Beaver County. Thank you so much for all you do and every day to ensure safety. Our investigative process entailed extensive development of the facts and circumstances surrounding the accident. We conducted fact-finding with the input of our parties and conducted a public hearing. Following the hearing, we developed a transcript and added it and all statements to the public docket, which is available on our website at ntsb.gov. Thus, the fact-finding portion of our investigation was complete months ago. That aspect of the investigation culminated with an offer to our parties to make party submissions in which they could provide proposed findings to be drawn from the facts that we developed, otherwise called the evidence produced during the course of the investigation, a proposed probable cause, and our proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents. We have utilized the intervening time to conduct analysis, independent analysis of the evidence, a part of our independent investigation that is within the sole purview of the NTSB. Now, each board member has studied the draft report and met individually with the investigative team, but this is the first time that the board has gathered together to discuss the report. In a moment, the investigative team will walk us through the event, present the pertinent facts and analysis and findings, and summarize the findings in detail. After their presentations, board members will question staff on the key safety issues uncovered during the investigation. Staff will then propose the relevant findings, probable cause, and safety recommendations for board consideration. Following the incorporation of any amendments voted on today, the final report will be available on our website in a few weeks. This allows time for staff to make final edits. However, an abstract will be available today. There are 2 public dockets for the investigation. One was released prior to the hearing in June 2023 and includes the complete hearing transcripts. The second docket was released on January 25, 2024 this year. Again, they're available at ntsb.gov. Before we hear from the investigative team, I'd like to invite Member Graham, who again was the board member on scene during this investigation, to make a statement. Member Graham, you're recognized for as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Chair Hamady, board members Chapman, Brown, and Inman, investigative staff, and those joining us in person and live online. As we convene today to conclude our investigation into the train derailment in East Palestine, I want to begin by acknowledging the profound impact this incident has had on the community. To the people of East Palestine and the surrounding communities, we extend our deepest sympathies. We recognize the fear, disruption, and hardship you have endured. This board is committed to ensuring that your voices are heard and that your experiences help guide our pursuit of safety improvements on our nation's railways. I arrived with the NTSB investigative team on Saturday, February 4th. On Sunday, our command post was moved to the Unity Fire Station. When the team arrived, we were greeted by a volunteer firefighter who couldn't have been more than 18 to 19 years old. We started talking and quickly learned this young man was among the many firefighters who responded in minutes following the derailment. He told us about his experiences that night, receiving the call, quickly responding with his friends and fellow volunteer firefighters to protect their community, and the dangers they faced on the scene. Later, the firefighter's mother surprised us by bringing the NTSB investigative team a crock pot full of homemade sloppy joes, chips, and water for lunch. I'll never forget that. To me, the story of that mother and the son symbolizes the spirit, the resilience, and the character of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. In the wake of the immense tragedy, the community came together. Your strength and unity in the face of adversity has deeply moved us. Today, we present our findings mindful of the challenges faced by those affected. We are here to ensure that the lessons learned from this derailment will lead to meaningful change so no other community has to relive the challenges faced by the people of East Palestine. I also want to extend my deepest gratitude to our investigative team. Your dedication and meticulous work have been exemplary. Your efforts not only help us understand what went wrong, but pave the way for vital safety recommendations that, if implemented, will prevent similar accidents in the future and enhance the safety of our nation's railways. To the community of East Palestine, please know that your safety and well-being are at the forefront of our mission. Our work will not end with the issuance of the safety recommendations today, but rather we will continue to pursue and advocate for these safety recommendations until each one is implemented. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to make an opening statement, and I look forward to the meeting today.
Thank you so much. Well said. Excellent statement. Before turning it over to the investigative team, we held a community meeting last night to discuss our investigative process. I see many are back today. Thank you so much for coming in and meeting with us last night. I invite everyone back tonight for another community meeting at 6 right here in this room to answer questions you may have regarding the proceedings today, regarding all our evidence, regarding findings. We can get into as much detail as you want, and we will be here in this room for as long as it takes to answer all your questions and make sure you're heard. I'll now ask Deputy Managing Director for Investigations, Brian Curtis, to introduce members of the NTSB team participating in today's meeting. Good morning, Mr. Curtis.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Hamady. A few announcements before we begin. I kindly request the folks here in the auditorium, if you have not already done so, please silence your mobile phones and other electronic devices. In the event of an emergency, the NTSB will call 911. We also have medics on site who are trained to provide CPR and use an AED. The NTSB will radio the medics for assistance if needed. Should we need to evacuate, there are 3 points for exit, one on either side of the stage, and at the back of the auditorium where you entered. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit, don't run, and make your way outside. Once you have exited the building, please follow the sidewalk to the parking lot across the street from the school. Please follow the instructions of local police. Do not delay and do not return to the auditorium until instructed to do so. I will now introduce staff for today's meeting. In the first row, to my right, Michael Hiller, Deputy Director, Office of Railroad Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Investigations. Ruben Payan, Investigator in Charge. Paul Stansel, Hazardous Materials. Troy Lloyd, Initial Emergency Response and Track. Joey Ryan, Mechanical. Greg Scott, Signals, Train Control, and Wayside Defect Detectors. And Dr. Stephen Jenner, Human Factors. And behind me in the second row, left to right, Jen Adler, Director for the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications. Tom McMurray, General Counsel for the NTSB. Michael Badinsky, Deputy Director for the Office of Research and Engineering. Carol Waldrop, Safety Recommendations. Andrew Dykestill, Technical Writer-Editor. Adrian Lamb, Materials Laboratory. Michael Portman, Vehicle Recorder Laboratory. And Zach Zagata, Operations. The presentations will begin with an investigation overview by the investigator in charge, Ruben Payan. Mr. Payan.
Good morning, Chair Hamady and members of the board. This morning, I will start with an overview of the accident investigation, followed by presentations from the group chairs in their specific investigative areas. On February 3rd, 2023, about 8:54 p.m., eastbound Norfolk Southern Freight Train 32N derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. The train consisted of 3 locomotives and 149 mixed freight rail cars, which included 20 placarded hazardous material tank cars. 17 of those tank cars were loaded and 3 were residue tank cars. The derailment involved 38 freight rail cars. Among the 38 derailed cars were 11 tank cars carrying flammable and combustible hazardous materials. 5 of these were DOT 105 specification tank cars and were carrying vinyl chloride monomer. The accident also involved 12 additional rail cars that did not derail but were damaged by the post-derailment fires. Emergency responders established a 1-mile evacuation zone that affected about 2,000 residents. Train 32N originated at the Terminal Railroad Association of St. Louis Yard in Madison, Illinois on February 1st, 2023. The train departed eastbound with a Norfolk Southern train crew and was destined for Conway Yard in Pennsylvania. On February 2nd, the train arrived in the Norfolk Southern Yard in Decatur, Illinois, where 55 rail cars were removed from the consist and an additional 40 rail cars were added to the rear of the train. One of the locomotives at the head of the train was also repositioned towards the middle of the train. Upon departure from Decatur later that same day, the train consists of 3 locomotives and 149 rail cars remained unchanged throughout the train's subsequent movements. The train arrived in Toledo, Ohio on February 3rd, where the accident crew, an engineer, a conductor, and a conductor trainee went on duty. The accident crew conducted a briefing with the previous train crew and tested the train's brakes before departing. The train departed Toledo, Ohio, beginning the last leg of its trip before the derailment. After the accident, investigators obtained surveillance footage from private homes and local businesses that captured train's 32N's movements covering a distance of more than 50 miles. In Salem, Ohio, about 26 miles from the point of derailment, surveillance footage recorded the train with the glow of a fire visible underneath the 23rd hopper car. As the train continued into Columbiana, Ohio, surveillance footage recorded the hopper car with a fire underneath the lead axle. This was about 10 miles from the point of derailment. About 4 miles from the point of derailment, surveillance footage recorded the train in New Waterford, Ohio, with fire and sparks underneath the same hopper car. Finally, in East Palestine, surveillance footage recorded the train showing a visible fire underneath the hopper car. As train 32N approached the point of derailment, the train encountered 3 Wayside hot bearing defect detectors. Train 32N fully traversed the 2 defect detector locations at Sebring and Salem and began to traverse the East Palestine defect detector location when a critical alarm was received over the lead locomotive radio. The critical alarm reported axle 101 on the south rail, which corresponded to the left side bearing on the first axle of the 23rd rail car, the GPLX 75465 hopper car. Locomotive event recorder data indicated the train was traveling about 43 miles per hour at that time. After receiving the critical alarm, the train crew began to stop the train. According to the locomotive event recorder data, the engineer began to slow the train using dynamic braking before 8:54 p.m. Shortly afterward, as the train was still passing over the East Palestine hot bearing detector location, the train experienced a train line initiated emergency braking application. The head locomotives traveled about 1,670 feet before coming to a stop 38 seconds later. The crew radioed the Norfolk Southern Dispatch Center that it had experienced an emergency. The Norfolk Southern dispatcher confirmed the emergency at 8:56 p.m. and began coordinating train movements in the area to prevent other trains from colliding with train 32N. The NTSB investigation established that the following factors did not contribute to the accident. The track's condition and geometry near the derailment site did not show any defects that could have caused or contributed to derailment. The traffic control signal system and the positive train control system were functioning as designed at the time of the derailment. The crew of train 32N acted in accordance with Norfolk Southern operating rules, responding appropriately to both the bearing alarm and the derailment itself. The vinyl chloride monomer was loaded in a manner sufficient to stabilize the vinyl chloride monomer for transport and was shipped under the correct proper shipping name, UN 1086 vinyl chloride stabilized. The derailed hazardous material tank cars were not overloaded by weight or volume, and none of the 6 derailed DOT 105 tank cars sustained mechanical breaches during the derailment, including the 5 carrying vinyl chloride monomer, and none released lading except through the pressure relief device activity or the vent and burn operation. The investigation identified several safety issues in this accident: wheel bearing failures and detection, initial emergency response, hazardous material and tank car derailment performance, and the vent and burn operation. This is a list of the NTSB investigative staff that worked on the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment investigation. Additional NTSB investigative staff that also contributed to the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment are listed here. Parties to the NTSB investigation included the Federal Railroad Administration, the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Ohio State Highway Patrol, the Village of East Palestine, the Norfolk Southern Corporation, Trinity Industries Leasing Company, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers. Parties to the investigation also included the International Association of Firefighters, Oxyvinyls LP, GATX Corporation, Midland Manufacturing, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, and the Transportation Communications Union, or Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen. In this accident, investigators were able to use head-in and inward-facing image recorder data that detailed the crew's activities and actions in the moments leading up to and during the derailment. Norfolk Southern, like most Class I railroads, have voluntarily installed these devices, but image and audio recorders are not required by FRA regulations for freight locomotives. For this investigation, Norfolk Southern only provided 20 minutes of data. The audio and video data that was provided demonstrated and confirmed that the train crew were alert and responded appropriately to the hot bearing alarm. Additionally, The data were instrumental in corroborating train crew statements. Previously issued recommendations regarding locomotive audio and image recorders were prompted by railroad accident investigations in which NTSB determined having inward and outward facing audio and image recorders would have provided crucial information that could have improved safety. Therefore, staff has proposed reiterating one recommendation to the Secretary of Transportation, 2 recommendations to the FRA, and 1 recommendation to the Class 1 railroads to install crash and fire protected inward and outward facing audio and image recorders with a minimum 12-hour continuous recording capability. This concludes my opening presentation. Next, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Scott will be presenting on wheel bearing failures and detection, followed by Mr. Lloyd, who will discuss the initial emergency response, and then Mr. Stansel will present on hazardous materials and tank car derailment performance issues and the vent and burn issues. Mr. Ryan.
Good morning. This presentation will cover the bearing failure and wayside detection systems. This is a cross-section depiction of a typical railroad freight car wheel and bearing. As you can see, typical components in this bearing include rollers, cages to align the rollers, and oil seal to retain the grease and protect it from environmental conditions. This bearing is pressed onto the end of the axle known as the journal. The weight of the car is supported by 8 bearings, 4 on each side of the car. Upon arrival, investigators found the number 1 axle with the left number 1 journal burnt off from the hopper car GPLX 75465 that was carrying plastic pellets. This car was the 23rd car from the front of the train of a total of 149 car consist. A healthy or undamaged journal is cylindrical in shape. High temperatures and a defective bearing typically twist the journal into a conical shape and then falls off, allowing the car to drop to the ground and in this case to derail. A teardown of the opposing bearing on the same axle was inconclusive, meaning no defective conditions were found that would indicate a possible bearing failure. The bearing had set in the fire and perishable evidence was destroyed, including the grease seals, the outer cage, and the grease. In Madison, Illinois, the train was mechanically inspected by qualified mechanical inspectors, also known as carmen, as required by federal regulations. In Decatur, Illinois, the added 40 cars were also inspected by qualified mechanical inspectors as required. The train then proceeded to East Palestine, Ohio, where the incident took place. Post-accident inspections revealed that about 25% of the cars had federal defective conditions. The train was headed in an easterly direction with the number 1 axle leading. I am providing this slide as a visual indicator of the location of the left number 1 wheel and a photograph of the actual hopper car involved and a graphic below. The NTSB investigated 2 other incidents that occurred on Norfolk Southern Railway after the East Palestine derailment that also had burnt off journals. One in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, where a train traversed a hot bearing detector with a hot bearing, but the alert was not sent due to being miswired from earlier maintenance and a journal burnt off and the train ultimately derailed. And in Elliston, Virginia, where a train crew received a hot bearing alarm after traversing a hot bearing detector, stopped and verified that the bearing was overheated and proceeded forward, bypassing the first set-out location at track speed where the bearing continued to overheat and ultimately burned off the journal and derailed. The mentioned cars with defective bearings from East Palestine, Newcastle, and Elliston had 3 similar findings. They were all axle position number 1. They were all bulk hopper service type cars, and all 3 also had reconditioned bearings. Currently, there is no national database to research historical trends. What we found was there are no standards pertaining to operational responses to bearing alerts and alarms. A bearing database capturing bearing failure and replacement information could help identify bearing failure risk factors. We are proposing one recommendation to the Federal Railroad Administration to establish rules governing railroads' operational responses to bearing failure warnings. We are proposing one recommendation to the Association of American Railroads to develop a database of bearing failures and replacements to help determine failure risk factors. Now, Greg Scott will cover Wayside detection systems.
Thank you, Joey. Above is a basic view of a typical hot bearing detector location to show the different parts. On the top right, you have a signal bungalow where the internal electronic equipment is housed and all the external equipment is connected. The signal bungalow also contains an external temperature sensor that helps determine the external ambient temperature. On the bottom right, you have two transducers that are both mounted on the same rail. These are magnetic sensors used for counting axles and determining the direction of the train. These were the items in the Newcastle derailment that Mr. Ryan spoke of earlier that were wired incorrectly. On your top left, you will see a dragging equipment detector. These paddles are on a pivotable axle and are designed to sense anything that may be dragging from the train. Bottom left is an item of focus in this investigation. These are wheel bearing scanners that are located on both rails and designed to monitor bearing temperatures. The map you see is the last three hot bearing detectors the accident train 32N traversed. It passed the Sebring detector with no alerts or alarms. It then traveled approximately 10 miles and crossed the Salem hot bearing detector and sent an alert to the back office personnel due to the bearing being 103 degrees above ambient. The 32N then traveled approximately 20 miles to the East Palestine detector that alarmed on the 101st axle L1 bearing at 253 degrees above Fahrenheit, which is the maximum temperature that this equipment is able to detect. The train crew began to take appropriate action by slowing the train when it derailed before the train could come to a complete stop. After the East Palestine accident, the Association of American Railroads stated on March 8, 2023, in a key safety measures memo that all Class 1s had committed to an average spacing of 15 miles. As you can see here in this map, the detector spacing involved in this derailment already met the newly recommended average of 15-mile spacing. Pictured on the left is the 32N passing a surveillance camera with fire visible prior to reaching the Salem hot bearing detector. When the 32N passed through the Salem detector in this location, it only showed 103 degrees Fahrenheit above ambient air temperature, which was recorded at 11 degrees. We know fire burns hotter than 103 degrees above ambient, so in theory, the hot bearing detector should have shown a critical alarm. Instead, the detector sent a non-critical alert to the back office analyst. We believe the fire that was visible was the grease that had began to burn on the outside portion of the bearing and was not detected as a hotter temperature due to the scanner aimed at the inner portion of the bearing as shown in the figure on the right. During critical alarms, when a train is occupying a detector and a defect has been detected, an automatic radio transmission is sent to the train crew. A typical message will begin with an announcement of a critical alarm and repeat 3 times. It will then follow with a detector milepost location, followed by the words hot box, meaning excessively hot journal. The message will then indicate the exact axle of the alarm location and on which rail. A typical critical alarm message will sound like the following recording.
Critical alarm, critical alarm, critical alarm. Norfolk Southern milepost 91.9. Hot box, axle 671, east rail.
After the train receives this message, it must immediately stop for an inspection consistent with safe train handling procedures. The Federal Railroad Administration has no regulations regarding critical alarms. The Association of American Railroads does have recommendations for an overheated bearing, which states a bearing is deemed overheated when it reaches 170 degrees Fahrenheit when identified by a hot bearing detector. Prior to the accident on February 3rd, Class 1 railroads temperatures for critical alarms ranged from 136 degrees Fahrenheit to 190 degrees Fahrenheit. After the accident on February 3rd, the Class 1 railroads temperatures ranged from 136 degrees Fahrenheit to 180 degrees Fahrenheit. To these limits, the Association of American Railroads have established as an overheated bearing reflect a safe operating temperature. We believe these temperature thresholds need to be researched and identify a proper, safe operating temperature. Alerts and alarms, such as the one from the Salem hot bearing detector, are sent to a back office analyst called an advanced train control analyst. The analyst monitors all alerts and alarms and follows standard operating procedures on when to take action. This analyst also communicates with train crews to help them determine the exact location on their train of any alert or alarm. Pictured above is a screen an analyst would see displayed. It is color-coded to help him quickly distinguish the severity of alerts and alarms, with red being the most severe. When the analyst chooses a particular hot bearing alert, this is the screen he may see displayed. This screen is of the alert the analyst saw of the non-critical alert from the Salem hot bearing detector. The top portion is comparing the bearing in question to the bearings in the train itself, the 32N. The bottom portion is the trending of the bearing from the other detectors the train has passed previously. Shown is axle 101, bearing L1 with a temperature of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. Per Norfolk Southern operating procedures, the analyst would simply monitor the first non-critical alert. Action is not required until 3 consecutive alerts are received that are above their threshold standards. Then the train is to be inspected when safe to do so, and delay can be minimized. Analysts would contact the crew via radio and instruct the crew of the situation and advise them to contact the dispatcher for a location to perform the inspections. Currently, the FRA has no regulations regarding temperature trending and alert limits. The Association of American Railroads does have recommendations for temperature trending and when a bearing is deemed overheated. Most Class 1s each have different protocols regarding temperature trending. Once again, do these limits need to be set at the Association of American Railroads' definition of an overheated bearing or at a safe operating temperature? What we found in this investigation was first that the Salem hot bearing detector did not reflect the true temperature of the bearing. Second, that the internal bearing temperature likely exceeds external measured bearing temperatures. Third, the standard operating procedure limited the ability of the hot bearing detectors to measure a bearing's actual internal temperatures. And fourth, that the research is necessary to determine alarm and alert thresholds, distances between detectors, and review newer, more advanced technologies. And finally, that wayside bearing detectors should be subject to regulatory requirements for installation, inspection, and maintenance. We were proposing 3 recommendations to the Federal Railroad Administration. First, to research the effectiveness of current detection systems and identify minimum standards and make this research available to the public. Second, use the results from this research to establish minimum requirements for the use of the bearing defect detection systems. And third, establish requirements for installation, inspection, and maintenance of wayside bearing defect detectors. Now Troy Lloyd will cover the initial emergency response.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. This presentation will discuss the following: the early emergency response timeline, including initial firefighting activities, State of Ohio firefighter training standards, the availability of train concept information, and tank car placard legibility and durability. The East Palestine Police and Fire Dispatch Center received the first 911 call at 8:56 p.m., reporting that a train had derailed with explosion and fire. The dispatch center radioed the East Palestine Fire Department at 8:58 p.m., requesting all available fire and emergency medical services units to respond. The fire department and the police department arrived on scene about 9 p.m. The East Palestine Police Department were first to arrive on scene and started evacuating homes near the burning tank cars. They also established control zones entering the incident site. The deputy fire chief arrived on scene a few minutes later. After assessing the incident scene, the deputy fire chief assumed the role of incident commander and established a command post at the Lake Oil property site adjacent to the derailment pileup and burning rail cars. The early emergency response at East Palestine focused on containing the fire and protecting residents near the derailment site. The incident commander instructed the fire dispatch center to use the emergency notification system to advise residents near the derailment to shelter in place. At about 11 p.m., Norfolk Southern personnel and contractors arrived on scene and started an assessment of the incident scene. They informed the incident commander of the dangers of having personnel operating near the burning rail cars. Also, about 11 p.m., residents within a 1-mile radius were ordered to evacuate the area. Developed by the United States Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Emergency Response Guide is the go-to guide for emergency responders working at a hazardous materials incident site. The Emergency Response Guidebook helps personnel to quickly identify hazardous materials at an incident site, recognize the potential hazards associated with the hazardous materials, gather public safety guidance, and execute recommended emergency response guidance. The Emergency Response Guide supplies emergency responders with a yes-no decision tree matrix when referencing for hazardous materials. As shown, answering no to questions regarding UN numbers, material names, placards, or other missing identification indicators, the decision tree leads the emergency responder to the mixed load unidentified cargo page or Guide 111. Without referencing the 2020 Emergency Response Guidebook, firefighters approached the pileup and began applying water to contain the fire, which grew rapidly. The correct guidance from the 2020 Emergency Response Guidebook was the mixed load unidentified cargo or Guide 111 for a fire involving tank cars. The guide advises a 1/2 mile preliminary isolation and evacuation of the scene. While the firefighters acted in good faith to protect their community, the initial emergency response did not conform to the guidance for fires involving tank cars and unknown materials. In Ohio, volunteer firefighter training is mandated by state statute. A training course for a volunteer firefighter certificate is limited to 36 hours by statute, cannot include participation in training involving hazardous environments, and does not include training in hazardous materials response. The volunteer certification is classified as a support level training only. Fire chiefs or authorities having jurisdictions are responsible for providing additional training for volunteers that are expected to operate in hazardous environments. However, the NTSB is concerned that volunteer fire departments in the state of Ohio are called on to respond to the same incidents as their professional counterparts, as seen in this accident, but the volunteers may only have a fraction of the training Ohio and the NFPA require for professional firefighters. Firefighter 1 certification meets the minimum standard for professional firefighter professional qualifications established by the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, and recommended minimum level of certification to provide firefighting services in the state of Ohio. The course includes advanced firefighter training, hazardous materials awareness and operations level training, and training on the National Fallen Firefighters Association 16 life safety initiatives. In addition to the Firefighter 1 course, students are required to complete an emergency vehicle operations course and training on the National Incident Management System. Firefighter 2 is the highest level of firefighter certification available in Ohio. The Firefighter 2 certification is typically required for career firefighters in the state of Ohio. The certification meets the minimum requirements set forth in the Standard for Firefighter Professional Qualifications established by the NFPA as a qualifying level of public safety responder for trained firefighters. To be eligible for the Firefighter 2 certification, students shall successfully complete a combined 240-hour Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 course through an Ohio chartered training program, including training in emergency medical services. What we found was that the state of Ohio training requirements for volunteer firefighters did not meet the minimum NFPA Firefighter 1 standards. The Firefighter 1 standards include training in hazardous environments and training in hazardous materials response to the operations level. Therefore, staff proposes two recommendations. One, to the state of Ohio to amend its firefighter training statute and revise its volunteer firefighter certification standards to meet the National Fire Protection Association 1010 standard for professional firefighter qualifications. And one recommendation to the National Volunteer Fire Council, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and the International Association of Firefighters to advise its members of the circumstances of the East Palestine train derailment and fire, identify volunteer fire departments whose personnel are not trained to the NFPA 1010 standard for professional firefighter qualifications, and recommend departments to adopt training that meets the standard, and inform them of funding opportunities through private, state, and federal programs. About 9 p.m., the East Palestine Fire and Police Dispatch called the Norfolk Southern Dispatch Center in Atlanta and requested consent information for Train 32N. The individual who answered the phone said that they would call back, but we did not find evidence of a return phone call. The Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency director received the train consent from Norfolk Southern via email about 10 p.m. The director then emailed the train consent to the East Liverpool Fire Chief, who was responding as the Hazardous Materials Branch Chief. The incident commander learned through a phone conversation that the burning tank cars contained vinyl chloride monomer. After obtaining this information, all firefighters were instructed to evacuate the area, and the command post was relocated about 1 mile from the derailment site about midnight. The East Palestine Fire Chief arrived on scene about 2 a.m. on February 4th, assumed the role of incident commander, and obtained a copy of the train consist at the new command post. The delayed transmittal of the train consist increased the time emergency responders operated in the hot zone and delayed the recommended emergency response guidance evacuation distances. This resulted in greater exposure of emergency responders and to the public to post-derailment hazards. Ask Rail mobile app is a safety tool that provides first responders immediate access to accurate, timely data about what type of hazardous materials a rail car is carrying so they can make an informed decision about how to respond to a rail emergency. Ask Rail was designed to give first responders immediate information about rail cars carrying hazardous materials and be an invaluable tool for helping prepare those on the front line should a rail incident occur. Since the incident, the Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency has coordinated with NS and ESCRAIL to provide training to each of the 5 county 911 centers on the use of the ESCRAIL application. The NTSB has investigated other accidents involving train consist availability, including the July 10th, 2005 collision and derailment of 2 Canadian National Railway Company freight trains in Anding, Mississippi. The accident resulted in 4 train crew member fatalities, the release of 15,000 gallons of diesel fuel that burned for about 15 hours, and the evacuation of 100 residents. As a result of that accident, the NTSB recommended to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, with the assistance of the Federal Railroad Administration, require that railroads immediately provide to emergency responders accurate, real-time information regarding the identity and location of hazardous materials on a train. On July 24th of 2024, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration published a final rule titled Hazardous Materials Fast Act Requirements for Real-Time Train Consist Information. The rule requires all railroads transporting hazardous materials to maintain a separate electronic consist for hazardous material trains. The rule also requires railroads to immediately contact local emergency responders and provide them with consist information in the event of an accident involving a train carrying hazardous materials. Class 1 railroads have 1 year to comply to the rule. Class 2 and 3 railroads have 2 years. Despite the 9 p.m. request from East Palestine Fire Dispatch, Train 32N's consist information did not reach emergency responders until shortly before 10 p.m., when it was delivered as an email to one of the emergency response agencies. Not until about 11 p.m. at the recommendation of the Ohio State Patrol did the East Palestine Fire Department Deputy Fire Chief, acting as the incident commander, issue a 1-mile evacuation, the distance recommended by the 2020 Emergency Response Guidebook for fire involving tank cars transporting vinyl chloride. About the same time, NS personnel and contractors began arriving on scene and recommending that firefighters redeploy to safer distances. Firefighters suspended fire suppression activities and relocated to safer positions around midnight on February 4th. Therefore, staff proposes one recommendation to Norfolk Southern Railway, that it review and revise its policies to ensure that accurate train consist information is immediately available to emergency responders during an emergency. Staff also proposes the reclassification of one recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. With the assistance of the Federal Railroad Administration, require that railroads immediately provide to emergency responders accurate, real-time information regarding the identity and location of all hazardous materials on a train. Rail cars containing hazardous materials must be placarded in accordance with federal placard design requirements. These placards can assist emergency responders with identifying hazardous materials and safe response actions. As shown in the pictures, some placards were destroyed and could not be used to quickly identify the train's hazardous materials. Although placards must be capable of withstanding weather conditions, the federal design standard does not address derailments or fires. Placard requirements should include survivability sufficient to ensure that they are usable by emergency responders during rail transportation emergencies. When a shipping name or identification number cannot be associated with a tank car or other package during an emergency response. The Emergency Response Guidebook recommends reading placards from a safe distance to determine what protective measures are appropriate. Federal regulations require that placards must be capable of withstanding 30 days of exposure to open weather conditions without deterioration or a substantial reduction in effectiveness. The performance standard does not account for placard survivability during derailments or fire exposure. Therefore, staff proposes one recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration to require that placards be able to survive fires and accidents and remain legible during such emergencies. This concludes my presentation. Next, Mr. Stansel will be presenting on hazardous materials.
Good morning, Chair Homendy and members of the board. My presentation will cover several additional hazardous material safety issues identified during the investigation, including those issues listed on this slide. The post-derailment fire likely began with a punctured DOT-111 tank car that released butyl acrylates, a Class 3 flammable liquid. This tank car sustained head punctures sizable enough to have rapidly released its contents, spilling the chemical along a 1,100-foot segment of track. The fire spread to other rail cars and combustible materials released from the train. DOT-111 tank cars are susceptible to breaching damage because the design does not typically include safety systems that have become standard for more robust specification tank cars, such as the DOT-117. These safety features include head shields, steel jackets, thermal protection systems, top fittings protection, and tanks fabricated from thicker normalized steel for puncture resistance. Fire exposure from burning released lading caused pressure relief devices, or PRDs, to actuate on intact DOT-105 tank cars carrying vinyl chloride. This led to Norfolk Southern and its contractors voicing concerns about vinyl chloride polymerization. The events that eventually led to the vent and burn action could have been avoided had there been no DOT-111 tank cars carrying combustible and flammable liquids on this train. In accordance with the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, or FAST Act, which requires phase-out of flammable liquids tank cars not meeting minimum DOT-117 performance specifications, the damaged DOT-111 tank car that released butyl acrylates in this derailment would no longer have been authorized for transportation and flammable liquids service after May 1st, 2029. The East Palestine derailment has prompted calls for accelerating the pace of the DOT-111 phase-out mandate. While industry acknowledges the capacity to accomplish an accelerated phase-out, a recent Federal Railroad Administration report found that economic disincentives could make this unlikely under voluntary action. In addition, the Secretary of Transportation does not have discretion to change the compliance dates. Staff has therefore proposed a safety recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration to seek legislative authority for an accelerated phase-out of DOT-111 tank cars in flammable liquids service. The FAST Act does not require non-pressure tank cars used to transport combustible and other flammable materials to meet DOT-117 specifications. Of the 3 DOT-111 tank cars that were breached in this accident, 2 of them were carrying combustible liquids, which were not subject to the FAST Act's phase-out. Based on their long history of poor derailment crashworthiness and an unacceptable safety record, the presence of DOT 111 tank cars in a mixed freight train increases the probability of lading releases from other, more robust tank cars. Therefore, staff has proposed a safety recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration to establish a replacement program for tank cars not meeting DOT 117 tank car safety standards. During the emergency response to this derailment, Norfolk Southern and its contractors cited polymerized vinyl chloride monomer, or VCM, affecting the proper function of the tank car pressure relief devices as their reason for advocating vent and burn actions. This prompted NTSB investigators to conduct post-derailment examinations of the tank car service equipment. The examinations found evidence of lading incompatibility with certain components, including some pressure relief devices that were corroded and seized. These components did not withstand the effect of corrosive gases produced by vinyl chloride. Aluminum-coated pressure relief device valve springs that had been significantly deteriorated. The vinyl chloride manufacturer's safety data sheet states that the material is incompatible with aluminum and reactions with this substance can be strongly exothermic. The protective housing covers of 3 vinyl chloride tank cars made from aluminum melted and allowed the aluminum to re-solidify onto pressure relief device components. Aluminum has a much lower melting point compared with steel and is susceptible to thermal damage. These photographs show the accumulation of aluminum in the pressure relief device structures, which must remain free of debris to ensure adequate venting capacity. The thermally destroyed and missing protective housing covers shown in this photograph led to metallic debris accumulating in the pressure relief device. Aluminum valve hand wheels were also destroyed, hampering any attempt to unload the tank cars through normal means. Although the use of aluminum components rendered the tank cars susceptible to thermal damage, there was insufficient evidence in this incident to determine whether this contributed to the release of hazardous materials. To ensure that tank car safety equipment components meet safety requirements, the manufacturer provides designs to the Association of American Railroads, or AAR, for approval. Although federal regulations require the pressure relief devices to be made of materials compatible with the lading such that they have sufficient flow capacity to prevent tank overpressure during a fire, the AAR does not conduct independent testing, reference relevant scientific literature, or require demonstrations of manufacturers' representations. Therefore, the approval process lacks a means of verifying the equipment will perform in service as required. Because this incomplete review process may create safety hazards that could be avoided by more careful reviews, staff has proposed a safety recommendation to the Association of American Railroads for establishing criteria to demonstrate tank car service equipment lading compatibility. Additionally, staff proposes one safety recommendation to the Federal Railroad Administration for oversight of the recommended AAR action and to use its regulatory authority to address weaknesses in the service equipment approval process. Federal regulations prescribe operational requirements for high-hazard flammable trains, or HHFTs, that are designed to mitigate derailments in trains carrying large quantities of flammable liquids. Safety benefits of the regulation are derived from special routing, incident planning, speed restrictions, braking, and requirements for the use of more survivable tank cars. These requirements currently pertain to trains containing 20 or more loaded Class 3 flammable liquids tank cars in a single block or 35 such tank cars distributed throughout a train. Train 32N was not defined as a high-hazard flammable train because it contained only 2 applicable flammable liquids tank cars. The post-derailment fires in East Palestine were similar to scenarios the high-hazard flammable train rules were intended to prevent, and also demonstrate that mixed freight trains carrying flammable gases and combustible liquids are also vulnerable to cascading fires and hazardous materials releases. Thus, the probability of a fire-induced cascading hazardous materials release depends in part on variations in tank car survivability and on the presence of additional flammabilities other than Class 3 flammable liquids. Staff proposes a safety recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration for revising the high-hazard flammable train regulatory definition to include additional hazardous materials and subject these requirements to fewer numbers of applicable tank cars in a train. The Association of American Railroads defines key train in Circular OT 55, which establishes recommended operating practices for the transportation of hazardous materials. Key train definitions include 20 carloads or intermodal portable tank loads of any combination of hazardous material and fewer numbers of rail cars when certain commodities such as poisonous or radioactive materials are present in a train. Key trains are restricted to a 50-mile-per-hour maximum speed. If a key train wheel bearing defect is reported by a Wayside detector, but a visual inspection fails to confirm the defect, the train must not exceed 30 miles per hour until it is passed over the next detector or delivered to a terminal for mechanical inspection. Cars with confirmed defects must be set out from the train. Because the train only contained 17 loaded hazardous materials cars, Train 32N contained too few hazardous materials cars to classify it as a key train under current definitions. The protective requirements for key trains provided in Circular OT 55 should account for the elevated risk posed by the presence of DOT 111 tank cars carrying hazardous materials. Staff therefore proposes a recommendation to the Association of American Railroads to designate as key trains any train transporting hazardous materials and tank cars that do not meet or exceed DOT 117 safety standards. On February 4th, about 5:30 p.m., Norfolk Southern and its contractors observed an unusually energetic release of burning vapor from the pressure relief device of one of the vinyl chloride tank cars. Norfolk Southern contractors, SPSI and SRS, interpreted the incident as a sign that vinyl chloride had polymerized and obstructed the tank car pressure relief device. This energetic pressure relief device actuation of a 70-minute duration, followed by cessation of activity, marked their first consideration for the need to conduct vent and burn actions. During his post-incident interview, the SPSI president remarked, "We are already there at a vent and burn in our minds." Federal regulations require hazardous materials shippers to provide comprehensive emergency response information for materials they offer into transportation. Beginning on the morning of February 4th, Norfolk Southern and its contractors communicated with OxyVinyls, the vinyl chloride manufacturer and shipper. On February 5th, OxyVinyls deployed 3 experts to the derailment scene. In its communications with Norfolk Southern and its contractors, OxyVinyls assessed a low probability of dangerous polymerization given the condition of the intact tank cars. And they recommended monitoring the tank car temperatures for evidence of exothermic polymerization reactions. Oxyvinyls further explained that the vapor pressure within the tank cars, the vinyl chloride tank cars, would only reach the level necessary to actuate pressure relief devices when the lading temperature reached 185 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxyvinyls also advised Norfolk Southern that because the tank cars were not breached and were therefore under positive pressure, oxygen could not have entered the tanks to destabilize the vinyl chloride and promote polymerization. Contrary to Oxyvinyl's technical advice, Norfolk Southern and its contractors interpreted tank car temperatures as signs of dangerous polymerization. While the temperature of 4 tank cars remained stable, the downward trend in tank shell temperature on a 5th tank car should have prompted a pause in proceeding with the vent and burn action based on their understanding the chemical reactivity was related to the tank car temperature. Instead of the cooling temperature trend shown on this slide, a runaway polymerization reaction would have produced a rapid and sustained exponential temperature increase. The observed temperature trend in tank car OCPX 80370 shown on this chart is not indicative of a polymerization reaction. Curiously, Norfolk Southern's manager of hazardous materials told NTSB investigators that according to Oxyvinyls, if the tank car shell temperature had risen to a critical temperature of 185 degrees Fahrenheit, a runaway polymerization reaction would have ensued. This is incorrect because, as Oxyvinyls explained, 185 degrees Fahrenheit is the temperature at which the vapor pressure would have been sufficient to actuate pressure relief devices. This erroneous runaway polymerization statement suggests a misunderstanding or confusion between Oxyvinyl's technical support team and Norfolk Southern's expert contractors. As the intensity of the fires reduced, Norfolk Southern contractors interpreted the cessation of pressure relief device actuations as evidence they had become blocked with the formation of polymer. However, this was most likely because tank car temperatures were too low to produce sufficient vapor pressure to actuate them, or the lading had become depleted by their earlier pressure relief venting. Despite this contradictory evidence, Norfolk Southern and its contractors continued to assert the necessity of a vent and burn, even though available evidence should have led them to reevaluate their initial conclusions. Tank car loading records confirmed the vinyl chloride had been stabilized by oxygen removal. The tank cars remained under positive pressure until the vent and burn, preventing the infiltration of oxygen and other contaminants that could have promoted polymerization reactions. Examination of the internal PRD, or pressure relief device components, recovered from the tank cars found no evidence of polymer obstructions that would have affected their function. This lack of solidified matter within the service equipment cavities does not indicate a polymerization reaction occurred within the tank cars. Available scientific information and evidence suggests the vinyl chloride did not undergo polymerization, and the vent and burn action therefore would not have been necessary to prevent a polymerization-induced tank car rupture. Nevertheless, a PHMSA hazardous materials incident report database query found that Norfolk Southern reported polymerization as the cause of the package failures for the 5 vinyl chloride tank cars. Staff proposes one recommendation to Norfolk Southern Railway to revise its incident report to accurately reflect the package failure cause. Oxyvinyls had no direct interaction with the East Palestine Fire Chief Incident Commander or with elements of the incident command other than Norfolk Southern and its contractors, SPSI and SRS. Their technical information and conclusions about the lack of dangerous vinyl chloride polymerization were not relayed to the incident commander, and the incident commander was not aware that oxyvinyls was available as a source of expertise. The incident commander approved the vent and burn action based on information provided by Norfolk Southern, SPSI, and SRS in 2 meetings with the incident command staff. However, Norfolk Southern and its contractors, who were in control of the derailment scene assessment, compromised the integrity of the vent and burn decision by withholding complete and accurate expert opinions and information from the incident commander. Further, the incident commander could have made a better informed decision about the vent and burn action had oxyvinyls been a participant in the incident command meetings. Vent and burn is a seldom used procedure using explosives to breach tank car shells to safely reduce the internal vapor pressure to decrease the potential for sudden tank failure. This procedure also empties the contents of the tank to facilitate disposal of the chemical by burning. The vent and burn method should only be used when there is a high probability of catastrophic tank shell failure. Several mitigation options were considered and rejected in favor of the vent and burn. An alternative option to allow the tank cars to finish cooling while then taking time to complete detailed damage assessments was overlooked. The pattern of dismissing contradictory evidence while interpreting ambiguous evidence in support of Norfolk Southern's and its contractors' original belief was consistent with confirmation bias, a tendency to gather evidence that confirms pre-existing expectations while dismissing or failing to seek contradictory evidence. Whatever the underlying explanations were for the continued support of a vent and burn action, none justifies failing to communicate accurate and complete information, including dissenting expert opinions, to the incident command. Staff has proposed a safety recommendation to Norfolk Southern to address accurate communications with incident commanders. Sources of vinyl chloride hazard information that Norfolk Southern and its contractors referenced while forming initial judgments about the potential for catastrophic tank rupture included the Chlorine Institute Pamphlet 171. This pamphlet provides guidance for safe handling and emergency response for vinyl chloride transported in rail cars and contains information related to polymerization hazards. Among the communications regarding vinyl chloride hazards, the pamphlet states that at a pressure above 68 psi-G or a tank surface temperature above ambient may be indicative of polymerization. These statements do not take into consideration other explanations of elevated temperatures and pressures and can lead the reader to incorrectly conclude that polymerization is occurring. Expert testimony at the NTSB investigative hearing, scientific and historical evidence indicate that thermal initiation of dangerous vinyl chloride polymerization in the absence of an initiator compound is unlikely in a tank car transportation scenario. Thus, Pamphlet 171 overstates the probability of polymerization in these circumstances, which can lead to erroneous mitigation actions. Staff proposes a safety recommendation to the Chlorine Institute to revise safety messages contained in Pamphlet 171 regarding the risk of polymerization in a rail accident. The Chlorine Institute's ChlorEP Contractor Program provides for the availability of expert incident mitigation contractors who meet qualifications for addressing incidents involving certain chloralkali industry products, such as vinyl chloride monomer. The Chlorine Institute audits ChlorEP contractors every 3 years to verify they possess necessary capabilities. Norfolk Southern Railway employed 2 of the only 3 available Level 3 ChlorEP contractors for its response to East Palestine. Level 3 contractors are supposed to be the most highly qualified, possessing the capability to conduct field transfers and take advanced mitigating actions on severely damaged tank cars. Vent and burn action is not among the specific capabilities addressed by these qualifications. Norfolk Southern contractors did not correctly interpret evidence relevant to vinyl chloride polymerization, nor did they recognize the limitations of written hazard communications or make use of expert opinions contrary to their assumptions. Level 3 ChlorEP contractors should possess advanced technical knowledge to accurately assess chemical hazards for the commodities covered under this program, while providing accurate hazard information to incident commanders. Thus, staff has proposed a safety recommendation to address ChlorEP contractor training and verification of capabilities. Tank car temperature information recorded on scene by emergency response contractors, the timing of pressure relief device actuations, and indicators of hazardous polymerization are all relevant to the accuracy of emergency response guidance. This information collected during the response to this incident is a vital resource in ensuring that hazardous materials guidance is supportive of emergency response actions. Thus, staff has proposed a safety recommendation to Norfolk Southern Railway to address policies for contractors to keep detailed records and share information used to make emergency response decisions. In 1994 and in 2007, the Federal Railroad Administration published reports about the vent and burn method for tank cars, in which it recognizes it is a valid but high-risk procedure to be used only as a last resort for certain flammable liquefied compressed gases. These reports contain guidance for how an incident command should approach such a decision. However, the guidance could be improved with more comprehensive information regarding what products are appropriate for vent and burn action, what hazards may result, and an intuitive decision tree to aid first responders who may consider employing the method. At the time of the East Palestine incident, the incident commander was not aware of the report's existence and would not have had access to it because it had been marked sensitive security information. Recently, the Federal Railroad Administration lifted the security restrictions for these reports and published them on its website. Although a vent and burn action was not necessary in East Palestine to prevent a polymerization-induced catastrophic tank rupture, such action could be appropriate under different circumstances. Therefore, the significant impact of a vent and burn action to a community demonstrates the need for widely available federal guidance on what circumstances and what products are warranted for the procedure. Staff has proposed 3 recommendations to the Federal Railroad Administration to address the need for updated and more comprehensive vent and burn guidance and for increasing its availability to emergency response agencies. 1 recommendation to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration for distribution of the guidance, and 1 recommendation to the International Association of Fire Chiefs, International Association of Firefighters, and the National Volunteer Fire Council to inform their membership of the circumstances surrounding the vent and burn and the availability of the federal guidance. Chair Hamady, this concludes staff's presentations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your excellent presentations. We're going to take a break till 11:05. It's about 15 minutes. And then we'll come back and go to the question rounds. For the community's preparation and those watching, we'll have 30-minute break for lunch from about 12:30 to 1. That's approximate, depending on how we're going, and we'll do another 15-minute break around 3 o'clock. But we will be back at 11:05 and start promptly at that point. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the staff for their excellent presentations. We are going to turn to board member questions focused on 4 key safety issues identified in this investigation. First, wheel bearings failures and detection. Second, initial emergency response. Third, hazardous materials and tank car derailment performance. Fourth, vent and burn. Members have had the draft report since May 17th and have had discussions with staff and have asked questions. The purpose of this discussion and focused deliberation is to highlight those areas where we believe we can make the biggest difference to improve safety. Members are reminded to limit their questions to the specific safety issue at hand. We found that it helps the public better follow the discussion. We're going to limit questions to 2 rounds. By my calculation, that gives us about an hour per section, plus about 30 minutes for a catch-all round for anything that is not in these 4 areas. And we'll see if there is time left over under one section, we'll carry it over to the next section. And again, we'll have a catch-all round at the end. We're going to begin our discussion on wheel bearings failures and detection. Member Graham is recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with just kind of the beginning, if we could. Like when I was here, came up here with the investigative team, we know the derailment occurred at milepost 49.5. Can you please discuss how the investigative team determined the exact point of derailment like you did for me on that Sunday?
Yeah, so when we arrived post-derailment, there was marks on the rail that would indicate that the truck frame from the hopper car had fallen onto the rail, showing scrape marks. When the opposing wheel derailed from the opposing track, it made flange marks into the ties, indicating that that's the point of derailment.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to jump to the L1 bearing damage assessment. What impact, if any, did the reconditioning of the L1 bearing have on this derailment?
The findings on our teardown were inconclusive, meaning that generally when a bearing gets hot and burns off the journal, it gets destroyed in the process. This was a reconditioned bearing. Reconditioned bearings have about half the life of a new bearing. The opposing bearing was tore down, as it's the closest exemplar bearing that would possibly be in the same type of service as the bearing that burnt off. So that bearing was tore down, and it was also inconclusive because it was in the pool fire for a long period of time, and perishable evidence was destroyed, including the seal, the grease, and one of the internal components. The cage was also burnt and melted and missing.
So I think it's good for the public to know, is it uncommon to have a reconditioned bearing on a freight car or a tank car?
A majority of the bearings on freight cars are reconditioned bearings.
Because the life of a car goes for how long? 30, 40, 50 years sometimes?
The life of the car?
A life of a car?
Yeah, you were correct.
So it's not uncommon for an unconditioned or a reconditioned bearing on a car.
Yes.
You did talk about 2 other investigations we're doing in Newcastle and Elliston that occurred as a result of failed reconditioned bearing. Are we able to determine any commonalities or trends across the 3 derailments?
Yeah, so those 3 derailments, they were all burnt off journals due to bearing defects, and the commonalities were they were all on axle position 1, they were all reconditioned bearings, and they were all in hopper car bulk type service.
Okay. So how would a database of bearing failures support the identification of trends and underlying commonalities?
So after these 3 incidents occurred, our attempt to try to search the industry for this type of data to try to stratify any data to analyze why or when or which type of bearings and what kind of service they're in take place, and that database doesn't exist. So things that we could look for would be the mileage on the bearings, the type of service that it's in, if they were reconditioned or not, who the reconditioner was, and more items.
Okay. I know AAR currently maintains a database, but what do they maintain as far as a database, and would this be a good starting point for a better database of bearing failures?
Yeah, so that type of data is recorded through the AAR in an application called RailLink, and the type of the information that they keep is the mileage of the bearing, when the bearing and the wheels were pressed onto the axle, where it took place, the type of car that it was applied to. So the data exists, but it doesn't exist in one database. So you can find it on a car per car basis, but not as an industry-wide database.
Okay. I noticed AAR, they define overheater bearing based on what makes a rail car repair billable to a rail car owner or leaser. Considering the limitations and everything like that, is this basis of AAR's definition of an overheated bearing appropriate to prevent derailments?
That's one reason that we recommend to have a database to accumulate that data.
Okay, thank you. I see my time.
Thank you. Member Chapman is recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on that discussion, so to clarify, the recommendation that's being proposed that we'll consider later today is for the Federal Railroad Administration to develop such a database, correct?
The recommendation is to the American Association of Railroads, or Association of American Railroads, excuse me.
Understand. So AAR rather than FRA.
Yes, sir.
Based on your experience and our knowledge and understanding of these things, what are the root causes, what typical root causes of a bearing failure?
Bearing failures most commonly fail due to age-related phenomenon like wear or fatigue of components or loss or breakdown of lubrication. If they fail earlier, not due to aging, it can fall into 3 categories. Dynamic components that stop moving. So, for instance, if a roller skews or seizes, any stationary components that actually start moving, which can occur when you have excessive end play on your assembly, or you can have contamination of your lubrication, which can occur if you have those wear particles from the components, or you get water ingress into the bearing.
Thank you. Thanks. I want to ask a couple questions about inspections. I understand that the derailed hopper car was last visually inspected on February 1st in Madison. And that inspection, I believe, was a regulatory inspection. It's called 49 CFR 215. That's the regulation. That was a regulatory mechanical inspection. What does that sort of inspection, that sort of regulatory inspection involve?
Part 215, 49 CFR Part 215 is identified as Railroad Freight Car Safety Standards, and it basically, in a nutshell, covers the running gear, the frame of the car, and coupler and draft systems.
And if the defect or the root cause of this bearing failure was internal, would that sort of inspection have caught it?
It's possible. It's unlikely. Most of the damage occurs inside of the bearing, and it's not visually seen. Could we please pull up slide 103? So this, you can see the bearing from different angles, and you can see that there's a bearing adapter on top of the bearing, and the truck also surrounds it. So visually, you can't see a lot of the bearing. So indicators would be grease leaking out. Could we move to slide 104, please? This is showing how grease, due to a damaged seal, leaks from a bearing. These are visual indicators that the bearing could be getting ready to fail.
So there are physical limitations to detecting a bearing failure if it's internal. But in addition to that, there are some time constraints too. The draft report makes mention of a target time of 90 seconds per rail car for inspections. I mean, is 90 seconds a sufficient target time frame for conducting adequate regulatory mechanical inspections?
Yeah, so the time limit, the time limits that are put on inspections per car is not regulatory. It's what railroads impose on themselves and their own employees. And it's variable. It depends on the type of car. Some cars, for example, tank cars and this hopper car, the truck systems and the running gear are exposed and easily looked at. Some other type of cars, special construction and auto racks are a lot harder to see because the running gear system is covered by the body of the coupler, or I mean the body of the car. So some cars, yes, 90 seconds is plenty of time. Some cars, no, that's not enough time.
And the 90 seconds referenced in the draft report is that relates to Norfolk Southern, I believe.
Yes.
Is that sort of time constraint, that time target, is that fairly typical within the industry?
It depends on the location, and also other variables would include the terrain, the yard setup, the fitness of the inspector, the knowledge of the inspector. It's variable. And I inspected cars in my previous position, and I could inspect a car in 90 seconds most of the time. Sometimes I couldn't. If you have to stop and make measurements using gauges or other tools, then it takes longer.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Pion, and your team for an extensive, excellent work on this report. We know not all bearing failures are catastrophic or sudden, like this one in East Palestine. What are some of the typical failures you've seen in freight car bearings?
Well, as I mentioned before, the typical ones most commonly seen are the age-related. So due to wear of components or fatigue of components when they wear out and break and spall, or breakdown of lubrication. Otherwise, it is something to do with the assembly, causing dynamics components to stop moving or static components to start moving, like end play, or there's some sort of contamination, water ingress, or those worn components are causing contamination of the lubrication, which is spreading throughout the rest of the bearing.
Okay. Can you talk a bit more about the new bearing detection technology and how it may impact safety?
Yeah, so there's a couple newer technologies that I know of being looked at. One is onboard technology. It's actually mounted to the bearings themselves. It gives real-time data as the train moves on. Some of the companies are using vibration, I believe. Some are using a thermal system. So you would get an onboard real-time inspection of the train, essentially. And it's not based on spacing of a wayside detector or whatever. There are some, say, limitations, but there are some hurdles in making this type of technology happen. When you're talking about wayside detection goes towards the railroad, so it's easily accomplished. When you go towards individual cars and mounting a detector on individual cars, each individual bearing, then you're talking about car owners, and a majority of the rail cars on the system are not owned by Class 1 railroads or the railroads. So then you have to make sure that everybody uses the same technology. It's interoperable between all the Class 1s or all the railroads they traverse. So and then you have to have power to a car, communications to a car. So in my opinion, would be a better technology, but there's a lot of hurdles to make it happen.
Okay. In this instance, we know that the hot bearing detectors did not signal the early moments of the freight car bearings becoming compromised. Can you talk about the life expectancy of these detectors and whether the age of the ones in the track near East Palestine has been an issue?
There's not a standard life expectancy on the typical hot bearing detectors that are in place now. The external components, it just is more of an environmental factor, or if there's a newer technology. Internal, as far as like the programming, it is more of a real-time thing. If there's a newer software version out, that can be loaded into the detectors immediately. They have communication through the detectors, and they can push that software standardization through with no problem. So there's not a standard life expectancy per se on that type of equipment.
Okay. I'd like to follow up on the acoustic detectors and clarify, will these be replacing the hot bearing detectors, or should they both be used in tandem? Why or why not?
In my personal opinion, I don't think they could replace hot bearing detectors. I definitely think it's a step in the right direction as you're being a pro, taking a proactive stance, and you're trying to find defects before the bearing actually fails. But we also know that bearings can fail within a minute or two. So I believe it's something that may have to be used in tandem.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Brown. Member Inman is recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. And it's I hadn't had a chance to meet the people of East Palestine. As you know, we weren't here for the investigative hearing, so I appreciate everything. I actually came from a town smaller than yours, 3,000 people, and it had 16 chemical manufacturers in that town. So I know what it's like for the railroads to come through, and you forget what it even sounds like until something happens. I'll start with Ruben. Does the FRA ever audit inspection practices or the associated manuals and training that go with these inspections that we're talking about?
For mechanical inspections?
Yes.
I'll actually let Mr.
Sorry.
Ryan.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat your question?
Does the FRA ever audit the inspection practices or the manuals and the training and how they're done through railroads?
Yes, the FRA does follow-up inspections on equipment and also their training. That is true.
And they're verifying that these inspections are occurring to the prescriptive language?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Is there a standard operating system, a standard operators use to determine what constitutes an alarm versus an alert based on hot bearing data?
There's not a standard throughout the Class 1s as far as a alarm. That's a critical when a bearing has failed. As far as the alerts, they're trying to predict when a bearing may fail. I think most Class 1s or most railroads typically start off with the AER recommendations as a starting point, and then they may tweak them one way or the other to get rid of erroneous alarms, but still keeping the parameters of finding critical failures.
Do we have any data on the number of critical hot bearing detector alerts or alarms Norfolk Southern or any other operators receive in a year?
I'm not sure a year. I know when we interviewed the analyst, he said it was not uncommon to get, several hundred per shift. And I think he said he may even get up to 300 or so per shift. Now, I will say when we talk about alerts and the analysts getting those, not all those are bearing alerts. So I think it was only 5% of those alerts were bearing alerts. I think it was in the 50s or maybe 60% was hot wheel alerts, which is most of the time a braking issue. And I think 50-some%, I don't know the exact number, but it was a one-time alert and it never re-alerted again, so it was a single occurrence.
And in this instance, in your presentation, you said that the Wayside desk did not receive it?
They did receive the alert. The analysts had not had time to review the alert. So they did receive an alert from the Salem hot bearing detector. It did go in the system. It was in the analyst queue, but he had not reviewed it yet. Had he saw it, per their SOPs, he wouldn't have had to take any action on it. He would have just monitored it, because in the trending, you need to trend with more than one location. So he would have monitored that first alert to see if a second or third alert came in.
And all this is typically based around whether they can bill for a repair or not, based on their trade association?
I think they start off with the Association of American Railroads guidance with their recommendations, and then each Class 1, as far as trending goes, They vary. The alarm limits are a little bit closer together, but as far as the trending, at the time of the East Palestine derailment, each Class 1 varied.
So following up on the Wayside desk again, I mean, as I understand it, there's no law requiring Wayside desks per se.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So how are standards kind of put together about the staffing if you're talking about 300 alerts in a shift?
It's all dependent on the railroad and what their, I guess, their standard operating procedures are, the budget they have. I'm not sure how they determine that.
So they get to make their own rules?
As far as that, yes, sir.
Did we look into anything regarding single-person staffing? I know that was in the Norfolk Southern. Did we
Yes,
look
sir.
at it?
They at the time of the derailment, they had before the derailment. I think they had multiple analysts. At the time of the derailment, they only had one analyst on per shift, with a supervisor occasionally that could fill in if the analyst got overwhelmed. Post East Palestine, they have two analysts per shift on every shift. And my understanding is they're trying to go to 3 analysts per shift because of the added defect detectors and acoustic detectors that they've added to the system since
Okay.
this.
Thank you.
Question, I'm just going to pick up on that for a second. On the ATC desk, they had more people. They were down to 1 plus a supervisor. Now they've brought people back at Norfolk Southern. One question on, I thought it was interesting in the interview, what did the ATC desk person, did they get a lunch break?
They did, but at the time, nobody monitored. I mean,
They actually didn't. He
kinda-
said numerous times there's not an allowance for a lunch break,
Yeah.
but he would run down,
Yeah.
get his lunch, come back, and at that point, it wasn't really staffed.
Right.
It would be flashing, and if they came back, then they would take care of any alerts.
That's correct.
No lunch break, no bathroom break.
Right.
They'd have to run down and then come back.
Yeah.
Which I think
Yes,
is certainly not a way to run a railroad. Question, hot bearing detectors are certainly the primary defense against failures.
Yes, ma'am.
The railroad industry has been using it for a number of years, tracking temperatures. They're set not really based on science, not really based on standards. We have some recommendations that we're going to talk about a little bit later that you talked about in your opening presentation. I just want to highlight, and I want you to take the time as much as you need, probably Joey or Greg. How does a bearing that was on fire only read 103 degrees Fahrenheit over the Salem hot bearing detector and 253 degrees over the East Palestine hot bearing detector? And maybe you can talk about how that occurs inside and then comes outward.
I'll let Joey start off or
Great.
Adrian with the internal.
So the bearing starts to heat up due to a defect inside, causing friction, which causes heat, and then it takes time for the heat to propagate to the external part of the bearing, similar to putting an iron skillet on your stove. It has to be there for a couple minutes before it actually is ready.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because Professor Tarawan, who testified at our hearing, actually said once it starts, it could take 30 minutes to an hour before that occurs. 30 minutes to an hour. One other question, and I know Adrian, Ms. Lamb had mentioned failures for bearings, which could include water ingress. We don't have any. We weren't able to determine the cause of the failure due to the extensive damage. But that is one. We know that this car was in locations where there was substantial flooding. We don't have any evidence of water ingress causing that failure. I do have a question on whether the bearing was replaced after it was sitting in those flooded areas. Do we have any evidence showing it was replaced?
No, there's no evidence of that.
And I will just note that Timken, the manufacturer, and the Association of American Railroads recommend that it be replaced when sitting in flooded areas to prevent failure. So we don't have any evidence of that, but it is another cause of problems. I guess one question I have is, if you're a railroad, how do you know? How do you know, because you don't own that car? You pick up a car. How do you know that it was either sitting in a flooded area, that it hasn't been replaced?
Yeah, typically a person would have to visually see it and then take action.
Yeah, thank you. What's the service life of a remanufactured bearing?
Well, we know that the service life of a reconditioned bearing is half of a new one. The bearings are designed to last longer than the life of a wheel. When a wheel is replaced, the bearings come off, and once the bearing's removed, it's required to be reconditioned before being reapplied to another axle.
And what was the service life on this wheel bearing in particular? Or how many miles did it have on it?
Yeah, so this bearing was pressed, or this wheel set, including the bearing, was pressed together in 2011. It was applied to this car in 2012 and had a little over 50,000 miles on it.
Thank you very much. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. We know that the Wayside detector alarm criteria and configurations and maintenance vary across the Class 1 railroads, and undoubtedly Wayside bearing defect detectors have prevented numerous derailments. But what factors determine the success in hot box detectors preventing derailments?
I'd have to say, first of all, the proper installation and maintenance of those particular detectors, whether maintained regularly, if they're maintaining them properly, and then as far as, we need to have the proper alarm and alert levels to be able to accurately detect something before a derailment.
Okay. What is the single most common cause of mechanical derailments on railroads?
That would be failing bearings.
Failed bearings, yeah. And I see over the past 4 years, we're averaging over 17 overheated journal bearing accidents every year, making it the single most common mechanical cause of accidents. Yet there is no industry consensus on regulation that specifies the appropriate spacing, maintenance, or alarm threshold criteria. Can you discuss the post-derailment remedial actions reported by Norfolk Southern to increase the number of hot box detectors and reduce the average distance between them?
Yeah, so prior to East Palestine, Norfolk Southern did have one of the lower averages. They typically use an average spacing and not actual spacing, not just Norfolk Southern, but all railroads. So they had one of the lower averages amongst the Class 1s. To my knowledge, they've added well over 100 hot bearing detectors, and they've added, I think they went from 5 acoustics to 17 or 18 acoustics across their system now, and I think they have plans to add a few more.
Great. I know Member Brown talked a little bit about the acoustic detectors and all, but I see that Norfolk Southern has installed its first multi-scan hot bearing detector in December of 23. And how does that new technology attempt to overcome the limitations of the current hot bearing detectors?
So I believe not only Norfolk Southern, but I believe all Class 1s right now are running kind of a beta test on this multi-scan or multi-beam, I've heard it called, where, if you remember the slide where it showed the one beam, the one scan area on the bearing on the inner portion, this multi-scan will scan up to, I think some of them do up to 8 different areas on the bearing that covers from the inner portion to the outer portion. So essentially they're trying to look at the entire bearing all the way across.
Okay, thank you. And I'd see that Norfolk Southern has reported piloting a thermal camera program in its Inman yard in Atlanta. How do thermal cameras identify overheated bearings and attempt to overcome the limitations of the current hot bearing detectors?
So they take a thermal image of the bearing when it passes by, so the entire visible portion of the bearing, and through the thermal cameras, it's a little more accurate of the internal. You probably get a little more accuracy of the internal temperatures of the bearing versus just scanning the bottom portion of the bearing.
Do we have any idea how the other Class 1 railroads are reacting to this?
I think, especially since East Palestine, I'm not saying that there was silos before, but I don't think as much information was shared prior to East Palestine since then. I've spoken to the Class 1s, and there's a lot of information being shared, and I believe most of them are beta testing the same equipment, trying to look for newer technologies, better technologies.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Joe. Just a couple of additional questions here. Regarding temperature thresholds that trigger alerts and alarms, it's my understanding, and I believe this comes from the investigative hearing, there was discussion of this, there is an AAR standard, but I mean, it's a standard, but really each of the railroads sets its own threshold, temperature thresholds, correct?
That's correct.
And I also, and again, I think this was somewhat anecdotal, but at the hearing, as I recall, some of the questioning indicated that while there is an AAR standard, each of the railroads, I believe, sets a standard, a temperature standard that is actually higher than the AAR standard.
They ranged. Some of the standards were, as far as the critical alarms, I think on some non-core routes on one of the Class 1s, it was 136 degrees, and I think one of the Class 1s was as high as 190 prior to East Palestine. So I think post East Palestine, it's come down to, last I checked, was it was still 136 to 180 range. But I know the AAR got a commitment from all the Class 1s to drop it down to 170.
Well, that would be encouraging because there is a lot of variability here, and it does seem like a little more of a standard approach within the industry might be helpful.
Yes, sir.
And with regard to spacing of detectors, I think the only guidance comes from an AAR circular, and that circular only applies to key routes. Is that correct?
Prior to East Palestine, the only guidance or recommendation was through the OT 55 or whatever that was referenced, that Paul referenced earlier, and it was a maximum spacing of 40 miles on key routes for key trains.
And is that changing now in the wake of?
Since then, with the safety memo that the Association of American Railroads put out on March 8th, they've committed to trying to do a 15-mile average.
And I guess sort of a kind of a broader question here. I assume these limitations, these challenges in terms of detecting bearings are not unique to the United States. Are there any trends or technologies or approaches we're seeing outside the U.S. that might be instructive in terms of importing some of those ideas here?
I think you're seeing some of the outlying technologies maybe in other countries since East Palestine, with the thermal and with the multi-beam and with some of the other technologies that have arisen. But I think the struggles are the same in other countries that the U.S. deals. It's not unique to the U.S.
Thank you. Chair, I'm going to try to save some time here. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Member Brown.
Yes, building on Tom and Member Graham's comment, the Association of American Railroads announced some new safety measures on March 8th of last year, addressing hot bearing detector spacing, which Tom just talked about, temperature threshold, close call reporting, training, and tank car improvements. Do you think these will make a significant impact on safety?
While I think they'll help, certainly decreasing the distance between the detectors will help. I think it's a step in the right direction. But as you can see in East Palestine, they already met the new threshold. So certainly that will help, but it's not the answer.
Do you have any information about talking to the other than Northern Fork Southern, who are focusing on this issue? I mean, Tom mentioned, do you have any more information?
No, all the class
operating in silos, or are they communicating?
No,
with each other,
they're all
CSX?
communicating now, and I don't think there were necessarily silos, like, I'm not going to talk to you kind of thing. I think they just didn't communicate as well, where I know we've actually attended some of the meetings where they get together and talk about hey, I've got this technology, it's working really well, and they discuss amongst themselves to try to build a better detection system.
Thank you. No further questions.
Member Inman.
As I hear you all talking, I'm thinking about in about 2.5 months, we'll be doing an aviation hearing. And rail I remember being at the promissory point for the 150th anniversary of the Transcontinental Railroad. Aviation's been around a lot less, but yet we've been able to make huge strides in not only regulation, but safety. And so I'm just kind of wondering, if rail's been around this long, everything we continue to say here is AAR, which is a trade group. Why do they get to regulate themselves versus every other mode of transportation?
The AAR exists for one of the purposes the AAR exists. They do create standards, but they also control billing standards. So most railroads don't own their own cars. They're owned by car owners and they're leased to the railroads. So they created standards, so it's fair across all, right now, 6 Class 1 railroads. There's a minimum standard that cars have to meet. For example, the 170 degrees on the bearing. If it's less than 170 degrees and the railroad decides to change the bearing out, they can't charge the owner for it. They have to pay for it themselves. So if it meets that criteria, and there's a lot of different criteria, I'm just specifically talking about the wheel. If it meets that 170 degrees or higher mark, they can bill the owner. So it's standard and fair across all 6 Class 1s.
Paul?
Yeah, just to add to that, the AAR creates standards and recommended practices, and there is an executive order that requires government agencies to incorporate by reference such standards and practices. So it is codified in the federal regulation by reference.
Is there any other industry you know of that has that luxury to set their own standards for billing?
I'm not sure I can answer that for other modes, but there are other, in highway, for instance, tank truck.
Let me go into bearing detector spacing. And I know we talked about averages and we polled a lot of the Class 1s. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so whenever we were looking at East Palestine, they were meeting the intent by having one every 15 miles, but it was within a 30-mile segment, so that one was 20 miles and another was 10. Did we also ask then for what your minimum and maximums were from these Class 1s when we polled them?
We didn't ask at the time. We have since asked. I have not received any of that information. My understanding was they were polling all that information through the AAR, and they were supposed to get us that data.
Wait a second. Can you say that they were holding the data?
They were polling all their. I specifically reached out to all Class 1s. I did not get a response. I'll say the responses I did get were that they were. The AAR was taking the same poll, and they would provide the information to me.
And so have we received that from AAR?
No, sir, I have not.
Is there any reason why they wouldn't provide the safety investigators for their mode of transportation this information?
I'm not aware of any.
I think I'm done for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Great line of questioning. I think we'll find when we get to a pipeline investigation that they also set their own standards, which is a significant concern. I'm hoping to do a little math here, and while I do it, Brett, maybe you can bring up that slide that showed the 10 miles and then the 20 miles between the detectors. The train passed a detector, then 10 miles later passed another one, then 20 miles later passed another one. Can anyone do, what's 10 plus 20? 30?
30.
Yeah, what's the average of 30?
15.
Is the AAR standard that was adopted on March 8th to have a maximum of 15 miles per hour on average for spacing detectors?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, would that have done anything for this one to prevent it?
No, ma'am.
Not a single thing. So you're basically adopting the exact same thing, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30, 15 miles per average. They're adopting the exact same thing that occurred here.
Yes,
Is that based on science?
I'm not sure where they got their basis.
Probably not based on science. It would do absolutely nothing. Now, I will say Norfolk Southern has stated that they have a maximum, not of average, of 15 miles per hour for spacing detectors after this one. But I want someone to talk, if someone could speak to, and maybe it's you, Mr. Scott, about using averages. I have a real concern about using averages because it's not just AAR. FRA's looking at averages. Congress is talking about averages. When you talk about averages, you could have one that's 5 miles spaced and then not another one for 25 miles. You're still looking at an average of 15 miles. So can you talk about the concern with using averages versus maximums?
Yeah, so I've seen a couple studies on spacing. There has been some, I won't say private testing, but testing in Pueblo at the former technology institute there. They did some spacing data, and they essentially found that 15 miles was the ideal spacing, but not average 15 miles. They did say that they didn't see a significant difference between 7 and 15 miles, but they did see a pretty good increase between 15 miles and 20 miles. So it was like a 25% increase. I'm not sure the exact number, but it was around 25% increase from 15 to 20 miles.
Thank you very much. We've looked at hot bearing detectors. We've talked about acoustic bearing detectors. There are not that many in the United States or throughout North America. Professor Tarawan mentioned that acoustic bearing detectors are more effective for determining failures. But there's lots of technology, including onboard technology with sensors. Is it one or the other, or are we looking at a more comprehensive approach to using many different types of technology for predicting bearing failures?
That's why we're requesting the research, because there hasn't been much research in this area to see which would be better on the restraints, the pros and cons of each, and do they need to be used in tandem, or is there a fix-all that you only have to use one? So I believe that's where we need the research in this area.
Thank you. We do have extra time, so I want to see Member Graham. Do you have anything? Member Chapman? Member Brown? Member Inman? No? Okay. I had scheduled a break, but we have time, I think, to go to another round. Do you want to go right into round 2, and then we'll take a lunch break? Okay, great. We are going to move into round 2, or safety issue 2, and that is the initial emergency response. And we're going to start with questions from Member Graham, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The first 911 call came in at 8:56. They dispatched the East Palestine Fire Department at 8:58. What time did the fire department arrive on scene?
A little bit after 9 p.m.
Seems like a pretty fast response for a small
quick
community.
response.
That's
Yes.
great. Shortly after arriving on scene, the East Palestine Fire Department began fighting the post-derailment fire. What fire suppression techniques were used to fight the fire, and was it effective?
Yes, so they utilized many suppression activities, including heavy master streams from unmanned monitor nozzles, including elevated streams from ladder trucks. Amount of fire like that, there's not enough water available. So the deputy fire chief, who was the incident commander, in his interview stated that even when they were applying the fire on it, the fire just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So it was not effective.
Not effective. Thank you. I see 48 agencies were reportedly involved in the emergency response, including fire departments from East Liverpool and Beaver County. What was the degree of hazardous materials experience or training from the responding agencies?
Yeah, so those experience varied. The responding hazardous materials team from East Liverpool and Beaver County, they were the responding hazardous materials teams. So they had technicians trained to the technician level, including the cache of equipment that they would need for detections, sampling, all of that stuff. So they brought people trained to do technician level work. They never got into that phase. Other responding agencies, those training levels varied from responders not having any hazardous materials training to responders that were trained to the awareness, operations, and technician level.
Great. During that response, were any of the firefighting roles tailored to each firefighter's training or experience within the response?
Yeah, that's hard to do when you allow various levels of training, allowing responders to have no training at all to having firefighters trained to the highest training, which is firefighter 2. An incident commander bases his emergency response actions on training expertise. So if I don't know the minimum training levels of at least an emergency responder that's coming as a firefighter 1, that's prohibited from performing actions in an IDLH atmosphere or doing any type of advanced fire attack stuff, it's hard to set those emergency action plans. So that's why it's important to have at least that firefighter 1 minimum across the board. I know what I'm getting. I know I can put these people to work in certain situations.
Great, thank you for that. The command post was first established 400 feet from the fire. What increased risks to the firefighters were associated with the establishment of that command post 400 feet away from the fire?
Yeah, NFPA and both the National Incident Management System states that a command post should be established in a cold zone. You want your staff away from the hazards, from smoke accumulation, from fires and all that stuff. So you want your decision makers, and then including your firefighters too, out of the danger zone until those proper actions could be put in place. The initial command post was at the Lake Oil property, which was roughly 400 or 500 feet from the burning rail cars, definitely inside the hot zone, which NFPA states that the command post should not be in a hot zone.
So I know they didn't get the consist for, about an hour, I think it was at least.
Yeah.
But seeing the tank cars when they arrived and trying to put out the fire, what was the ERG guidance for tank car fires?
That would be for Guide 111, as I showed on my presentation earlier. The emergency response guide provides a decision tree matrix, a yes and no decision tree, depending on what you can see. That's depending on placards. If I can see the placards, if I can see identification markings on rail cars or anything like that. If I can't, and that night there was low visibility, a lot of smoke, so it would be almost impossible to see those indicators to let you know what you're dealing with. The emergency response guide takes the safest course of action and leads you to Guide 111, which is that 1/2 mile evacuation zone. Keep your people away from the area.
Great, thank you. I see my time's up.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Just following up on that quickly, so the Guide 111 is essentially a default. If you don't have sufficient information, that's where you go.
Absolutely.
Question about the train consist. I believe the first request for that information was made at 9:04 p.m.
Yes.
And that request was made by calling the Norfolk Southern Dispatch Center. The information wasn't provided at that time. Do we know why?
No, we could not determine. The East Palestine Fire Dispatch Center called the NS Atlanta Dispatch Center around 9:04. The person that answered the call at the NS Dispatch Center told the dispatch center in East Palestine that they would call them back. We could not determine if that phone call was ever returned.
And what has Norfolk Southern done since the accident to try to ensure that there's better response in a circumstance like that?
Yeah. So right now, NS has partnered with a solution called Rapid SOS. It's a robust it's a robust technology that would provide real-time train contests to emergency responders. It actually goes to the dispatch centers, and the dispatch centers can forward this out to emergency responders' phones. Almost like an Ask Rail on steroids, but I don't have to input any data. So NS is also partnered up with the Columbia County Emergency Management Agency and trained a lot of the emergency responders on the Ask Rail application, and have also completed training in 5 of their 911 dispatch centers. So it's been a proactive action so far.
And in your view, are those pretty substantial improvements in terms of?
Yes, I do, absolutely.
And I do want to talk about the Ask Rail application. Based on interviews, the East Liverpool Fire Department fire chief said that one of his technicians was able to obtain a copy of the train consist before arriving, and that was, I believe, at 9:54 p.m. And then he received an emailed copy from the CCEMA director at 10:23. And that's an important 29 minutes under the circumstances, obviously. But the Beaver County Director of Emergency Services and the Chief of Hazard Materials reported that he was unable to get the same Ask Rail application to work until about 2:00 a.m., several hours later.
Yes.
Can you comment on the discrepancy of those two experiences? Do we know why that occurred?
Yeah, so we know that interviewing the East Liverpool fire chief, he had his technician that was riding with him in his emergency response vehicle. They found one of the rail cars in a safe location out of the hot zone area, and you can easily input a rail car number in the Ask Rail, and it provided him everything that he needed, the train consist, all that. He was able to get to it. When talking to the director of Beaver County, for some reason, when he tried to use the Ask Rail application, it would not load for him. It would not load for him. That's any problem with an Ask Rail mobile application. You always have to have some type of cell phone activity, cell phone coverage connected to a Wi-Fi, things of that nature. That's why a lot of your fire apparatus now are equipping your units with Wi-Fi capabilities, that they would always have that boost in cell phone service so they can get to applications like Ask Rail and things of that nature.
Do we think this might have been a connectivity issue?
Yeah, he could not. We asked him, did he know what the problem was? He didn't know if could have been a problem with the app. It could have been a cell phone service. I really don't know if it's so many users will get on it that it runs out of bandwidth.
Yeah.
I don't know that, but we just know that the East Palestine fire chief brought it up easily. The Beaver County director did have problems getting to Ask Rail.
And Ask Rail is an AAR app, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And has there been any post-accident effort by AAR to boost the performance of Ask Rail or address any of the issues that we saw here?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Yeah, I just want to build on the Ask Rail. My question, because Member Chapman got just about all of it, but do you think it's going to be very consistent in rural areas, given like my home state of Florida, they have a lot of hurricanes and storms? Will they still work if the app will still work if there are no cell towers?
It's just like any type of application that you have to deal with cell phone activity. The nation's cell service, it depends on if it's weather, if it's anything, rural areas. But the thing about Ask Rail, it's still a good application. It's an application that can be used from a safe distance. It allows that emergency responder to keep themselves out of harm's way while getting that app, or maybe waiting for that train consist from a train crew. But there's going to be situations where the app may not work, and it was proven at East Palestine.
Thank you.
Member Inman.
Thank you. And Paul, I'd like to take you back a little bit. In our research, we found where the NTSB had investigated 3 derailments involving vinyl chloride. The first one in Livingston, Louisiana, September 28, 1982, 42 years ago. I'm pretty sure you didn't work that one.
I was around, but not there.
Paulsboro, New Jersey, November 30th, 2012. And then, of course, East Palestine. I think it's worthy to call out the incident commander, the chief and the deputy chief. Can you mention the differences in what we investigated in the Paulsboro versus this? Because I think you led that as an IIC, correct?
I did. At the Paulsboro derailment, there was a circumstance there where the train derailed on a movable bridge, and one of the vinyl chloride tank cars, which incidentally was a sister tank car to the one involved here in East Palestine, was punctured. It was constrained in the bridge structure, and a trailing car coupler punctured the tank wall and released a vapor cloud that lingered over the creek. The name of the creek was Montawood Creek. And the vapor cloud hung in that area for quite a while and then drifted into the town of Paulsboro. Well, the deputy fire chief lived next to the bridge, and he established his command post about 50 yards from the breach tank car, exposing his crew and all of the responders to the vapor.
Much different situation that we're seeing now.
Yes, sir.
In 42 years ago, in rereading that Livingston, Louisiana report, they had trouble getting the consist information and identifying what was involved. Did they have the same thing in Paulsboro, New Jersey?
I do recall there was difficulty. It seems like it happens on every derailment that we have this issue come up. I remember that there was discussion about getting the consist from Conrail in the hands of the first responders, yes.
Perennial problems. But every time that we investigate, we are told that they're going to make changes and things are going to get better.
Very unusual that doesn't come up.
Thank you. Troy, I know we kind of talked, being a former instructor for the National Fire Academy, I used to teach these volunteer fire departments, and it was identified, very early on about the amount of training. And you talked about the 36-hour rule and how it didn't include hazmat training. I would suspect that was well-intentioned whenever it was originally written and may now need to be reevaluated. But what's probably the biggest barrier for volunteer fire departments to actually get the additional training that they need?
And it's just not only in East Palestine, it's every volunteer fire department that's in the nation. It's the 40-hour work week. I'm a volunteer, plus I have a job, so, but plus I want to support my community to help them out in any way. It's finding funding for training. Some of these classes are $1,500 or $2,000. To outfit a firefighter alone with structural firefighting gear and SCBA, you're talking $20,000, $25,000 with equipment. So it's a funding issue. It's a time issue to get the volunteers into training. It's travel times. Some states have supported good support with volunteers where they do incentive programs. For one, the state of Maryland actually gives volunteer firefighters tax breaks, which it lures people to come to the fire department and go, hey, what can I do to help to get that tax break? So there's things to do, and they're researchable, but it will always be a problem with the volunteer.
And I guess I want to point out, I think we're going to have a recommendation to the state of Ohio, but I know that Governor DeWine put together this task force, and while it's not fully incorporated, it is discussing those barriers and has some really great recommendations. And I hope that the state will take that up, along with a lot of other states in the National Volunteer Fire Council.
Yeah, that's a very good report.
And I'd be hesitant not to put up. I've got my binders. This week is National Fire Data Week, and the U.S. Fire Academy has actually put out a report in October of last year regarding funding barriers and how rural departments can find those. So I hope we can help make those resources available as well, just as an educational tool.
Yep.
Thank you. I want to back up a little bit because we have a lot of members of the community here and just talk about what we sort of take for granted when we're talking about these issues. We have the opportunity to review it all. What does a train consist convey? And what important safety decisions are made by emergency responders based on timely receipt of that consist information?
Go ahead, Paul.
So a train consist is a list of all of the rail cars on a train, and on that list are highlighted the hazardous materials that are on the train in order of the consist, or in order of the composition of the train from front to back. The hazardous materials are identified by the DOT proper shipping name, the hazard class, the UN ID number, which is used to look up information about the hazards of the chemical, and the packing group is appropriate. It also, if you know where the derailment begins and where a derailment ends, then you can take that section of the consist and figure out what potential hazardous materials are involved in the incident. And that's important to know so that you can then determine the appropriate evacuation distance, the appropriate personal protective equipment that's required, and the community evacuations that are necessary.
And we have repeatedly investigated accidents, derailments where train consist information was not provided in a timely manner, including accurate train consist information in Anding, Mississippi. But for this one, we had responders, everybody, and I'll just focus on the incident commanders. The deputy chief was asking for what was on that train for quite some time. I think it's really fortunate that one of the volunteer firefighters from that department was also a chemistry teacher and was utilized on scene to evaluate some of the dangers. I thought that was really resourceful and incredible, but not ideal. When you have a derailment that occurs at 8:56, you have an ATC desk back in Atlanta that can hit a button. It's not walking around with papers anymore as it was decades ago. You have a button that you can hit send and get that information immediately to those who need it. Norfolk Southern, in this case, showed up on scene without that information. In fact, they were asked for that information repeatedly after they showed up. Now, I do understand the county had it. I have questions on sharing of that information an hour later, but it was still an hour later. So that, I will show, if we can pull up that video of, this was shared with me by Chief Comstock. Thank you, Chief, who heads the Western Joint Fire District. I think that's good. At the time, the chief was out of town. He got this video from his responders. He pulled them back, told them to get back. But this is why. This is why, I'm a mom. We have, 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds that are volunteer firefighters. They need to be protected, which is why we're talking about training opportunities and the need for train consist information. I'll get to training in the second round. But a question I have regarding train consist information, then you have placards that burn. Certainly there is stenciling and other sort of technology that the railroads could voluntarily move to ensure placards aren't getting burned, to ensure paint isn't burning off. And then there's the Ask Rail app where people cannot log on. I think there are some limitations because when you have a train derailment, car line 23 can now be somewhere else. So there are some limitations, not just cell service, but also the location of those cars. With that, I am going to ask Member Graham to go ahead for another 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to the emergency response guide. And what does that state about the appropriate evacuation zone for derailed tank cars with unknown contents?
1/2 mile radius evacuation.
Okay, that's for the public. Is that for the firefighters?
That's for the emergency responders as well. It's always life safety first for everyone.
Okay, so initially, at minimum, should have been a 1/2 mile
Absolutely.
when they showed up.
Yes.
Even the firefighters.
Yes.
Can you discuss the risk of the water from the firefighting activities entering containers with unknown contents?
Yeah, it's a major concern because actually in Guide 111, it states that some of the products may be water reactive. So I might be spraying water on a hazardous chemical that could actually make a situation worse, either some type of explosive or chemical reaction, spreading the fire. So sometimes putting water on fires that you really don't know what you're putting it on could make matters worse, but you just don't know what the chemicals are.
So very important to
Yes.
know the consist and what you're up against. And not knowing the contents of the tank cars initially when they showed up, how do incident commanders determine the appropriate PPE for the responding firefighters?
Yeah, because that's also stated in Guide 111 as well. And again, unknown chemicals. Regular structural firefighting gear is not suitable for all occasions. So some chemicals could actually break down a firefighter's protective equipment. It could break down your SCBA, your SCBA that you're wearing. It could affect the rubber seal around your face. So it's sometimes the guide states don't rush in, take your time, research what you have, use the Guide 111, keep your people safe, and wait for the experts to come in that know more about the trains, know more about the burning chemicals, and then set that safest course of action once everything's been researched.
Great, thank you for that. I'm going to jump over to the consist for just a second. Does Norfolk Southern have a procedure or policy for distribution of that to first responders?
Yeah, they do. It's under HM1.
HM1?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch to the placarding right now. We know it's important to have legible placards and everything, and we knew the environment that they were up against, the dark and things burning. It was very difficult to see the placards and everything. Can you discuss the East Palestine Deputy Fire Chief's observations of the tank car placards while on scene in the aftermath of the derailment?
Yeah, he described the placards not being able to be identified, either being burned off. This happened at night, so you got low light visibility and you got a lot of smoke accumulation. So that's going to affect all types of visibility on trying to read the placards. And then high heat flame impingement actually destroyed the placards where they couldn't properly be identified.
How can placards be designed to improve the survivability when exposed to a fire like at the derailment?
It's a good question, Member Graham. We've been shown some examples of solutions to that with the use of intumescent paint. There's another solution where in the placard holder you have the tag board placard placed in front of a stenciled cutout on steel, so that if the placard were to burn away, you would at least have a UNID number and a hazard symbol that even though it might not be the correct color, you would still be able to identify the material. So there are a number of solutions to that. The biggest problem here, as Chair Hamady pointed out, when you have a chaotic derailment and the tank cars get moved around, even if you have the consist, it's very hard to determine which cars are where, what's involved and what's not involved. The tank car reporting marks, the tank car number is indexed to the train consist. So you need to be able to find that or the placard. Without either one, you're totally lost, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, I remember even, I think it was Sunday morning, we were at the Incident Command Center looking at our drone footage, trying to figure out, everybody was there trying to figure out which car was which, still, almost 2 days into it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
and again, that's what's important. Like Chair Hominy said, car 32 becomes car 16 or whatever. That's why it's important to don't rush in. Trust your emergency response guidance for the mixed cargo, and go by the safest procedures until you get the experts there and you get that train consist there. Then you can figure out what you have with what's going on.
Very good point. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Chair, only one additional question in this area, and it has to do with improving training. I really just want to ask this question to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about why we're recommending what we're recommending. There is a draft recommendation we'll consider later on today to 3 organizations: the National Volunteer Fire Council, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and the International Association of Firefighters. Would you just talk about how the individual roles and then their role in combination with each other can help us improve training so we can help prevent future exposure of firefighters to unnecessary risk?
Yeah, so the National Volunteer Fire Council is the representative agency or association that represents the volunteer fire departments throughout the nation. They have a lot of symposiums, a lot of training opportunities, very robust outreach to volunteer fire departments, live training, web training. They're constantly in contact with the volunteer fire departments, trying to make them better, trying to provide them funding opportunities who you can talk to get new equipment, training opportunities, things of that nature. The International Association of Fire Chiefs, much larger, but it's dealing with more of your current or past fire chiefs, the one that could be providing that training. The fire chiefs are at that level. They got that expertise, so they can provide that training, all that stuff. So how we're proposing a recommendation is we're hitting all 3 associations that's representing every single firefighter in the United States. And actually, the International Association of Firefighters crosses the border into Canada as well. So it's the right way to go.
So pooling capabilities, pooling different focuses,
Yes.
trying to get to essentially a sort of a magnified impact in terms of improving training.
And they're all connected. They talk amongst each other all the time about training opportunities and symposiums, things of that nature.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. That's my last question in this area.
Thank you very much. Member Brown.
Yeah, I just want to comment to build on that, as someone who understands very well as a former mayor and how important it is for training for first responders, particularly in small towns like East Palestine, where they don't have the resources, the access. We rely on them when there's a crisis, and, they deserve better training and access for opportunity and funding, not just to protect home and business, but for themselves. So I've been there and done that. And so I'm so happy to see that the recommendation I talked about, you guys are adopted, focusing on funding, particularly grants. And I think it's important that we have this opportunity to have another conversation to encourage expanding MOUs or memorandum of understanding to work with other cities or counties to support those volunteer firefighters, to access more funding, which I think is very important. So I'm looking forward to following up on that conversation with the staff, with the team, because I think it's so important. And I think it's doable, those partnerships, the shared vision of public service to keep our communities safe. And we should do everything we can to make sure safety is number one, but it's all about the resources. So I thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, the MOUs are very good. It gets the neighboring departments talking. Even if it's, an MOU is, can you respond into my jurisdiction and give me some help? That's what's good. It gets to people talking. You start identifying one another. The more you train together, the better you get. And that's what's a good thing about an MOU with neighboring jurisdictions is you get to know one another. You get to train together. You get to know what resources that you can utilize. So it's going to be a very good recommendation.
Yeah, and the reason why I brought it up, because I considered an amendment on a recommendation for MOUs as a tool for smaller communities to consider as a method of establishing a formal partnership with larger communities or even cross state lines to access training opportunities at a reduced cost. And I decided not to pursue it because I want to follow up on that conversation, but I think there's a possibility that could happen.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Member Brown, Member Inman.
Thank you. So, Troy, inside the report, we mentioned that Beaver County Hazardous Materials Response Team supported the efforts, and they actually were providing, I think, air monitoring with photoionization detectors that could detect vinyl chloride. Did we find any evidence that they did or did not detect vinyl chloride?
Yeah, they interviewed, stated that you've got some robust meters right now, 5 and 6 gas meters that you can put special electrochemical meters in them detect just certain chemicals, hydrogen cyanide, vinyl chloride. These hazardous materials team come equipped with this strategic equipment. So in his interview, they did state that they detected traces of vinyl chloride, which was most likely through probably the venting process. So it's going to be an air monitoring.
While the PRDs were venting, is that what you're saying? Yeah. Not the vent and burn process. Right.
No, this is no
Paul,
Beaver.
You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, no Beaver County. All the fire department response agencies doing the testing they've already left the scene when the vent and burn took place. So Beaver County was already back at their station when the vent and burn took place.
So just a point of clarification, a photoionization detector isn't a material-specific detector. It'll detect any volatile organic compound within a very specific range. If you know the specific material that's released, then there's a correction factor, and then you can measure the actual concentration that way. But
you're actually repeating some of your work from the Paulsboro report, where, and I just wanted to point out, in that one, oxyvinyl was on scene within, I believe, 2 hours of the derailment with 2 separate detectors, provided one to the incident command and kept one as well, and provided a lot of the information regarding the amount that was being dispersed in the community at that time.
yes.
That's just shaking your head.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, they measured over 500 parts per million in my recollection.
I'm sorry for going back to Paulsboro, but it's got to be frustrating in some respects, because at that point we were recommending May 15, 2012, and FRA had said that they had met with the AAR and that they were looking to find a system to get consist information available immediately. And yet yesterday they decided to put out a rule to say that they're finally going to do it. 12 years later in multiple different crises. What would be the one thing, if we were to tell someone today what they have to do to make train and rail safety better, if they could just snap their fingers?
If you're talking about conveying hazard information to the emergency responders, do that the very first thing you do. Don't, if you have a fire in your house, you call the fire department first, right? Mm-hmm. If you have a derailment, you should call the emergency responders first before you notify your internal communication tree. Get that information in their hands right away.
Troy?
I think in general, if you want to make rail much safer, keep them from derailing.
Say it again?
Keep a train from derailing. So if a train accident doesn't happen,
KISS method, right?
I don't have to be there. Train's going to get to its destination. People may not be put in harm's way. So to me, the safest action is keep them on the rails. They're designed to stay on the rails.
I don't know that we'll put a recommendation in the actual docket for that, but it's good advice. I'll just, and one last reflection, if you will. I go back to a former chairman who wrote a concurring opinion in that report that said that there were some real concerns. Two issues became very apparent. What's the best way for emergency response community to prepare for potentially catastrophic events that are infrequent nationwide and that at any given location may not occur more than once, if that often, in the entire career of the emergency responders? Separately, given the large percentage of volunteer firefighters in our nation's forces, how can they attain the training they need to do their job adequately without being required to have so much training that people who have full-time jobs will choose not to be a volunteer firefighter? I mean, I don't know that we actually learn our lessons after each one of these derailments, but I can promise you we're going to try this time.
And this accident would have been overwhelming for any response agency.
Absolutely.
Huge, huge, huge response. And it would have been overwhelming for any response agency.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back. Member Graham had asked about Norfolk Southern's protocol for relaying consist information to emergency responders, and the HM1 hazardous materials instructions for rail was mentioned as their protocol. And I'm just going to read the protocol, which says, when receiving a request for shipping documents, provided to the emergency response information to emergency responders. You shouldn't have to wait to receive a request. The derailment occurred at 8:54, 8:56. The ATC desk, Atlanta knew, the crew called it in, hit the button. You don't have to wait for a request from a community to provide consist information. After Paulsboro, they came up with Ask Rail. It's not as effective. I am pleased that PHMSA finally issued a rule yesterday requiring immediate notification. Could you provide a little bit of information on that regulation that they issued yesterday, just for a second?
Yes, so you want to talk about that?
Kara?
Yes, so the requirement, the rule applies to all railroads, not just Class 1s, so it applies to 2s and 3s as well. It requires immediate notification to the public safety answering point, which is essentially the 911 call center in the locality.
Immediate notification. A deputy chief should not be left without information for hours. A chief who is the incident commander should not have to wait to see it until 2 o'clock in the morning while it's laying on a table. Did we look at differences on volunteer firefighter standards between Ohio and Pennsylvania?
No, we did not. But I do know that the state of Pennsylvania has a lot more of the pro board certification trainings. Ohio has the firefighter 1 and the firefighter 2 levels that you can pro board. Pennsylvania has numerous, including instructor level, fire level 1, fire level 2, that they can pro board, which takes numerous classes to get that certification. So Pennsylvania is one of the top states that has a robust training program.
Yeah, and provides the funding as well. For volunteer firefighters, it is NFPA 1001, which is going to be incorporated in 1010, basic first aid and CPR, and hazmat operations level training, which I'm certified at. That's beyond awareness training, and then some engine certifications with the Bureau of Fire Training Standards. So they do have more robust training. I will add to what Member Inman said. I do think the Ohio Task Force on Volunteer Fire Service did issue a good task force report, and we spoke 3 times with the Ohio State Fire Marshal about, my office, about this report. It was issued, unfortunately, 2 weeks before the derailment, and sort of was, everybody forgot about it. It includes a lot of great information, including a statement that says volunteer firefighters are limited to 36 hours, while a paid career firefighter must complete 244 hours. The current 36-hour restriction on volunteer firefighting certification training is an outdated 40-year-old state law that has not kept pace with the constantly changing demands on the fire service. As a direct consequence of the outdated 36-hour requirement, the current volunteer firefighter curriculum delivery model is extremely fast-paced, instructor-led, classroom lecture followed by an expedited demonstration of the hands-on skills. They go through several recommendations. It's a great report. Unfortunately, it hasn't gotten the attention it deserves. Hopefully, and I intend when I speak with the governor to talk about reconvening the task force. I know they'd like to do additional work to make sure that this gets the appropriate attention it deserves to ensure firefighter safety. Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question about post-derailment actions. Can you discuss the actions Norfolk Southern has taken to improve training for first responders in East Palestine and the surrounding communities?
Yeah, they, as stated earlier, they partnered up with the CCEMA. They did some robust training on AskRail. They've been in this area for a while now doing some extra, what we call the Railroad 101 kind of training. They're promoting the AskRail training. They've provided the uploads to the fire departments. And the big one is the partnership with the Rapid SOS. That's going to be the game changer to get that concept in real time. So these fire department dispatchers are going to have to be trained in that technology as well. So they are on site. They are continuing their training and working with the fire departments to make things better.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
No further questions, Chair.
Member Brown.
No further questions.
Member Inman.
Just a quick question about incident command. And I'm going to go back again to the Lafayette, Louisiana incident. At that incident, they actually called 10 of the shippers, the chemical companies, to be on the scene to give them expert advice. Many of them at that point mentioned that they were worried about their liability of providing that advice. And we had a recommendation regarding Good Samaritan laws. You'd think that you wouldn't have to make that type of recommendation whenever a town is burning down. And we're seeing a progression maybe that shippers, as I understand, don't often show up as much in additional incidents. And I know we said there were 2 at the Paulsboro, and while oxyvinyl's experts were in the ground, they were never in the room. What's the barrier that's stopping from using that expert information and that guidance so that they're in the room and can actually raise their hand when it's necessary?
Well, by regulation, they're required to have a point of contact telephonically. Oftentimes, it's very rare that I've seen a shipper on the ground. It happens from time to time. But they're required to have a person available who has technical knowledge for mitigating an incident and knowledge of the hazardous material. It happens often that they're consulted, often from a distance, like this initially started out that way. But as I said, it's rare that they actually come to a scene. But I don't see any barrier to them to be a part of an incident command system. That system is designed to be flexible. NIMS is flexible. They could have been part of an incident command. There's just no requirement currently to require them to deploy to a scene, though.
But there is for the ship or for the railroad operator.
Well, the railroad operator definitely, because they're legally responsible for the incident. They're the responsible party.
So they're responsible for chemicals that someone else has made and has expertise on?
As the carrier, they're responsible for derailment.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could add, Brett, can you bring up slide 102, please? So this is a slide of unified command. Unified command is for complex incidents. It's built as if your incident gets bigger, this incident command expands. It grows. What's unique about incident unified command is it's just not one sole incident commander. It's a number of incident commanders that sit at the table that make the informed decisions as a consensus, and they agree to those. Decisions to make it flow. Having one incident commander is not unified command. So, for instance, it's if you own a piece of the pie, you're going to have a seat at that table. The railroad, the shipper, it could be the car manufacturer, but then each one is broke out in its own design. So the fire department may have life safety along with law enforcement doing evacuations. You may have your railroad doing air monitoring and things of that nature. You may have your shipper doing research and stuff, but your key incident commanders are sitting at one table. And when everybody hears a decision, everybody agrees to that decision. That's what's unique about unified command.
And let me go back to one thing you just said, though. It's the hauler, the railroad, is the one that's ultimately responsible. It's not whoever's putting those contents, because we saw here that we have, and I think we'll get into a little further, we had shippers that were putting chemicals in a tank car with non-compatible material, and they've obviously utilizing some of the regulations on tank car design of not even putting steel on top, aluminums, because it's lighter, but yet they say that they're conforming to the actual rules. Is that an area we need to address further?
In different circumstances where you might have a non-accident release, the shippers are more held responsible for that than the carrier would be. The carrier will oftentimes mitigate it for the shipper, but in terms of enforcement, I think FRA would be looking at the shipper in a circumstance like that.
It all goes back to who gets billed, right?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask about communications? There were some communications challenges, some discussion about multi-agency communication systems or response communication systems or MARCs. This is not something new. The NTSB has issued several recommendations regarding interoperability of radio communications on scenes so that responding agencies can talk to each other and communicate. Here we had 48 entities responding. They do need to talk to each other. It's a very chaotic scene. Mr. Hiller was the lead on DuPont, Washington, where there were significant communications challenges. So, Mr. Lloyd, can you talk about some of that?
Yeah, so radio interoperability has been a problem in the fire service for decades. It was actually really discussed during the 9/11 Commission reports. You had multiple agencies responding to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and they all just couldn't talk. Communications is safety vital. You have to be able to talk to one another. That's how emergency response, emergency action plans are put in place. It stops freelancing. You need that positive communication. And it's a problem, but as Member Brown spoke on earlier, that could be the importance of MOUs, reaching out to that fire department going, hey, what are your radio capabilities? This is what we have. This is what we use. What can we do combined our communication so we can talk to one another? But you're talking, it's a major funding issue for radio interoperability, millions and millions and millions of dollars. Right now, there's radio manufacturers for one portable radio to outfit a firefighter's $9,000 to $12,000. And that's depending on what bells and whistles you want with that portable radio. Whether you want multiple channels, you want radio interoperable channels, you want life-saving alerts, depends on what you want. But it's a funding issue.
Who could address funding issues?
For the fire department, a good one would be what Member Edmond spoke on, would be the United States Fire Administration. Reach out to them. FEMA would be another good one. They provide millions of dollars through Safe Rack grants where fire departments that I know of have have received grant money to upgrade the radios. There's funding opportunities out there. You got to know how to research them and get those grants.
Has the county changed anything with respect to communications issues since this one?
They have not.
They have not. And in this case, they also have an emergency operations plan. They have a hazard mitigations plan. They have a hazardous materials response plan. I saw a little bit in there, but there wasn't much on train derailment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have they changed that?
No.
Even to address communication? No. There are several opportunities. Certainly the state is watching and could provide funding. The federal government certainly could provide funding. Congress could provide funding. We don't issue recommendations on funding. We've never done that. But it's certainly an opportunity and something to highlight as a resource. With that, I think we're going to go ahead and break for lunch for half an hour. We're going to go to 1:15. We'll be back here and start promptly at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Hey, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We have reconvened, and we're going to start back up with the third key safety issue that was identified in our investigation, hazardous materials and tank car derailment performance. I'm going to recognize Member Graham for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk a little bit about DOT 111 tank cars and the origin of fire that you discussed. Mr. Stansel, you believe that the butyl acrylites were the initial origin of the fire caused by an unknown initiator. There were many flammable liquids in DOT 111 cars that breached during the derailment, including ethylene glycol and ethylhexyl acrylate. Please discuss the analysis for why staff believes the butyl acrylites were the initial origin of the fire.
Okay, thank you for the question, Member Graham. First of all, the butyl acrylate car was the only flammable liquid car in the consist that was derailed and breached. So that was the only source of flammable liquid, although the other two cars containing combustible liquid would have had significantly higher flash points. So for that reason there, it's more likely that the butyl acrylates were initially involved. The tank head was punctured in two locations by a coupler-sized impact. And there was a line of fire, a string of fire about 1,100 feet from the point of derailment all the way to the point where the car came to rest. The emergency responders noted the odor of acrylates, which is very distinctive, by the way, between the tracks leading up in that direction. There was acrylate found in the creek at the storm drain outfall and in the Ohio River. EPA samples found that. And simply by process of elimination, there was no other flammable material available to create that fire. If you wanted to go to slide number 61 of my presentation, I don't know how visible that is in the picture, but what you're seeing are pressure relief devices of the vinyl chloride cars actuating. The fire, the darker colored fire underneath is the burning pool fire from the acrylate.
Okay. Was that what I smelled when we were up here downtown?
It's very odorous. Oh, well, it was that and a combination of burning plastic.
Plastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Polyvinyl, yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the three vinyl chloride cars like you had in the picture there, and how the pool fire started and the impact of the pool fire had on those three vinyl chloride cars?
So a little bit after midnight, the pressure relief devices started to actuate on the vinyl chloride cars. Now, they were not mechanically breached in any way from the derailment itself. As the temperature in the tank increases from exposure to the pool fire, the vapor space pressure would have to increase to initially to 247.5 psi. That's the start to discharge pressure set by those pressure relief devices. And at that point, they would actuate and release vapor. And since there was burning material around them, that ignited. And so you had burning vapor coming out of the pressure devices.
We have a long history, long database of breached 111 cars that go, I don't know how far back.
Yes.
Can you discuss or compare the breaching rate of 111 cars to the 117?
So in the rulemaking, it's HM 251, in the preamble to that, the PHMSA had basically explained their justification for selecting the protective features of the DOT 117. And one of the studies that they pointed to was the RSI, the Railway Supply Institute. They had done studies on what they called the conditional probability of release of various tank cars equipped with various features. if you compare the legacy type DOT 111 car, which is what the butyl acrylate was being transported in, to a DOT 105, it's more than 5 times more likely to breach and release product in an average derailment.
And what was the breaching rate of the 111s in this derailment? You know
Well,
how many?
50%.
50%.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stansel, am I correct that the DOT 111 tank car would have been allowed for carrying butyl acrylates in this accident, regardless of whether this train was an HHFT? Is that correct?
Correct, and this was not an HHFT. That's correct.
Now, how will the phase-out impact? Once the phase-out occurs, you couldn't use the DOT 111 to carry
Class 3 flammable
Class 3.
liquids. Yes, and that phase out for the category of materials that this car was hauling, being other flammable liquids in the FAST Act, would run until May 1st, 2029, unless extended.
I'm an airplane guy. I don't have the same command of things that the chair does with her rail background. I always have a little trouble keeping the numbers straight here. So the DOT 117 and the DOT 105, one is the pressurized car. Is that correct?
Yeah, general classes of cars. So pressure tank cars, general service tank cars. Pressure tank cars carry poison inhalation hazards, some of your more dangerous chemicals, and materials that are liquefied gases.
But the 117 and the 105, these are the newer cars with more protection compared to the DOT 111. Can you just summarize what the differences are between the two?
Well, the DOT 105 has been around for a long time. And in this particular case, so there's various iterations of the cars. These were built, talk about the DOT 105s, I think it's 9/16" shell, head shields, no bottom outlets, pressure relief device, thermal protection system. They have a working pressure of 300 psi and a bursting pressure of 750 psi. The DOT 117 cars, 9/16" thick with a jacket and thermal protection. They have a bottom outlet valve that is designed not to open in a derailment scenario. The operating mechanism is protected from being snagged and pulled open. It's been equipped with a top fittings protection that's very similar to what you have for the pressure tank cars, the DOT 105. But the other thing, I guess the Achilles heel of the DOT 117 is the fact that it has a hinged and bolted manway, which we've dealt with in some other derailments with respect to the gasket performance. But other than that, the working pressure is 100 psi, generally used to transport materials under ambient pressure, things like flammable liquids.
So these newer cars are designed and constructed to address the weaknesses that we see in the DOT 111.
Exactly, yes.
And what are the main real or perceived obstacles to adopting a more aggressive phase-out schedule?
So the FRA noted this. PHMSA, first of all, in a safety advisory, noted that there is adequate industry capacity to accelerate the phase-out. But FRA, and they, of course, they issued a safety advisory suggesting that people voluntarily do it. The problem with that, as FRA pointed out in a recent study back in January of this year, that there's a number of economic disincentives to do that. Things such as people have contracted these cars, they're under contract obligations. There's a reluctance to stop using a car that is currently an authorized specification tank car. That's basically the cost of purchasing new equipment. There's some disagreement about the capacity to produce enough new cars to fill the bill. But the reason we're issuing our recommendation here is that voluntary is a phase out is unlikely to be realized.
Yeah, so the obstacle is not capacity to manufacture the new cars and supply them. The obstacle is really business, economic, and fair enough, but the obstacle to a voluntary acceleration of the phase out is a business economics issue, not a capacity issue.
You have owners that want to recoup the value of their investment, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I note on page 81 for our report that the Federal Railroad Administration inspection following this derailment noted that, quote, none of the 5 VCM tank cars match its design approval. What is important about the design approval purpose, and did the lack of design approval matching make a difference in this incident?
Well, the importance of the approval is to ensure that the equipment is going to perform as required in service. So that's essentially the theory by having it approved. The FRA, in their review of the tank car equipment, found substituted equipment that wasn't originally captured on the records for the tank car. We looked at that and determined that it didn't materially affect the performance in the derailment. But it is a potential safety issue if the car has equipment on it that's not approved for that particular service.
I'd like to go back to talking about the train consent, length of time it took first responders to know what hazardous material they were dealing with, particularly given that the identification placards wasn't illegible from the fire resulting damage. Was the response time in this instance, which I believe was over an hour, standard?
It's unacceptable. A train consist needs to be in the hands of the first responders immediately, in real time.
Was there anything identified in your investigation that could have improved the delivery timing of that information? The reason why I asked, because the incident commander had waited for an hour for the consent, yet was given only 13 minutes to decide on approving the vent and burn, which I know we'll talk about later, but I'm just curious about that.
It would have been a game changer if at 9:04, when the East Palestine Fire Department called the railroad dispatch and asked for the train consist, and if they would have received it, that's a game changer right there. They would have had that precious paper in their hands to be able to determine what was going on at that time.
Thank you.
Member Inman.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up a little bit on the tank car design. You mentioned FRA looked at those 5, and that was 5 rail cars, but 3 different owners, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did they also state that they were very concerned, I think, was the words they used?
Well, they were concerned that the tank cars didn't match, that the equipment did not match the paperwork for the tank car, yes.
So who regulates tank car design and certification?
The AAR. The AAR conducts actually, let me back up. The DOT regulates it under 179.3. It states that the application for in order to get approval to construct the tank car, you have to apply to the Association of American Railroads, provide them with the design specifications. They review the specifications, and if they agree that it meets the regulatory requirements, then they shall issue a certificate of construction for the tank car.
And then once it's constructed, it's up to the constructor to file this paperwork with AAR?
The tank car builder files the paperwork with the AAR, and the owner of the tank car must maintain the equipment in accordance with the certificate of construction.
But there's no rule if you're hauling a product that's used vinyl chloride. It's in the safety data sheet says it's incompatible with aluminum, but there's no rule to say that you can't have aluminum on a tank car that's carrying vinyl chloride. Is that correct?
Well, the
rule says that you're not supposed to.
The rule says that service equipment has to be compatible with the car. It's up to the person shipping the car to ensure that the package is compatible with the lading.
Okay. Did FRA also mention that they felt that this was a isolated incident with just these 5 cars?
No, it's not. It's a common problem.
Has it been going on for a long time, or just something they're just now discovering?
The manager of tank car safety programs testified at our investigative hearing that they've noticed that this has been a long-standing problem, and they've had additional staff that has been conducting additional audits in this area. They recognize it as a significant safety issue.
So is it fair to say that the American Association of Railroads sets the standards for design specification, certification, bearing detector systems, hot bearing billability, or whatever the word we want to use, and then FRA just regulates when they can on top of that?
Well, I can speak to the tank cars if you want to know about the bearings. My colleague can help with that. But with respect to the tank cars, there are federal regulations and industry standards that supplement the federal regulations. So when you have a tank car, when you apply to the AAR for a certificate of construction, you provide the plans. They're looking at both compliance with the federal regulations and the industry specifications. There's an independent third party of engineers that the AAR uses to review the plans. They don't test the lading for compatibility with the equipment. And they issue a certification, and that satisfies 179.3.
Doctor, you want to speak to the others? Or I think, Paul, did you mention Doctor?
No, Joey or Greg.
Jenner's looking over like, why in the world are they calling me?
No.
I mean, Greg's very excited.
Yeah.
You just got a doctorate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the promotion. As far as the wayside detection systems, the FRA has no regulations on them, and I mean, they don't even get involved with those. It's strictly left up to the railroad itself, and they typically use the recommendations or somewhere in the ballpark of the recommendations of the AAR.
Do you know if FRA has ever studied hot bearing detectors and their placement?
There's been some tests at the Pueblo facility.
Where was when that test was done? Who ran the Pueblo facility?
It was TTCI. I can't remember what the nomenclature stood for, but they did one of the spacing tests.
Okay. I think my time's up.
Thank you very much. Paul, you were at Loch Magontic. DOT 111 tank cars. The hazardous materials released, the fire likely began with the butyl acrylate car. This was the DOT 111, which I'll get into the history a little bit, but is this the first time the NTSB has raised concerns with the DOT 111?
Going back to a safety study in 1991, we raised questions about it, concern about it. In 91, we reviewed 45 derailments and over 140 tank cars, I believe. They raised concerns about it then. It wasn't until the Cherry Valley, Illinois accident of 2009 that we issued some recommendations to improve the construction standards for these tank cars. And then again in 2015 with the Mount Carbon, West Virginia accident, we issued additional recommendations regarding the thermal protection standards for these cars. Those are two of the very important highlights for construction standards on these cars. And in the meantime, between the two accidents, you had Locomotive.
Yeah, you mentioned the 1991 study with more than half of which found that more than half, 54% of DOT 111 tank cars involved in accidents released their contents. Between 2007 and 2012, we investigated several derailments with major releases, including Cherry Valley, which you mentioned, which had 19 DOT 111 tank cars that derailed, killing one person and injuring seven. 2013 to 2023, we investigated 17 accidents involving DOT 111s. We found that 11 out of 17 hazmat release accidents we investigated over that time frame, or 65%, would have been prevented had there not been DOT 111 tank cars in service. Can you briefly talk about Locomotive?
Well, let me add something to what you just said. On those accidents, 15 out of 17 were, the severity was increased by the presence of DOT 111 cars. In Locomotive, the performance was quite a bit worse than that. 94% of the derailed cars were breached, releasing about 1.5 million gallons of oil into the neighborhood. In the middle of the downtown business district, it entered the Lac Chaudière. So the type of tank car that was used at the time of the Locomotive accident is exactly the same as the butyl acrylate car here at East Palestine.
And when did Locomotive occur? What year?
July 2013.
July 2013. And how many people died?
47.
47 people died. An entire town literally was decimated. You wrote a blog recently for the NTSB on the 10th anniversary, which stated, I was preparing for an NTSB investigative hearing on another derailment with hazmat release. When I first learned about Locomotive, before we knew the details, I found myself hoping that the Locomotive train was not composed of many DOT 111 tank cars. You just said 94%. And here we are. How many tank cars, DOT 111s, are in service today, according to AAR?
Let me see if I have that number handy.
I'll answer it.
Yeah.
25,300.
That's right.
25,300 DOT 111 tank cars are in service today. And we talk about barriers such as, FRA pointed out, which is really pretty much inconsistent with what PHMSA issued. I appreciate, I talked to PHMSA before this, and it's really unfortunate. On the DOT 111s, this focus on economics, when there's a will, there's a way, and people are dying. Thank you. I will now yield 5 minutes to Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. It's not just. Thank you. It's not just the DOT 111s, is it? What other tank cars are materially similar in construction, performance, and crashworthiness to the DOT 111 tank car?
Yeah, so there's industry specification, for instance, the AAR 211 car, which is very similar in construction except for some post-weld heat treating requirements. They're normally used to transport some of your lower hazard flammable materials and combustible materials. There are about 300 commodities on the hazardous materials table in the regulations that the AAR 211 would be authorized to transport. One of our fears was that if you just focus on phasing out the DOT 111s, some of the traffic might transfer to these cars. But our recommendation is crafted such that tank cars not meeting the minimum safety standards of the DOT 117 should be phased out of service, and that would capture cars like these.
So get the 211s also. The FAST Act phase-out schedule does not apply for DOT 111 tank cars in other than flammable liquid service. How many of the 3 DOT tank cars that released hazardous material are not subject to the FAST Act phase-out?
2 of the 3.
2 of the 3.
Yes.
Unfortunately. So let's be clear. The breach of just 3 DOT 111 tank cars in a derailment led to the large raging fire that overwhelmed first responders and initiated a series of events that led to the vent and burn of 5 vinyl chloride tank cars. If DOT 111 cars continue to carry hazardous materials, we will see more derailments and the release of hazardous materials in communities. Those who own these and lease DOT 111 tank cars should take notice. The continued use of DOT 111 tank cars puts a known risk on our railways and in our communities. I'd like to switch back to something you were talking about just a little while ago about the AAR delegated authority. And what oversight does FRA have over AAR's delegated authority to approve certificates of construction for tank cars and PRDs?
Well, they do audit tank car owners and facilities that build the tank cars. So there's a team, a tank car, I believe they call it a tank car quality assurance team. I think it's roughly 3 engineers and 3 tank car specialists. I think that's the rough estimate of what the staffing is right now. And they focus on ensuring that the tank cars comply with the requirements.
And specifically about the PRD, since we saw a lot of PRDs activating off of the VCM cars, you made a statement about their testing. How are PRDs tested? So are they required to be tested?
There is a similar process to the tank car approval process. The manufacturer of the PRD testified at our hearing that they are not, that they do not test or certify the PRDs to any specific lading. They're tested with air. So the plans and specifications are sent to the AAR. The AAR does not verify the claims or test it for the service that the material, so they approve the valve. The valve gets used in a tank car that's certified for a specific service, but there's no verification that it will perform in that service.
That's the pressure, but they don't test the compatibility of the substance being carried with the PRD.
Although it's required by regulation, it is not being done.
Member Chapman, I don't think that would work in aviation, would it? No, it wouldn't. I see my time's about up. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
A question about high hazard flammable trains. Why is it important to revise the definition of high hazardous flammable trains?
Well, there's certain protections that are offered by the high hazard flammable train that, in this particular case, not certain whether it would have made a difference in the outcome here, but because it requires routing analysis to determine whether there is an alternate route that is more attractive from the perspective of lower risk. Although this wasn't an HHFT, we asked Norfolk Southern to perform this analysis to see if there was an alternate route. That analysis looked at 6 different routes, and the route here through East Palestine ultimately would have been the one selected. And there are a number of other protections, such as speed restrictions, the use of new tank cars built after 2015 for use in a high-hazard flammable train carrying flammable liquids must be meeting the DOT 117 standards or better.
And just picking up on Member Graham's comment, and we talked about this at the investigative hearing. Those of us who come from the aviation industry, I think, are really mystified by the approach in rail, where you do have essentially the trade association setting the regulatory standards, and you have situations like this where we see incompatible incompatible materials being used with certain products. And I mean, not that aviation's perfect, things happen. We're gonna be looking very closely here in another month or so at some of the incidents that have occurred that are pretty high profile in aviation, but it is a much, much different approach to regulation and certification and frankly enforcement. And I'm hoping we'll see some changes coming out of our investigation into this accident, and that some of that at least will change going forward in the rail industry too. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding recommendation 23 to Norfolk Southern update their submissions to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration incident database to accurately reflect the cause of package failures following this derailment in East Palestine. Why is it important for them to do so?
Because,
explain that in detail.
Yeah, because 20 years from now, somebody's going to have an incident like this, and they're going to look back at that database and see, oh, we had an incident that was caused by polymerization in the tank car, and they used that to justify doing a vent and burn. The data in that database is important not only for researchers, policymakers, people who use this as the basis to craft regulations, but people who respond to incidents rely on this material for lessons learned. And if the lesson learned is inaccurate, then it could have some ramifications on how the incident is resolved.
Thank you.
Member Inman.
Thank you. Let me clarify one thing, though, because I think it's important. I used to serve at DOT. And so when we're talking about FRA and its oversight and AAR, is this a choice that FRA has made to delegate or relegate a lot of this oversight to the trade association?
It is in the federal regulation that the certificate of construction has to be approved. In order to get approval to build the car, to get it is required by the federal regulation. I don't know the genesis of that off the top of my head.
By federal regulation, you mean congressional action?
No, this was a regulation, not a.
Okay, so it was proffered by FRA.
Well, it would have been PHMSA or its predecessor.
PHMSA, FRA. Okay.
Right.
Going back, I guess, Greg, one thing I wanted to clarify. It's unfortunate sometimes we get laptops in front of us. The bearing research, you mentioned it was done by TTCI at the Pueblo facility?
Yeah, it was conducted there, and I think it was done in coordination with TTCI and a college. I can't remember which college.
I think it's important to point out TTCI is a wholly owned subsidiary of AAR.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And actually, the contract has luckily now been converted to UNESCO, who does a lot of other research. I think they took it over. The contract was awarded in March of 2021. So I just think it's helpful to clarify that. We talked about key routes. Have we identified and talked about the key routes so that people that are on those routes will know that these items are coming through their community?
The Association of American Railroads has told us in the past that they believe that key routes are a security sensitive information that they do not wish to publish publicly. So they would resist the notion of notification to the general public. Now, maybe to someone who has a need to know, like
Like a firefighter?
No, like a emergency planner or someone of that nature. But we have been asked not to disclose the locations of key routes.
Is this similar to when the FRA published their report and said that the vent and burn operations contained sensitive security information, so we didn't want to tell first responders of how to conduct it?
There's a, that's a problem, yes.
You just sometimes can't make this up. Oh, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm actually going to just quick clarification. The requirement, which was included in the FAST Act on advance notification,
yes,
does provide that information to the responders in states, especially the security sensitive personnel in states, the CERTCs and others, correct?
Yes,
yes.
CERTCs, yes.
So what they're concerned with is just providing it to the general public, is that right?
It's a concern for security of the rail.
Okay, and one question I have on that, though, is the AAR they continue to point out, the Association of American Railroads continue to point out, well, you can ask us annually for the types of commodities that go through your state or over the past year, a year back look of the types of commodities so you can prepare. Does anyone know that request exists, that you can request that?
Well, it is, there's a request form on the back of publication OT 55.
Which nobody in the public actually knows what it is. I actually don't know what NT 55 is. So if I could find the form, that would be a miracle. I can't imagine that any individual or community would actually understand where that form is located and then know that they could request that information. So I actually find that it is completely unhelpful. Just getting back to DOT 111s, and I do want to put an exclamation point on it and some excellent remarks by Member Graham, which was one car, and we brought this up during the hearing. This started with one DOT 111, one car. Yes, it started with that, but that's the only car that's under the FAST Act requirements. One car, because it's flammable liquid service. The other two are combustibles, which are not covered under the requirements to replace those tank cars with, or those cars with DOT 117s. So the FAST Act would only address one car, which is why we are recommending a couple of things. Number one, we shouldn't wait till 2029 to phase this out. We have recommendations we've issued since at least 1990, 1991, stating these should no longer be in service. Number two, we are recommending not just the phase out, but that the performance standard for DOT 117 spec cars be applied beyond just flammable liquids to other hazardous materials in service, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I think I'll stop there. Member Graham. Member Chapman.
No further questions.
Member Brown.
No further questions, Chair.
Member
A
Inman.
quick question on placards. I go back again, these three prior reports, Lafayette, Paulsboro, and now here. I mean, we're putting people on the moon. I can see Elon Musk riding in a car who goes through 200,000 degree temperatures to get into outer space, and we can't make a placard to stick on the side of a car? I know in the old days it was, not Paul, maybe not your time, but they used to paint the cars with certain colors so they were easily representable, and those were durable and known. Yeah. But today we're worried more about 30 days of just normal elements.
Yeah, so the placards are there. They're intended to convey hazard information to people who come into contact with the material and transportation. If they get destroyed in a derailment, then they're worthless. They don't convey the information. So they have to survive. That's critical.
But they don't. So is this PHMSA that actually regulates?
There's a regulation that specifies the durability requirements, yes.
Do you know if any testing that they've proffered or anything they've put out in that regard?
It provides a performance standard regulation and essentially states 30 days in weather exposure.
But no other reports to say that there are emerging technologies or you mentioned there.
I mean, we're aware of some solutions to that have been shown to us.
Sounds like somebody that's got a good business model should come up with something.
I think they need to change the durability requirements.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, and I'll just add to that. In interviews, we brought this up with Norfolk Southern, and they pointed to the regulation, but then we pointed out that you don't have to have a regulation to act. If you know that you have an issue, such as placards that are burning or melting, or paint that may melt, you have a responsibility to act to ensure safety, and you don't have to wait for a regulation to do that. You can take action to ensure safety yourself. What are some alternatives to using? What have we found that's out there?
We have been shown examples of stenciled cutout on steel. Also, that with intumescent paint, that in combination with your typical vinyl or tagboard placard in front of the stenciled cutout, so when the placard burns away, you at least have the UNID number with the hazard symbol showing. So we have seen those sorts of solutions.
Great. And on the high, just getting off this topic, on high hazard flammable trains, have we weighed in before repeatedly on the threshold of 20 cars in a unit train and the 35-car threshold of flammable liquids in a mixed freight train?
When PHMSA proposed their rule HM 251 for the new tank car replacements, high hazard flammable trains was a concept that they were going to use for the route planning. At that time, we responded to that it should also include other materials such as combustible liquids and flammable gases.
And we also stated that the 20 and 35 could be millions of gallons of hazardous material and was too high, and we recommended a different not a specific threshold, but that they not go with 20 and 35.
Correct.
Unfortunately, Congress has now adopted that definition of a high hazard flammable train in the FAST Act, and so it would require a legislative change. I'll just point that out. Okay, anything else on this? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, just came to me about we haven't really talked a lot about the PRD function on the 5 VCM tank cars. Was it 3 of the tank cars had aluminum covers?
3 had aluminum covers, 2 had steel
that melted,
covers.
And where did that aluminum go?
So the aluminum dripped into the protective housing. So the covers we're talking about are weather covers that go over top of the top valve protective housing, and inside that housing happens to be the pressure relief device and vapor and liquid valves and other service equipment like a thermometer well, for instance. The aluminum melts at a much lower temperature. It has a lower melting point, and it melted and pooled in that protective housing, covering the valves and dripping into the pressure relief device cups, which are called top guide structures, where the gas is supposed to vent out. So there were slugs of resolidified aluminum found in those aluminum covered tank cars.
Do we know how that affected the performance of those PRDs?
We don't. When we tested the PRDs, for safety reasons, we had to empty the cups because we're going to put them in a bench pressure test and add pressure to the car. And, for personnel safety, we had to take them. So we don't really know for certain what effect that had on these specific cars. But the manufacturer states that the PRDs in that area need to remain free of debris and contamination in order to ensure that they they have the proper venting capacity, that they function as intended. So it could be a safety issue for sure.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the examination of all the PRDs, those 5 PRDs, and our analysis on how we think they performed?
So we had the pressure plate assemblies removed from the 5 tank cars on scene in East Palestine here. And we shipped them to a manufacturer's facility in Saginaw, Texas, where they had the equipment and the facilities to do the testing. The pressure relief device was removed from the pressure plate assembly, and first of all, it was placed on a jig. There's a procedure for this in the operation manual for the valve itself. So we followed the manufacturer's procedure for testing the valve. We determined what the start to discharge pressure was on these valves, and then we disassembled them and measured. There's certain specifications for the components, such as the spring length. We looked at the O-ring conditions, the condition of the seals, and a number of other things. One of the things we found in 2 of the valves, the valve stem, which is forced upwards by air pressure. There's spring tension on the valve. Air pressure overcomes the tension of the spring and opens the valve up. The valve, and I'm sorry I don't have a slide prepared for this, but the valve stem rides through a bushing. Both of these are made from stainless steel, and they were corroded so badly that they were stuck. They had, in one case, the one tank car in question, the West tank car that we'll probably talk about some more, the one that had the high temperature, the higher elevated temperature relative to the other 4 cars. That valve was stuck closed. We pressurized it above its start to discharge pressure to 270 psi, and we stopped that test because of safety reasons. So that valve was frozen. It might be fair to say that in the intervening time between when we had them removed from here and tested, additional corrosion may have occurred to the devices, but on scene here, we did see that they were corroded. When vinyl chloride burns, it produces hydrogen chloride gas, which forms hydrochloric acid in the presence of moisture. And this equipment was significantly degraded. It was significantly corroded. That place where the valve stem rides through that bushing is a particularly sensitive area that's called out in the manufacturer's manual as a place where you cannot get any contamination or even paint that could affect the function of the valve. So our concern was sticking valves.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
No questions. Thank you.
Member Brown.
No questions.
Member Inman.
No questions. Thank you.
Just one thing, just because I want to make sure everyone's aware in the community who's responsible for getting rid of the DOT 111 tank cars. Railroads are required to transport hazmat, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
They do not own the DOT 111 tank cars. Shippers own the 111 tank cars and need to remove them from service, and we've been on record on that.
Yes.
That's great. Okay, great. No other questions? All right. We are going to move to the 4th safety issue, which is the vent and burn. So I'm going to recognize Member Graham for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair. You ready to go, Mr. Stansel?
I reckon so.
You're a popular man this week.
There'll be pizza later.
Could you describe how the temperature increase was presented to us at the NTSB at the progress meeting on the Sunday evening, right about before 6 p.m., if I remember right, on the 5th, and the risk presented if the vent and burn was not conducted?
So the party coordinator for Norfolk Southern came to our progress meeting and announced that there was a concern about the temperature of one of the tank cars. It was at 135 Fahrenheit and had increased to 138, which they determined was a critical temperature increase. And they were concerned that if the temperature had reached 185 Fahrenheit, there would be a runaway exothermic polymerization reaction that would lead to the tank car rupturing.
You could have heard a pin drop, if I remember right.
Yes, sir.
And a matter of fact, we were briefed on it just before the whole progress meeting with everybody in there. I don't know, there was 40 or 50 people in there, and I watched their response because I was still in shock. And I saw a lot of jaws hit the floor at that point. I think we were all a little taken back.
It's fair to say that changed everything.
On Sunday evening, the governor of Ohio issued a statement urging the evacuation of East Palestine. In that statement, he said, within the last 2 hours, a drastic temperature change has taken place in a rail car, and there is now the potential of a catastrophic tanker failure, which could cause an explosion with the potential of deadly shrapnel traveling up to a mile. This is the exact statement and their exact sentiment, that we heard from Norfolk Southern during the NTSB's on-scene progress meeting. As a matter of fact, you talked about the temperature rise of 3 degrees. What was, just prior to the vent and burn procedure, what was the last recorded temperature of that tank car?
126.
126. So from about 4 p.m. on February 5th, when they took those temperature readings, to 2:30 p.m. on the 6th, Monday, February 6th, the tank car's temperature dropped 9 degrees.
It's 12 degrees.
Or 12 degrees? Okay. Yeah. If polymerization of a tank car is occurring, will the temperature drop?
No.
No. Was the temperature trend of that tank car indicative of a car undergoing a polymerization reaction?
No, it was not. It had the car been undergoing a polymerization reaction, first of all, the temperature would have risen very rapidly. And according to our discussions with the manufacturer, oxyvinyls, north of 200 degrees would probably be indicative of a polymerization reaction, had one been occurring in the tank.
In a very short period of time,
yes.
Also, right? Yes. Norfolk Southern and its contractors used the temperature increase of that tank car to justify the vent and burn. Were Norfolk Southern's contractors aware of the decrease in temperature prior to the vent and burn, and did the temperature decrease impact the urgency of their recommendation to the incident commander to conduct a vent and burn procedure?
Well, first of all, Norfolk Southern's contractors were the ones collecting the temperature data. That data we didn't learn about until after the vent and burn during an interview of one of the employees. But I believe the incident commander acknowledged that he was told the temperature had, of course, he was given different figures. His recollection was 150 was the point where they were concerned and that they would begin pulling people out, and something like 140 was what they were measuring. But he also knew that the temperature had decreased, but he also said that that did not impact the urgency of the contractors to do the vent and burn.
Thank you for that. I see my time's up.
Thank you, Member Chapman.
Picking up on that, Mr. Stansel, so Norfolk Southern's role as the responsible party, they were responsible for controlling the assessment of the tank cars and the dissemination of information to the incident commander, correct?
Well, yes, they had control over that, yes.
And Oxyvinyl's role in this was to serve as a technical advisor.
Yes.
The draft report indicates that Oxyvinyls, this was in a February 4th conference call about 6:00 p.m. in the evening on February 4th. Oxyvinyls assessed a low probability of polymerization based on the observed PRD, pressure release device behavior, but recommended monitoring the tank cars for an increase in temperature that could indicate an exothermic reaction, in other words, polymerization. At that time, why did Oxyvinyls make that assessment?
Because the contractors expressed concern that there was polymerization based on their interpretation of their observations, and I think the Oxyvinyls director of Health, Safety, and Environment put it this way: that, well, if you want to assure yourselves that it's whether it is or is not happening, the best way to do that is to measure the temperature of the tank car.
And as I understand it, one of the things that occurred in that conversation was that Oxyvinyls made it clear that thermally induced polymerization of vinyl chloride monomer does not occur. So just the heat alone would not have resulted in polymerization. Is that right?
In the absence of an initiator.
An initiator.
An organic peroxide initiator, yes.
And that's my next question. So in order for polymerization to occur, what conditions are needed? You needed an initiator, essentially oxygen in this case, right?
Well, oxygen isn't an initiator unless you form peroxides in the car. And that's one of the reasons why it's shipped under low oxygen concentration, to prevent the formation of peroxides. But you need a peroxide initiator. Heat alone will not initiate a polymerization
And there was none here. There was no opportunity.
You would have to have pumped gallons into the tank and intentionally initiated the batch.
And it's more than just a minor exposure. You have to have a sustained exposure in order to feed that polymerization process, right? It's not like you initiate it and then it just sort of spontaneously continues.
Well, you initiate it, you control the temperature in an industrial setting, manufacturing setting. You're going to control the temperature with a water jacket on the tank. You're going to continually add initiator to it until it reaches the conclusion of the reaction.
So the signs, and you've mentioned this already, the signs in terms of temperature and pressure for a runaway polymerization are a rapid, significant, and sustained increase in temperature and pressure. There was none of that occurring here.
4 of the tank cars remained stable at about 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And the 5th one, the one that they were most concerned about, went from 138 to 126, a drop in pressure of 20 psi.
And the highest temperature, during the period when temperatures were being measured, the highest temperature ever measured was 138 degrees.
According to the text messages that we received from the person who was collecting the temperature data, correct.
And yet the temperature calculated that's necessary, that indicates sufficient pressure to activate the PRD is 185 degrees, is that right?
Yes, that's where the 185 degrees comes in. That's the temperature at which the vapor pressure equals the start to discharge pressure of the pressure relief device.
So we were still some 50 degrees away even from that temperature.
Correct, but to be fair also, once a pressure relief device actuates, subsequent actuations are generally a bit less than the initial, but true that it was significantly below the level necessary to operate the pressure relief device.
And you said we didn't learn about this temperature data until after the vent and burn. And when did we finally obtain that data?
I believe it was February 8th during an interview of one of the contractor's employees.
But it's my understanding we didn't actually receive literally the data, the hard data, for almost 2 months.
That's correct. So he was discussing the data that he was reading off of a cell phone. We told him to preserve that and that we wanted it. We provided us information request to Norfolk Southern, and we received it approximately 2 months later.
So there was substantial evidence suggesting not that polymerization was occurring, but quite the contrary, that it wasn't occurring Was any of that contrary evidence shared with the incident commander or with the governor of Ohio or with the governor of Pennsylvania?
I think they were aware of the lower temperature, but they probably didn't understand what that meant.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion already about vent and burn. This report described the decision to vent and burn by using variable terms. From saying on page 2 that the incident commander made, quote, a choice to vent and burn, and then saying on page 43, quote, consented to the vent and burn, on page 47 that he agrees, and on multiple pages throughout the document that he, quote, approved of the decision. I bring this up because I question whether or not the incident commander felt like he had or made a choice to vent and burn in 13 minutes he was given to do so. Can you talk about that?
Yes, in terms of the approval to vent and burn, he was the incident commander. He acknowledged that the ultimate decision was his to make as to whether or not to proceed forward with this. And based on meetings that he had on at least 2 occasions that day with the contractors in Norfolk Southern and the governors, and there was a fairly large meeting of other stakeholders that were present. His statement was that no one disagreed with what the railroad and the contractors were saying, that it was an imminent hazard that had to be addressed.
Okay, because I know the Federal Railroad Administration Handbook on Vent and Burn recommends, quote, to ensure all parties involved having a clear understanding of the impending action, as we note on page 120 in our report. So clearly communication is essential, especially in a crisis. My second question is it standard practice for a contractor to decide on what information to share or not to share with an incident commander in an emergency situation like the derailment of the hazardous materials on board?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not, if your question is whether or not they decide to withhold information, what information, I mean, they certainly had information that they withheld. Whether that's a standard practice or not, I'm hoping that it's not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Inman.
Thank you. And Paul, I want to go back to something that you said during the investigative report, and maybe it's just a little bit of clarification, and I may have misheard it, but I believe you said there's 3 chlorine reps that are certified to do level 3. 2 of them were on site, but neither were qualified to do vent and burn.
The CHLOREP contractor program does not address the vent and burn.
Right. I guess I want to clarify for those 2 contractors didn't perform the vent and burn. Another contractor was brought in to actually do the
subcontractor.
And that person,
actually was, I believe he was actually working for Norfolk Southern and not the contractors.
Okay. But he was qualified to do a vent and burn.
He's like the only one.
No, the only one in the entire country? Okay. I just wanted to get that to clarify. So vent and burn was not the only option considered. As I read SPSI, I believe removal of the vinyl chloride would be impossible without cutting into the tanks due to the damage sustained by the top fittings, like we showed where the PRDs and the man covers and things were burnt off?
That's not 100% true. So the Trinity car, the one that was furthest to the east, they were able to install a pressure gauge on that car and get a pressure. There was nothing wrong with the valves on that car, and it could have been transloaded.
Okay.
So that they could have decided to transload it. They could have liquid flared it to a pit. In other words, put nitrogen pressure on the vapor valve, unload it through a liquid valve through a line to a pit, and then burned it there, or on a flare stack.
Is that on the other 4 cars or on the Trinity car?
Just the Trinity car. So that was the one that had intact valves on it. The other 4 did not.
How would they have gotten the vinyl chloride out of the other 4?
So Other methods that they could have used would have been hot tap and flare it.
Can you describe that just a little bit?
So they would have to weld a fitting onto the car, and in order to do that safely, you need to do it in the liquid space. You have to have wetted shell surface to do it safely. If you do it in the vapor space, you can cause an explosion. So they need to know where the liquid level is in the car. Some of these cars had depleted their contents through the pressure relief device operating. So it's also a concern when you have fires burning around the car, and the possibility of a pressure relief device actuating while you're doing this work. But essentially, you're going to weld a fitting onto the car, then drill through the tank shell, and then use a fitting to offload the car. Their statement on why they chose not to do it was twofold. One, of course, the safety of it while the fires were still burning. And two, if the car was loaded with polymer, that would have clogged up the line anyway, and it wouldn't have been successful. So those were the reasons they gave not to use that technique. But again, if they had allowed the fires were largely burnt out anyway at that time. But if they allow the car to cool off, that's something they could have reassessed and inspected the car for damage and maybe decided a different route than vent and burn.
Okay. As you described the hot flare and tap, and I know we're not going to get into the environmental issue, but if it was a hot flare and tap, even after it had cooled down, that means the same amount of VCM would have been extruded? It just would have been in a different concentration?
So one of the recommendations that Oxy's on-site team gave to the railroad was to use a scrubber device on the flare. If they're deciding to use a flare, install a scrubber to scrub the hydrogen chloride from the gases.
Is that something commonly used?
It exists.
I haven't read that yet.
It exists, but I've never seen it used.
Okay.
Vinyl chloride offloading in this manner is very rare, so it's not something we've seen before.
I think my time's about up. I'll wait until the next round for some.
Thank you very much. And I know, first of all, I just want to clarify on ESI, the explosives personnel, and I read through the entire docket, every word 3 times. The explosives personnel that Member Inman mentioned, they're just conducting the vent and burn. They aren't saying throughout the interviews, in other words, throughout the interviews, we see the decision-making made by Norfolk Southern. We see the decision-making with SPSI, who brought in SRS and ESI. The SRS was part of that. But once ESI is brought in, their role is, okay, we're going to do what you tell us to do. Here we are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They don't do any assessment of the tank car.
They don't do any assessment of the tank car or what's going on with the temperatures or
they're an
anything.
explosives contractor, correct.
And I know you mentioned that no one disagreed in the room regarding the need to vent and burn, but did anyone bring up the temperature trending in the interviews that was discussed?
We don't have any information about that in the interviews.
Yeah, and did anyone, was the incident commander aware of the expertise and recommendation, or expertise and statements that were provided from Oxyvinyl to Norfolk Southern's contractors?
In his interview with us, he told us that he was not aware that Oxyvinyls was present on scene. I think later he might have said, well, he might have seen them there, but he didn't know what their purpose was of being there. But he had not had any contact with them.
And I'll just note how insulting it is that Norfolk Southern just this afternoon released a statement that said that we mischaracterized their vent and burn decision-making process, and the railroad said it's the local fire chief who knew Oxyvinyl staff was on scene and could have spoken to them and pointed fingers back at Chief Draybeck and the Deputy Fire Chief Gorby, both of which are here today, who did absolutely nothing wrong, who did a phenomenal job with the limited information that they had in a very chaotic situation. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Disgusting that anyone would say that. What I will say is the decision-making on the vent and burn, and I did a timeline. I went through our docket. I went through the interviews. I went through the report. We have, when was the vent and burn conducted?
4:37 p.m. on February 6th.
And when was the decision, the 13-minute decision made? Around?
Sometime around noon on February 6th.
Noon on February 6th. Okay. So February 5th is when Explosive Services International was actually called in by SPCI, SPSI, which was the Norfolk Southern contractor. February 5th around 3 or 4 p.m., ESI gets this call, says, probably going to look at a vent and burn, need to come here, we need you. February 5th at 5:47, SPSI and SRS notify the incident commander and the mayor and say they have temperature data concerns. Now, just to clarify, they only got a couple of temperatures. They didn't get any temperature trends. In fact, they were told 150 and 185 that literally had nothing to do with a levee. On February 5th at 6 p.m., Oxyvinyl's note says SPSI is moving forward tonight to set up a vent and burn for tomorrow. February 5th, NTSB meeting, they say the critical temperature for runaway polymerization is 185, when it is in fact not. 185 is when the PRD goes off and releases pressure from the tank car. February 5th at 9:25 at 5 p.m., NS sends a message to their text group that says the noon to slightly after time for the vent and burn look solid. February 5th at 10:27, Pennsylvania Emergency Management says NS conferred with the manufacturer and confirmed the product is starting to polymerize. NS says it's not a question of if, but when. And so they're planning a vent and burn tomorrow at noon. February 6th at 1:31 a.m. I mean, these planning, my point is they're planning for the vent and burn. Here's my problem. When was the meeting for the decision made? What was the date and time?
Oh, February 6th around noon.
So all this planning is going on for vent and burn before a decision is ever made. Member Graham.
Was the vent and burn necessary to prevent a polymerization-induced tank rupture?
As I stated in my presentation, the answer is no.
No, it wasn't.
No.
What would an alternative look like?
With the tank car temperatures on a cooling trend, nothing would have occurred.
Let them cool, and then what?
Assess the damage, attempt to unload it by other means. I can't say for sure. They ultimately wouldn't have decided to vent and burn them.
Yep. We go back to Saturday afternoon and evening. The OCPX 80179 tank car, if I remember right, the contractors were moving in there to assess things, thinking about maybe a tap and flare.
Yes.
And then that PRD went off.
Correct.
And it went off for 70 minutes. 70 minutes. At that point, they were thinking vent and burn right after that. If I remember right, they were talking about, they thought it was getting gummed up because of polymer. And then we saw no evidence of polymer in the examination of the PRD. So what explanation would there be for that PRD going off for 70 minutes?
We believe it was related to its mechanical condition.
Mechanical condition.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the testing did afterwards?
Well, that valve was stuck as well.
Stuck as well? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was there any estimate done by the team of how much VCM was left over in each tank car?
I believe we did insert something in the report to that effect. I don't recall exactly what the figures were, but the car furthest to the east was completely full. The three in the middle were somewhat less, probably a half or less.
Okay. And the one we were talking about?
And then that's one of the three. And then the one furthest to the west, somewhere greater than half.
Greater than half.
Yeah.
So they weren't all full. Matter of fact, we think one may have been
completely
pretty close to empty after
possibly.
PRD going on.
possibly.
Was there any indication by Norfolk Southern or its contractors that they were assessing how much VCM might be left over after seeing PRDs going off starting, I think, around midnight on between the 3rd and the 4th or anything?
No.
Nobody assessed how much might be left? Okay. I think that's all I have right now, Chair.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stanzel, I just want to make sure I have this correct. I believe we've done 7 NTSB investigations involving vinyl chloride monomer releases. Does that sound right? And,
yes.
And was there evidence of polymerization in any of those investigations?
No.
And excluding this accident, which I know there's concerns about how this was reported, excluding this accident, did the review of 68 incidents from the PHMSA data involving stabilized vinyl chloride monomer indicate any polymerization in any of the event descriptions or cause of failure descriptions in that database?
Well, we actually looked at 73 incidents. 68 of them indicated none. 5 indicated that polymerization was the cause of the incident, and those were the 5 tank cars here in East Palestine, and it was a Norfolk Southern report. Going back to 1971, there have been 0 incidents reported.
Oxyvinyl came in to visit me recently, which is a typical occurrence as we're preparing for a meeting like this, and several of you were in that meeting. One of the questions I asked in that meeting was whether Oxyvinyl had any polymerization incidents, particularly those leading to what I know was the concern here, something called a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion, which is a very bad thing. Oxyvinyl indicated that they had no prior experiences with polymerization and certainly nothing leading to any kind of an explosion. Then subsequent to all, and I raise all this, as they say in the TV commercials, past performance is no guarantee of future performance. So the fact that we don't have any previous incidents doesn't prove that it wasn't happening here. But we also know from the work that was done after all of this that there was no evidence of polymerization, correct?
Correct. We found no evidence going back to our pressure relief device exams. One of the main goals of that examination was looking for evidence of solidified matter within the pressure relief device components. There were none.
So I want to close my questioning here just by stressing what I suspect many of my colleagues here believe, which is the decision-making process here was very much flawed. And had there been more thought given to the evidence that was available at the time, had there been more opportunity for contrasting views to be shared and discussed, I feel like we might still be here today talking about a derailment, but I don't think we would be talking about a vent and burn. And I think it's really unfortunate.
Well, that is the primary reason we have proposed a recommendation to the Chlorine Institute to tighten up its CHLOREP contractor qualifications to review and ensure that they have the technical knowledge necessary to perform accurate assessments in a situation like this.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for your great work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Brown.
Yes, the draft report points out that the vinyl chloride tank cars have been subject to vent and burn before. Can you share more about the history of using vent and burn actions on railroad?
Yes, sir. It's a very rare instance. The previous incident where vent and burn was used on vinyl chloride occurred 42 years ago. And that was the Livingston, Louisiana incident, and 2 years prior to that in Muldrow, Kentucky. In the Louisiana incident, in both of those incidents, it was noted that the vent and burn was conducted to dispose of the material. The one was done, I think, I may have it backwards. Livingston, Louisiana was about 2 weeks after the derailment. The one in Muldrow was, I believe, 4 days after the derailment. And that one involved 2 cars. The one in Livingston involved 6.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Inman.
Thank you. And I'll go back to the, actually to the Louisiana one. You did have it right, although it was about 12 days, I believe.
Did I
After-
say 2 weeks? Roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah, closely. Okay.
The interesting part about that, and tank cars are different, obviously, much
Yes.
different than then.
Yes, they are.
But there was an activity that in about 72 hours into that incident, PRDs were activating. About another 10 or 15 hours after that, PRDs started making very unusual activations, and they decided to evacuate the command center, and 23 minutes later, one of the vinyl chloride cars
Right.
exploded. And I think that's what resulted. So you had both.
Yeah,
You had
unfortunately, the report isn't explicit as to what the unusual PRD activity was.
Sure.
So I can only speculate as to what that means, but I wouldn't want to.
I think my point of that is saying a vent and burn is an option if necessary to protect human life or property. And while you need to take all the different recommendations into play, protecting human life is first and foremost. And so it shouldn't be taken out of the repertoire. And so,
Yes, sir. And again, we're not speculating as to motive here. It's
can
to
I-
be fair, yes.
we'll go back. I know we talked a lot about self-regulation, but the Chlorine Institute, the 171 pamphlet,
Yes.
that's an industry-wide organization that's representing the chloride manufacturers. And so the chloride manufacturers are not providing their industry association with apparently correct information, or at least accurate information to evaluate that's going to first responders. Is that an accurate assessment?
Well, the pamphlet 171 for vinyl chloride, so the Chlorine Institute has a number of mission chemicals that for which they advocate, and vinyl chloride is the most recent one, and pamphlet 171 is in its first edition, and they recognize that it's due for review and possibly revision, and I think our recommendation on that is sort of pushing in that direction.
Yeah, and so there's also discussion about the safety data sheets, and I think I'm going to be careful within my time. Dr. Carroll, who testified at the investigative hearing, who has worked for Occidental for over 30 years, brought out that there could be some incorrect information on the safety data sheets. And in fact, it reads, may mass explode in fire. Extremely flammable gas contains gas under pressure, may explode if heated. Polymerization can occur. The first question is, why was the SDS wrong? But the second one I want to follow up with goes back to the Paulsboro event. Because if you look at the exact same company, Oxyvinyl's safety data sheet in 2012, extremely flammable gas under pressure, and that's it. Something had to have changed between Paulsboro to now for them to update.
Yeah,
talk about this
they
population.
updated their report, their SDS, and I don't know what occurred between the two. But one thing I would say, the OSHA hazardous communication standard, our hazard communication standard, requires the manufacturer of the material to account for any conceivable incident that might occur in use, and in fact instructs the manufacturer not to try to predict possible downstream uses of the products. And so they should be very conservative and provide any possibility of what may occur. And it requires some expertise in the specific user to interpret the various hazard warnings for the product. And if in a manufacturing scenario where initiator is present and the material gets heated, then maybe that might be a scenario where that warning about exposure to heat would come into play. That was sort of their explanation as to why the SDS was so conservative in terms of widespread coverage of possible hazards that could occur.
That was Oxyvinyl's explanation.
That's Oxyvinyl's explanation, yes.
Okay. And I think I'm be out of my time. Thank you.
I want to come back to the press release that Member Graham mentioned. And first of all, I think we have to be cautious here. The incident commander didn't do anything wrong. The deputy incident commander, you can only do the best job you have with the information you have. If you don't have the information, that's the problem, not the decision making. And I also want to say I had an excellent conversation with Governor DeWine, who is very concerned from all the interviews that were provided about event and burn, and was also not made aware of dropping temperatures. In fact, or the presence of oxyvinyl. In fact, he asked me where they were. Where was oxyvinyl at the time?
They were in the building. So the incident command post was relocated from the fire station to the elementary school.
Great.
They were in a room in the elementary school.
Around 2 p.m. on February 6th, this is a couple hours before the vent and burn, following the meeting where Norfolk Southern, its contractors, incident commander, Governor DeWine, this 13 minutes, a press release orders the immediate evacuation in a 1 mile by 2 mile area surrounding East Palestine. Press release states the vinyl chloride contents of 5 rail cars are currently unstable and could potentially explode, causing deadly disbursement of shrapnel and toxic fumes. The information, this was information obtained by the governor's office from Norfolk Southern and its contractors. At this point, what does our evidence show regarding the stability of the 5 vinyl chloride tank cars at that time? Were they unstable?
The 4 cars had remained steady at 65 degrees, so they were essentially...
They were 65. What about the other one?
The other one was on a downward temperature trend. Okay. The pressure was declining.
Downward temperature trend, which is very interesting because I'll note we have texts in our docket between Norfolk Southern employees back in Atlanta who were being updated as the temperature trending was provided. So SPSI was sending the temperatures as they were doing the trends back to Atlanta for them to do the temperature trending. So Helen Hart, I don't know who Helen Hart is with Norfolk Southern on February 6th at 3:15. I'm reading the text. 3:15. I want to know, February 6th at 3:15, the decision on the vent and burn has been made. The press release has gone out. Norfolk Southern says, holding steady is good. Why is holding steady good?
Well, the pressure isn't increasing and there's no polymerization going on.
So I'm a little bit confused because the press release also says within the last 2 hours a drastic temperature change has been taking place, but holding steady is good. Seems a little conflicting. And there's a potential for catastrophic tank failure, which could cause an explosion. The press release goes on to say the controlled release process involves the burning of rail cars chemicals, which will release fumes into the air that can be deadly if inhaled. Based on current weather patterns, the expected flow of the smoke and fumes, anyone who remains in the red affected area is facing grave danger of death. Anyone who remains in the yellow impacted area is at a high risk of severe injury, including skin burns and serious lung damage. Brett, can you pull up slide 112? Slide 112. This is a picture that is in our docket. It's actually taken from an airplane by a pilot and sent to Drew McCarty, who's the president of SPSI, who is the president of the contractor of Norfolk Southern. He says, to Scott Deutsch. Who's Scott Deutsch?
He's a hazardous materials responder for Norfolk Southern.
He's the hazardous materials person for Norfolk Southern and was actually the first person on scene for Norfolk Southern. Yeah. Drew sends it to Norfolk Southern to Scott Deutsch, says, just forwarded you some pics from I'm not going to disparage the airline, cockpit. Friend of mine was one of their pilots. This is what was taken. You know what Scott Deutsch says? What does he say?
Cool.
That's cool. Does anyone think that statements made about skin burns and grave danger of death is cool. Does anyone think this is cool? Because what is this a picture of after the vent and burn?
This is the vent and burn
Yeah.
plume,
It's the plume.
going up through the cloud layer.
It's not the only time. There are two employees, J.T. Wilson and Mark Duddle from Norfolk Southern, that's in our docket, which also says, send me some pics from the detonation. So one sends video and trim, and the response is cool. It's not cool. Thank you, Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I just got a couple more here. 2007 FRA report on vent and burn states that the vent and burn is a method of last resort used in certain circumstances when an uncontrolled release of large amounts of hazardous materials because of tank failure is imminent. Was the tank failure imminent?
No, it was not.
No, it wasn't. Under what circumstances is it appropriate to conduct a vent and burn?
Well, according to that 2007 report, they stop right there. If the pressure of the tank car is increasing and an imminent rupture, catastrophic rupture is imminent, then a vent and burn should be conducted. That's what the 2007 report stated. Comparing that to the 1994 report, the earlier report, they also suggest that in circumstances where the tank car cannot be safely unloaded, then it might also be considered then.
Thank you, Mr. Stansel. That's all I have.
Member Chapman.
No further questions, Chair.
Member Brown.
No further questions.
Member Inman.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things because I found it unusual. I'm not a tank car expert, although apparently I can join an organization and become one. We talked about taking temperature readings, and I think in the investigative hearing there was some disagreement between SPSI and Oxyvinyl about the most accurate way to judge external temperatures that could be elevated or reduced based on factors of the environment. Can you touch on that for just a minute?
Well, yes. So there are a couple of pieces of guidance. The Chlorine Institute pamphlet 171 and the FRA vent and burn report mention that measuring the shell temperature is a valid way to determine whether polymerization is occurring in the tank, to take the temperature, because you cannot get up on top and use the thermometer well for safety reasons. The most accurate temperature, of course, is going to be in the core of the tank using the thermometer well. But the Oxyvinyl's Vice President of Health, Safety, and Environment testified that he thought that this measuring the temperature of the shell was accurate enough for purposes of determining whether polymerization was occurring in the tank. They took the temperature and they've tested. The president of SPSI testified that it was at a location where jacket was torn and they were able to peel back some of the insulation so that they could actually measure the temperature of the bare tank shell. He actually used his hand to determine how hot the car was, and then that's the spot that I understand the temperatures were taken from one of the cars. The other four, the Chlorine Institute suggests taking the temperature off of the pressure plate on top of the car. I'm not sure where they collected those temperatures.
Okay. Just one final one, I believe. And this was something I think it'll be helpful for people who read the report whenever it comes out. We talked throughout this about the vinyl chloride cards were not compromised. But in other parts, we talk about gouges, punctures, jackets being ripped away, things like that. Can you explain the difference between compromised and gouges inside of a tank car?
Yeah, when we use the term compromised, that means that the equipment is damaged such that it's not functioning as intended. So, for instance, if a valve is compromised, that means you can't use the valve anymore. If the tank is compromised, it's got critical damage to it that prevents it. You know, it may not be breached in terms of releasing material, but its integrity is in question. In our examinations, post-accident examinations of the tank cars, we did not find any gouges or scores, or we did find dents, but the dents were not critical dents.
Not near weld joints, which would be susceptible to failure?
Right. We did not, except for where the vent and burn holes were detonated. There was no critical damage to the car. There were a couple of places where jacket was torn, but that's superficial.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be, even though we say the PRDs may have been compromised, that doesn't mean the tank car itself is compromised.
If the PRD is compromised and the tank needs to vent because the pressure is high in the tank, then the tank car integrity is compromised. That could be an issue if the tank car pressure exceeded the start to discharge pressure for the device and the device is not functioning. But that wasn't the case here.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to, just a couple of questions. And while I'm talking about this, Brett, if you can pull up slide 111. I do believe, when I talk to the governor, this is about what prevents this from happening again. And I think everybody, we talk about this all the time, everybody shares a responsibility for safety, everybody. And so I do think communications is a two-way street. I do believe you could end up with a situation where information is not provided to decision makers again, and so that everyone has a responsibility to share information, whether or not they're part of unified command. In this case, Oxyvinyls was on scene. They were in the high school. In fact, I will state to be fair, I will state that at one point in their, I don't know if it was in the interviews or in their notes. No, it was in their notes. They said, Oxyvinyl state they disagree with NS that it's polymerizing as temperatures would keep rising, not starting to drop. But it also says not making decision for them, which would be reasonable, but advise them about risk of vapor cloud. I have serious concerns about the statement, though, in those notes, though, that says not making decision for them. You can't make the decision for them, but you can certainly make your views known and your concerns known. So there can be situations in the future where information is withheld, information is not provided. In this situation, the incident commander didn't know of the existence of Oxyvinyl. The governor didn't know of the existence, so I do believe there's a responsibility from all actors to provide information when we're talking about the health and safety of people. This slide 111 that I had you pull up, this is sort of this tale of two railroads. We have here the 1 mile evacuation for East Palestine, Ohio, and this past April, BNSF Railroad, there is a derailment on April 26, 2024, in a unpopulated area of New Mexico where there's a 2 mile evacuation area. There is a highway there, and they wanted to make sure nobody was on the highway. 52 people were evacuated. Again, it's not populated. These were liquefied petroleum cars that they were very concerned about. They included the shipper, which was Hess early. They included the Navajo Nation early in the discussions. And what was their decision? Because there's a decision other than hot tapping, other than re-railing, other than transloading, other than vet and burn. What was the decision they chose?
There was one car that was buried underneath some other wreckage. They had discussed vent and burn, but they decided not to do it.
They decided not to do it. They decided to wait, let it burn out, and watch and monitor it. And that's what we're talking about. There was another decision here. Thank you very much for pulling that up. I did have a concern a little bit about worker safety. I know we don't deal with OSHA on the ground, but I was a little bit concerned about train crews coming in. What time was the evacuation lifted? 5:28
Yeah,
p.m.
5:20, right after the first train. 5:28.
5:28 p.m. as the evacuation was lifted. When did Norfolk Southern resume service?
4:46,
No,
first train.
when
went
did they
through.
resume service, not the first train?
I think they put the track back in service around 1600, 4 p.m., something like
4
that.
p.m. What time did the first train come through?
4:46 p.m.
4:46 p.m. When was the evacuation lifted?
5:28.
5:28 p.m. Were you wearing air purifying respirators? Was our team wearing your air purifying respirators on scene?
Yes, we were.
We were. So were the contractors. You think that locomotive engineer was given any sort of personal protective gear at 4:46?
I have no
Probably
idea.
not. Okay, I don't have anything further. Do you? Do you? Anything further? Okay, great. We are going to take a 15-minute break. There might be a little catch-all round after this. Now, just to give everybody an idea of where we're headed, we're going to take a 15-minute break till 3:15. We're going to come back. We're going to do a short round of questions, very short round of questions for any other issues that might be out there that we want to talk about, very short. Then we're going to go right into the release of the findings, of the probable cause, and of the safety recommendations. Any amendments would be considered during that time, and then the conclusion of the closing statement and the conclusion. So this will be the final 15-minute break, and then we'll finish everything right after then. Okay, we'll come back at 3:15. All right. We are back in session. I want to thank my colleagues for their questions. We are going to go to a sort of our catch-all round. If there's anything we didn't talk about or ask about in the previous 4 rounds, we'll keep it pretty brief. I will recognize Member Graham for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple questions. We talked about the PRDs being tested for PVC and all, and that we didn't find, there were no indications of PVC found in the PRDs. What about the tank cars themselves?
So the tanks themselves, all 5 vinyl chloride tank cars, beyond superficial jacket damage, there was no remarkable damage to the tank shells other than the breaching holes from the explosive charges.
Who performed the testing of the tank cars?
Testing?
Who tested for that
who
material?
examined?
Yeah,
oh,
who
the
examined
testing, the residue testing.
The residue testing, yes.
Oxyvinyls.
Oxyvinyl.
Yes.
Okay. And the team had confidence in the results of that and how it was performed?
We initially had no expectation that it would be that useful for the investigation. After we left the site initially, we had planned to come back to do follow-up tank car inspections after the pressure plates were removed. Between that time, Oxyvinyl contacted me and requested permission to collect these samples from the tank cars. And I had left instructions with Norfolk Southern not to allow anyone to have access unless they come directly to us. So they approached us, requested permission to collect these samples to determine whether there was any evidence of polyvinyl chloride present in the cars, which would have indicated polymerization. They were not yet a party to the investigation. I had offered them party status, and they had declined. So we discussed this with our general counsel, the IIC, Mr. Payan, and determined that if there was any useful information to be had, we should go ahead and allow them to do it, provided that they treat the information as investigative information, provide us access to it, and not release it until we've vetted the information. So that was the agreement. I sent them some correspondence, asked for the protocols that they were going to use. They told us what type of testing. And by the way, the parties were a part of that conversation. And so we developed the protocols, how they were going to sample, how the chain of custody and where it was going to be tested, and how it was going to be tested. They conducted the work. Contacted me when it was done. I scheduled a meeting with a Microsoft Teams meeting with the parties to the investigation and the Oxyvinyl's technical team to go through. They sent us their report, and they went through the report and explained in detail what each test had been done and what they found. And so that's essentially what happened. And I wrote a memo afterwards memorializing that meeting.
Okay. Was Norfolk Southern involved with this at all, or at least they were
Yes.
aware that Oxyvinyl was
Yes.
going to come do the test? Okay.
Yes.
So,
No, in fact, they were there on site. They had control of the tank car staging area, and so they would had to have let them in. Yes.
And who did the testing for poly?
The Oxyvinyls, Avon, Ohio. I forget the name of the laboratory, but it was a polymer laboratory.
Okay, and who did the PRD testing for polymer? Was it Oxy also?
Oh, you're talking about the examination afterwards in Texas. That was us.
That was us.
And at a facility operated by Trinity Industries,
We
who was a
saw
party
no
to
signs
the-
of polymerization in those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Chapman. Thank you, Member Brown.
No question, Chair.
Member Inman.
Thank you. I want to start with, actually, we haven't heard from our folks from Safety Recs. I think we've got 2. Oh, there. Can you tell us currently how many open recommendations we have to the Federal Railroad Administration, and if you know how long the longest one's been?
We have 90 open recommendations to FRA, and the oldest one is from 2000.
So 14 years?
24 years.
24, sorry. And to the AAR?
We have 196 recommendations to the AAR. I'm sorry, that's total. 12 that are open. 12
And
that
the
are open.
longest that's open?
I'm sorry?
The longest one that's open?
The longest one that is open there is from 2012.
Okay. And what about to PHMSA, Pipeline and Hazardous Materials?
And to PHMSA, we have 12 open recommendations right now. The oldest is R-7-4 from 2007, which we are proposing to close.
I'm sorry?
It's
Well, we're closing tomorrow?
proposing to close.
The
it in
longest
this-
one we have, we're going to get to close tomorrow.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you, and I apologize if I'm putting on your spot, do you know how many that we've closed to FRA, AAR, and PHMSA as unacceptable, the recommendations we made?
Yes, to FRA, we have closed in some unacceptable manner. 116, 3 to PHMSA, and 18 to AAR.
Okay, thank you. I pointed this out at our last board meeting, and I'd like to each time. So, Brian, can you give us, or actually Mike, how many active investigations does FRA have going right now? Or sorry, Pipelines Rail, RPH.
Thank you, Member Inman. Right now, ongoing investigations in the Office of Railroad are 23. And I'd like to just clarify that 47% of those are employee fatalities, and 26% are with collisions.
Okay. And Brian, across all investigations through all modes, how many do we currently have active? I know it fluctuates even by the hour sometimes.
Yes, thank you for the question, Member Inman. As of this morning, we had 1,188 open active investigations, and that number is very consistent. That's aggregate across all modes at the NTSB.
And I guess the point of asking that or saying that is East Palestine was very important, and it should be, and it will continue to be for our advocacy efforts. But there's a lot of professional staff that are working behind them right now out in the field taking care of a lot of fatalities and other issues so that we can try to continue 15,000 recommendations that have been made, and I think 1,000 that are still open right now. So the work is still there. Just hopefully we'll get better every time. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few clarifying questions. Paul, you had mentioned the temperature trending and getting that information. You mentioned it to Member Chapman. We asked for it in February. We got it in April. We had actually asked SPSI for it in the interview, whether they had written documentation. They said they had none. And then we learned from their employee that it did exist in text form, that it was available on the phone. He preserved it on the phone. It took how many months to get it?
2 months.
And me calling to say we would issue a subpoena if they didn't provide it immediately. I want to ask about recorders. We have some recommendations we're going to look at on locomotive, event, and image recorders. We have long-standing recommendations on this. I think I'm going to ask what happened in this one. I know that, Ruben, you had asked Norfolk Southern to preserve all evidence on February 4th. By how many times did we ask for them to keep the image recorders and audio recorders?
We were notified actually of the accident shortly after it happened on the night of the 3rd. Our rail duty officer that handles after-hour calls, as soon as we were told we were launching, notified the railroad, Norfolk Southern, that we were on our way and to start securing perishable data, which among them was the audio and image recorders and the event recorder data from the locomotives. So initially, right off the bat, we told them that we were coming, locked down everything. When we arrived on scene, we met with the with the Norfolk Southern party representative and their attorney, and we told them the same thing, that we were going to be requesting a full download of the event recorders, all of them.
And the chart in the report says we requested it 5 times. What ended up happening? How much did we actually get from the recording?
Once we were,
how many minutes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Thank you. We do have recommendations we're going to talk about on this, so I'm not going to preempt that discussion. I do want to ask about close call reporting. Part of the success in the aviation industry is anonymous reporting of safety issues, and we're not talking about safety issues you find, but safety incidents that may occur, so that you can report those. And they determine, at least in the aviation industry, between the regulator, the union, and the airline, they'll evaluate that, what actions need to be put in place to prevent that from reoccurring. They go back and reevaluate it. So it's very beneficial as part of their safety program. Do you want to talk at all about how important close call reporting could be for improving rail safety?
Well, I'll begin. Thank you, Chair. Non-punitive close call reporting can provide...
Can you pull the mic a little?
Yeah. Non-punitive close call reporting is one of the things we've learned from our communications with industry that would be beneficial. And what we do know about the current system, there's some perceptions of the information not being confidential and the perceptions of punishment. So there's been a hesitancy from labor to want to participate in those programs in the past. I do know that after East Palestine, there's been a lot of initiative on Class 1 railroads to begin signing agreements on pilot programs that would sort of re-energize this effort. So that's one area that I can speak to. I turn to my
Several
colleagues.
of them are piloting it right now to see how it works. In fairness, the railroad industry is substantially more punitive than in other industries. I want to ask about our safety culture review. We're currently doing we announced an organizational safety culture review of Norfolk Southern. We're doing that separately. Can anyone talk about the status of that?
Dr. Jenner,
I'll give it a start, and then I'll pass it on to Dr. Jenner. So yes, we began the organizational culture assessment soon after East Palestine in March. It began with in-person interviews with a lot of their senior leadership, a lot of their labor unions, representatives, and then beyond that, we undertook what is the first for the NTSB is a confidential survey of 20,000 of their employees. So what this survey is going to allow us to do is identify themes, which will further give us direction as far as where to assess the culture for improvement. So the survey closed just early this month, and we have the data. Along with that, our research and engineering team, they undertook a study of existing data from the Transportation Research Board, also the FRA database, and they developed correlations between that data with things like staffing associated with accident rates, and what we're going to soon learn is that there are some correlations and trends tied to reduction in force and increase in safety incidents.
I'll come back to that because I realize I'm way out of time. Okay, just following up on that, Dr. Jenner, you are a human performance, human factors expert next to Dr. Greg Scott, I see over there, is a culture where you take responsibility for actions and learn from lessons indicative of a good safety culture?
That is something that we hope to, when we're conducting interviews,
I'm not talking about Norfolk Southern, in general.
Oh, absolutely. We look for a strong culture. We look for a strong safety management system in terms of the safety policy, the risk management, safety assurance, safety promotion, and we look for a learning culture.
A learning culture.
Yeah, where we see that a company is actively seeking information about incidents, about accidents, and taking responsibility to make changes, to make positive changes.
Taking responsibility for safety.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Last question, Ms. Adler. Can you talk, we got lots of questions last night about what happens after this board meeting ends. Do we stop our work? What do we do after today?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hamady, for the question. You know, after this this board meeting and the report is finalized, the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications continues the work that you and the rest of the board and the investigation team has done over the course of these 17 months. We're going to work with NTSB staff. We're going to work with the board members. We will work with all of the recommendation recipients and the state and local governments to try to implement change and prevent something like this from happening again. You know, first we meet with the rec recipients to make sure they understand the recommendations that we're discussing today, and we have open dialogue and communication to try to get those changes enacted. Additionally, we provide briefings and we provide assistance to our federal partners, including the rec recipients that are we discussed today. You know, we also engage with Congress, so we're in constant communication with the Ohio delegation. We have been since the accident happened, as well as members of Congress and committees that have jurisdiction over these areas, and we try to address the safety issues that we have that way.
And how do we work with victims or communities?
So we have the office, we have Elias, I think, standing around.
I mean, on advocacy.
On advocacy, well, we want to engage with the community and make sure that they're involved in this too. This isn't we leave you guys behind and we don't come back. We try to look for ways to engage with the community. You are the best advocates that we have to make change, and we want to make sure that you're included in this as well.
Great, thank you so much. No more questions? Okay, it is now time for everyone to exhale over here, and for Mr. Curtis to please read the proposed findings.
Certainly, Chair. As a result of this investigation, staff proposes 37 findings. Number one, none of these issues contributed to the derailment of train 32N and subsequent hazardous materials release. 1, defects in railroad track or infrastructure. 2, the signals or train control system. 3, the train crew's proper train handling and appropriate response to the bearing alarm and derailment. 4, the marking, placarding, and method of loading for the derailed vinyl chloride monomer tank cars. 5, the weight and lading volume of the derailed hazardous materials tank cars. And 6, the mechanical crashworthiness of the derailed DOT 105 tank cars. Number 2, train 32N derailed because the L1 bearing on railcar GPLX 75465 overheated and separated from the lead axle, causing the railcar's lead truck to derail. Number 3, there is insufficient evidence to determine if the Terminal Railroad Association of St. Louis mechanical inspection of train 32N on February 1st, 2023 failed to identify signs of failure on hopper car GPLX 75465's L1 wheel bearing. Number 4, the non-critical alert transmitted by the Salem, Ohio hot bearing detector did not reflect the true temperature and failing condition of the L1 wheel bearing. Number 5, a failing wheel bearing's actual internal temperatures will likely exceed external temperatures measured and reported by a hot bearing detector, HBD, and this limit on HBD accuracy is inherent in how current HBDs and railcar trucks are designed. Number 6, the combination of Norfolk Southern Railway standard operating procedures that required only continued monitoring for non-critical bearing alerts, the limited ability of hot bearing detectors to measure a bearing's actual internal temperature, and the distance between detectors did not give the train's crew adequate warning to stop the train before the suspect bearing separated and caused the derailment. Number 7, without research into how differences in alert and alarm thresholds and varied distances between detectors affect the performance of wayside bearing defect detection systems, railroads and regulators lack the information to determine what changes would produce significant safety improvements. Number 8, regulatory requirements for the installation, inspection, and maintenance of wayside bearing defect detectors would protect the reliability of these devices and improve the safety of railroad operations. Number 9, because the effectiveness of wayside bearing defect detection systems depends on appropriate operational responses, and because the rail industry has yet to arrive at a consensus standard for these responses, research is necessary to determine what operational responses to bearing alerts and alarms are sufficient to prevent bearing-related accidents. Number 10, a database capturing bearing failure and replacement information could help identify what factors pose an increased risk of burn-off so that railroads, regulators, and investigators can better address bearing-related safety issues. Number 11, while the East Palestine Fire Department Deputy Fire Chief and other volunteer firefighters acted in good faith to protect their community, the initial emergency response did not conform to emergency response guidebook guidance for fires involving tank cars and unknown materials. Both the proximity of the first command post to the fire and the use of manned hoses near a fire involving unknown materials placed these firefighters at unnecessary risk. Number 12, the state of Ohio's statutory requirements for volunteer firefighter training were insufficient to support a safe emergency response to the East Palestine derailment led by a volunteer fire department. Number 13, because there were not common radio channels between all responding agencies, the emergency response lacked efficient coordination. Number 14, the delayed transmittal of consist information by Norfolk Southern Railway to emergency responders needlessly increased the time emergency responders spent near the derailment pileup and delayed the evacuation order, resulting in unnecessary exposure of emergency responders and the public to post-derailment hazards. Number 15, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration's hazardous materials FAST Act requirements for real-time train consist information addresses the safety concerns of Safety Recommendation R-07-4. Number 16, the vulnerability of tank car placards to fire exposure resulted in illegible placards and hampered emergency responders' efforts to identify hazards. Number 17, the post-derailment fire likely began with hazardous material released from a mechanically breached DOT-111 tank car, most probably the butyl acrylates released from tank car UTLX 205907. Number 18, if DOT-111 tank cars transporting combustible and flammable liquids had not sustained mechanical breaches during the derailment, the DOT-105 tank cars transporting vinyl chloride monomer likely would not have been exposed to the fire conditions that led to concerns about polymerization and ultimately the vent and burn actions that released additional lading from those 5 DOT 105 tank cars. Number 19, voluntary industry action to improve the safety of the tank car fleet by completing the phase out of remaining DOT 111 tank cars in flammable liquid service ahead of the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act mandate is technically possible, but such action is unlikely because of economic and business disincentives. Number 20, the presence of DOT 111 tank cars carrying hazardous materials in a mixed freight train increases the risk of lading releases from other, more resilient tank cars during a derailment. Number 21, the current Association of American Railroads Tank Car Certificate of Construction approval process lacks a means of verifying manufacturers' claims and is therefore insufficient to ensure that tank cars and their fittings are appropriate for their specific lading. Number 22, while the use of aluminum in the vinyl chloride monomer tank cars and pressure relief devices rendered them susceptible to thermal damage, there is insufficient evidence to determine whether this greater susceptibility created a safety hazard or contributed to the release of hazardous materials following the East Palestine derailment. Number 23, cascading hazardous materials releases are not unique to high-hazard flammable trains, and the probability of a cascading hazardous materials release depends in part on variations in tank car survivability and on the presence of hazardous materials other than Class 3 flammable liquids, such as the combustible liquids and Division 2.1 flammable gases. Number 24, the definition of key train in Association of American Railroads Circular OT 55 does not account for differences in survivability between different tank car specifications, and the DOT 111 and AAR 211 specifications can pose an elevated risk of a hazardous materials release compared to other specifications, such as the DOT 117. Number 25, post-accident examinations, which found no solidified chemical matter blocking pressure relief devices and other tank car service equipment openings, do not indicate that a polymerization reaction occurred within any of the 5 vinyl chloride monomer tank cars. Number 26, the observed downward temperature trend in tank car OCPX 80370 did not indicate that polymerization was occurring within the tank car. Number 27, the vinyl chloride monomer within the derailed DOT 105 tank cars remained in a stabilized environment until the vent and burn and did not undergo polymerization. The vent and burn procedure was not necessary to prevent a polymerization-induced tank rupture. Number 28, language in the Chlorine Institute's pamphlet 171 overstates the probability of vinyl chloride monomer polymerization in scenarios where tank cars remain intact, likely leading those using the pamphlet during an emergency response effort to overestimate the likelihood of polymerization. Number 29, because Level 3 CHLOREP contractors are expected to provide advanced emergency response capabilities, including communicating expertise to other on-scene personnel and the transloading of vinyl chloride monomer, VCM, these contractors should possess or know how to obtain enough technical knowledge to accurately assess how chemical hazards, such as polymerization, affect a safe response to a VCM incident. Number 30, information collected during real-world accidents is a vital resource in ensuring that hazardous materials guidance is suitable for supporting responses to transportation emergencies. Number 31, Norfolk Southern Railway and its contractors continued to assert the necessity of a vent and burn after expert opinion and available evidence should have led them to reevaluate their initial conclusions regarding polymerization. Number 32, Norfolk Southern Railway and its contractors compromised the integrity of the vent and burn decision by creating unwarranted urgency and not communicating expert opinions and information completely and accurately to the incident commander. Number 33, the absence of oxyvinyl's expertise from the formal incident command denied the incident commander relevant information necessary to make a fully informed decision about the vent and burn. Number 34, whatever the underlying explanation or argument for Norfolk Southern Railway and its contractors advocating for the vent and burn procedure, no explanation or argument justifies failing to communicate relevant expertise and dissenting opinions to the incident commander. Number 35, the significant local impacts of a vent and burn decision demonstrate the need for federal guidance about what products and circumstances are candidates for the vent and burn method. Number 36, inward and outward-facing recorders can improve the quality of accident and incident investigations and provide the opportunity for proactive steps by railroad management to verify that train crew actions are in accordance with safety rules and procedures. And number 37, the Federal Railway Administration's final rule in response to the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act did not require audio recording in passenger locomotives and did not require inward and outward-facing image and audio recording in freight rail locomotives, resulting in a missed opportunity to record important safety data. Chair?
Thank you very much. Are there amendments to the proposed findings?
I do have some amendments, Chair.
Great. Recognizing Member Graham for a motion.
Are we going to try to do this as one?
As one, and if you don't mind, because I want to make sure the community can follow along, Brett, as he goes through the findings, if you can bring the findings that are currently in the report up by slide, and then Member Graham, if you could read the proposed findings. I think you want to do these en bloc?
Yes.
If you can read them, that way they can track the changes while people can see the changes. If you pull up, start with finding 2.
Yeah. So just to give you a heads up, I'm going to be finding 2, 14, 19, 26, 34, and 35.
Your motion.
My motion is to amend 6 of these findings, starting with finding 2, amended to read, train 32N derailed because the L1 bearing on rail car GP LX 75465 overheated and caused the axle to separate, causing the rail car's lead truck to derail. Finding 14. If it's okay, I won't read the whole thing, but all I'm looking to do is where it states resulting in unnecessary, add, and increased before exposure. So resulting in unnecessary and increased exposure, adding that to the finding. Finding 19, once again, after the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act mandate, I like is, and take out technically possible and add the word feasible. So the FAST Act mandate is feasible, comma, but such action is unlikely. Finding 26, I amend it to read, the observed downward temperature trend in tank car OCPX 80370 indicates that polymerization was not occurring within the tank car, comma, contrary to the representation by Norfolk Southern and its contractors. My amendment for finding 34 is to read the finding to read, no explanation or argument for Norfolk Southern Railway and its contractors' continued advocacy for the vent and burn procedure justifies failing to communicate relevant expertise and dissenting opinions to the incident commander. And finally, finding 35, I'll just go ahead and read the way I'd like it amended. The significant local and environmental impacts of a vent and burn decision demonstrate the need for federal guidance about what products and circumstances are candidates for the vent and burn method.
Thank you. The amendments to the findings have been moved en bloc. I will second the Member Graham's motion, and I will recognize Member Graham for any discussion first.
Sure, I'll just go down the list here. Just trying to clean up a few of these findings wording-wise. I think the first one is more of a cause and effect, working with RE and everything for the cause of the derailment. It's a cause and effect issue, so I hope that it sounds a little better. Finding 14, just adding the increased exposure time. Not only was it unnecessary to have the emergency responders there, but it also increased their time near the hazard. Finding 19, feasible is just one of the words that's used within the report that sounds a little better than technically possible. Finding 26, we point out that temperature was used by Norfolk Southern and its contractors as the underlying reason for the vent and burn, and I think we need to point that out, that the downward temperature trend indicates that polymerization was not occurring in the tank car. Finding 34, it's just, I put it in there for a little better wording. And finding 35, I think I know we don't deal with the environmental side of the house here, but I think it's important for the guidance, take that into account, the effects of the vent and burn on the local environment when it's decided upon.
Thank you very much. Is there discussion on the amendment?
I'll support the amendment, Chair.
Second, I'll support the amendment.
Okay. Does staff have a position on the amendment? Any amendments?
Staff supports the amendments.
Great. Staff supports. No further discussion. Motion was offered by Member Graham. I seconded. I do support it. And we will go to a roll call vote. Tom, why don't you take the roll call and tally?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Board, if in favor, say aye. If opposed, say nay. Member Graham?
Aye.
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Hamady?
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the 6 proposed amendments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Curtis, will you please read, any other amendments to the findings? No. Mr. Curtis, will you please read the proposed probable cause? And we'll bring that up, I believe, on the slides. Sorry, apparently we have to vote on the entire findings. It's been a long day. So let's do that now. Is there a motion to adopt the findings as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Inman, seconded by Member Graham. Any further discussion? Hearing none, will council please call the roll and tally the vote? Thank you for the reminder.
Board, if in favor, say aye. If opposed, say nay. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman? Aye. Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the findings as amended.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Curtis, you can read the proposed probable cause.
Certainly, Chair. Staff proposes the following probable cause. The National Transportation Safety Board determines the probable cause of the derailment involving Norfolk Southern Railway Train 32N was a defective wheel bearing on the 23rd rail car in the consist that failed and separated from its axle, derailing the train and leading to a post-derailment fire that likely began with the release of a Class 3 flammable liquid from a DOT 111 tank car that was punctured during the derailment. Contributing to the severity of the hazardous materials release were 1, the continued use of a DOT 111 tank car and hazardous materials service, and 2, the decision to vent and burn 5 derailed vinyl chloride monomer tank cars based on incomplete and inaccurate information provided by Norfolk Southern Railway and its contractors to the incident commander, which created an unwarranted sense of urgency and incorrectly represented the tank cars as at risk of failure from a polymerization reaction. Contributing to the exposure of emergency responders and the public to post-derailment hazards were 1, Norfolk Southern Railway's delay in transmitting the train consist information to emergency responders, and 2, the state of Ohio's insufficient training requirements for volunteer firefighters. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there amendments to the draft probable cause?
Chair, I do have an amendment.
Member Graham is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. My motion is to amend the probable cause to read as such, and this was sent out last night.
Can you pull the current probable cause up so people can follow along? Go ahead.
Yeah, and it was a little difficult to try to do a red line change for everybody, so I'm just going to read the whole thing as is.
Substitute.
Yeah, so substitute here. My motion is to amend the probable cause to read: the National Transportation Safety Board determines that the probable cause of the derailment involving Norfolk Southern Railway Train 32N was the failure of the L1 bearing on the 23rd rail car in the consist that overheated and caused the axle to separate, derailing the train and leading to a post-derailment fire that likely began with the release of a Class 3 flammable liquid from a DOT 111 tank car that was punctured during the derailment. Contributing to the post-derailment fire and the severity of the hazardous materials release was the continued use of DOT 111 tank cars in hazardous materials service. Also contributing to the severity of the hazardous materials release were 1, the failure of Norfolk Southern and its contractors to communicate relevant expertise and dissenting opinions to the incident commander, and 2, the inaccurate representation by Norfolk Southern and its contractors that the tank cars were at risk of catastrophic failure from a polymerization reaction, which created unwarranted urgency and led to the unnecessary decision to vent and burn 5 derailed vinyl chloride monomer tank cars to prevent a polymerization-induced tank car rupture. Contributing to the exposure of the emergency responders and the public to post-derailment hazards were 1, Norfolk Southern Railway's delay in transmitting the train consist information to emergency responders, and 2, the state of Ohio's insufficient training requirements for volunteer firefighters.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Chapman. And Member Graham, you're recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank you for working with me on this. I know you had concerns over this, and I really want to thank staff for working on the changes to the findings and the probable cause here at this point. And the changes I've asked for here with the probable cause just tie into the findings that we changed. Includes accurately describing the mechanics of the derailment. It underscores the failure of Norfolk Southern to communicate relevant expertise and dissenting opinions to the incident commander. Makes it clear that Norfolk Southern and its contractors inaccurately represented that the vinyl chloride tank cars were at risk of a polymerization-induced tank rupture. And it specifically states the vent and burn procedure was unnecessary to prevent a polymerization-induced tank rupture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just, I strongly support the changes. I think they're excellent changes. They address, they correspond to our findings in the report, and appreciate your work on it. I think it's an improvement on the draft probable cause. I strongly support it, and thank you for working with me. Others?
I agree, Chair, and I support the amendment. I agree, Chair, and I support the amendment. So.
Thank you. Does staff have a position on the proposed amendment? I'm sorry, amendment, did I cut you off? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Staff points out that the phrase Norfolk Southern is excluding the word Norfolk Southern Railway in one area. Other than that, staff has no exception. It's just a
Perfect.
grammatical.
I think Member Graham can take railway at the end of Norfolk Southern. We're good.
Yes.
Andrew will include that in editing, I'm sure.
Staff concurs.
Friendly amendment?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? No, hearing none. Okay, so we will, I'll have council call the roll and tally the vote.
Okay, Chair, on the motion to amend the statement of probable cause, Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman? Aye. Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the amendment to the statement of probable cause.
Thank you very much. And since that was an entire amendment that approved of the probable cause, so Mr. Curtis, will you please read the proposed safety recommendations?
As a result of this investigation, staff proposes the following 25 new safety recommendations. 8 to the Federal Railroad Administration. Number 1, research the effectiveness of current bearing defect detection systems, identify minimum standards to protect railroad personnel and the public, and make public the results of this research. Number 2, use the results of the research described in Recommendation 1 to develop and establish minimum requirements for bearing defect detection systems, including criteria for bearing alert and alarm thresholds and maximum distances between wayside detectors. Number 3, establish requirements for the installation, inspection, and maintenance of wayside bearing defect detectors to protect the reliability of these devices and improve the safety of railroad operations. Number 4, use the results of the research described in Recommendation 1 to develop and establish rules governing railroads' operational responses to bearing alerts and alarms. Number 5, monitor the progress of the Association of American Railroads, AAR, action on Recommendation 16 and use your regulatory authority to ensure that the AAR addresses weaknesses in its tank car service equipment approval process. Number 6, distribute the public versions of your 2007 vent and burn reports to emergency responder associations, including the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the International Association of Firefighters, and the National Volunteer Fire Council. Number 7, update and republish your 2007 vent and burn reports to include clear instructions to consult the shipper when considering a vent and burn, more comprehensive guidance on what products are candidates for a vent and burn, along with what chemical and other hazards may result, and an updated process flow chart incorporating lessons from the East Palestine vent and burn. Then the republished reports should identify the questions an incident commander should ask when considering a vent and burn, distinguishing the meaning of the answers and identifying the resources necessary to make an informed decision. Number 8, make the updated versions of the 2007 vent and burn reports described in Recommendation 7 available to emergency responder associations, including the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the International Association of Firefighters, and the National Volunteer Fire Council. 5 recommendations to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. Number 9, require that placards be able to survive fires and accidents and remain legible during such emergencies long enough to fulfill their functions as described in the Emergency Response Guidebook. Number 10, obtain the necessary legislative authority and accelerate the deadline for removing specification DOT 111 tank cars from flammable liquid service. Number 11, establish a tank car placement schedule whereby non-pressure tank cars and any hazardous material service must meet or exceed the safety standards of DOT 111 specification. If necessary, obtain legislative authority to act on this recommendation. Number 12, revise the definition of high-hazard flammable terrain to account for differences in the survivability between tank car specifications and to include hazardous materials other than flammable liquids, such as combustible liquids and Division 2.1 flammable gases, that can contribute to cascading hazardous materials releases. If necessary, obtain legislative authority to act on this recommendation. Number 13, distribute the Federal Railroad Administration's most current guidance on the vent and burn method to emergency response agencies by referencing it in the next edition of the Emergency Response Guidebook. One recommendation to the state of Ohio. Number 14, amend your firefighter training statute and revise your volunteer firefighter certification standards to meet the NFPA 1010 standard for professional firefighters. 3 recommendations to the Association of American Railroads. Number 15, develop a database of bearing failures and replacements and make it available to railroads, regulators, and investigators to help determine and address failure risk factors. Number 16, revise the Manual of Standards and Recommended Practices, M1002, specifications for tank cars, to establish criteria and procedures for manufacturers of tank car service equipment to demonstrate compatibility of pressure relief devices and other Association of American Railroads approved service equipment with intended latings. Number 17, revise the definition of key train in Circular OT 55 to designate as a key train any train containing tank cars transporting hazardous materials that do not meet the DOT 111 standard. 2 recommendations to the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the International Association of Firefighters, and the National Volunteer Fire Council. Number 18, advise your members of the circumstances of the East Palestine derailment and fire, identify fire departments whose personnel are not trained to the NFPA 1010 standard for professional firefighters, recommend that these departments adopt training that meets this standard, and inform them of funded training opportunities available through private, state, and federal programs. Number 19, advise your members of the circumstances surrounding the vent and burn at East Palestine, the importance of obtaining information from the shipper when considering a vent and burn, and the availability of federal guidance on when the vent and burn method may be appropriate. 2 recommendations to the Chlorine Institute. Number 20, review and revise pamphlet 171 to ensure that its safety messages about vinyl chloride monomer polymerization in tank cars are accurate and adequately support determining whether a rail accident poses a risk of polymerization. Number 21, review and revise your chlorine emergency plan training and verification programs to ensure that level 3 contractors possess or can obtain enough technical knowledge of vinyl chloride monomer, VCM, to accurate like polymerization during a VCM incident. And 4 recommendations to Norfolk Southern Railway. Number 22, review and revise your procedures to immediately provide emergency responders with an accurate copy of the train consist. Update your submissions to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration's incident database to accurately reflect the cause of package failures following the East Palestine derailment. Number 24, adopt policies to ensure that your emergency response contractors keep detailed records of information used to make decisions involving hazardous materials and share this information with shippers, relevant chemical associations, and other entities that provide hazardous material guidance. Number 25, develop a policy to ensure that expertise communicated to your on-scene representatives and contractors is shared with the full incident command. Staff proposes reiterating the following 4 safety recommendations. To the Secretary of Transportation, Recommendation R-19-7, require the Federal Railroad Administration to issue regulations for inward-facing recorders that include image and audio recordings as recommended by the National Transportation Safety Board in R-10-1 and R-10-2. To the Federal Railroad Association, recommendation R-10-1, require the installation in all controlling locomotive cabs and cab car operating compartments of crash and fire-protected inward and outward-facing audio and image recorders capable of providing recordings to verify that train crew actions are in accordance with rules and procedures that are essential to safety as well as train conditions. The devices should have a minimum 12-hour continuous recording capability with recordings that are easily accessible for review, with appropriate limitations on public release for the investigation of accidents or for use by management in carrying out efficiency testing and system-wide performance monitoring programs. Recommendation R-10-2, require that railroads regularly review and use in-cab audio and image recordings with appropriate limitations on public release in conjunction with other performance data to verify that train crew actions are in accordance with rules and procedures that are essential to safety. And one to the Class 1 railroads, recommendation R-13-26. Install in all controlling locomotive cabs and cab car operating compartments crash and fire-protected inward and outward-facing audio and image recorders. The devices should have a minimum of 12-hour continuous recording capability. And lastly, staff proposes classifying the following safety recommendation, closed acceptable action, to the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, recommendation R-07-4, with the assistance of the Federal Railroad Administration, require that railroads immediately provide to emergency responders accurate, real-time information regarding the identity and location of all hazardous materials on a train. Chair?
Could you read 17 one more time?
Recommendation 17. Number 17, revise the definition of key train in circular OT 55 to designate as a key train any train containing tank cars transporting hazardous materials that do not meet the DOT 111 standard.
One more time.
Revise the definition of key train in circular OT 55 to designate as a key train any train containing tank cars transporting hazardous materials that do not meet the DOT 117 standard.
Yay. It's been a long day. I know.
Apologies.
No, that's
Motion
okay.
to accept.
That is okay. It's a lot. It is a lot, and you are reading a lot. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Are there recommendations to, are there amendments to the proposed draft recommendations?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have one.
You are recognized for a motion, Member Inman.
So I'm actually wanting to look at, I guess the number, I don't believe it's number 1. If you want to pull that up.
Can you pull recommendation number 1 up?
And this is currently a recommendation to the Federal Railroad Administration, so it's a slight modification. It would be to enter into an agreement with the Transportation Research Board, TRB, to research whether there are limitations or significant advantages to the use of current bearing defect detection systems or any other technologies in development that could be used for bearing detection or a combination of such technologies and systems to more accurately detect bearings in the process of overheating, predict bearing failures, and account for varying rail car designs. The research should identify minimum standards associated with the use of such systems to protect railroad personnel and the public. The findings of the research should then be published in a public forum that allows technology innovators, rail operators, and the FRA to utilize the findings to reduce the occurrence of failures.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Graham. Discussion, starting with Member Inman.
Thank you. And I think it was highlighted in the recommendations that we've got. Right now, we have 90 in front of FRA dating all the way back to 2000. Being a former DOT employee, I truly understand sometimes a lot of these recommendations get bottled up due to general bureaucracy, endless scoping, staffing challenges. Sometimes it's political reasons because you have election years. And I think one of the things we've identified, this has been going on a long time. Transportation Research Board is probably one of the preeminent research groups that already has funding and has agreements set up. I'm looking for a way to at least kick this off. The next fact stack will probably not be enacted until 2026 unless there's other legislation in between that could start with this. You know, the TRB is an independent and preeminent source for transportation research, and the department has already a number of projects underway. I think the chair actually keynoted there 2 years ago. And I would also point out in the Paulsboro report, we cited their work for 2011 that they produced a guide for assessing community emergency response needs and capability for hazardous material releases, containing comprehensive guidance for emergency response needs at the state, region, and local levels, and matching the state, regional, and local capabilities. For those that don't know the TRB, they publish probably 1,000 papers a year. They bring together a lot of preeminent people. They don't have as we come say from where I'm from, they don't have a dog in the hunt, but they are very well established. I think it would be a way to accelerate the research, at least to get something started, so we could show something in a year or two whenever we're probably having to debate this again.
Others? Further discussion?
A question. Member Inman. We're just going to share.
There we go.
Is your objective to have FRA commission TRB to do the research described in the original draft, or is your objective to commission TRB to do research that differs from what's described in the original draft? Because your wording with regard to describing the research is significantly different from what we see in the original draft.
It is to have FRA. They would have to contract with them. They already have the contracting, but the purpose behind the additional wording is so that they can be as inclusive as they wanted to by looking at not only new and emerging technologies and not just what is out there today. It's kind of to open up the gamut so that they can kind of, I would say, dream a little bit. As we heard internationally, there's some work being done, but even we don't know what's out there. So it's trying to capture as much as they want to that they can.
But is that excluded by the language of the original draft?
No, it is not. I don't believe it is. It's just with TRB and sometimes with people from the National Academy of Sciences, the more that you can give them areas to look at, the less they feel constrained, or at least that's what I've seen.
I do have I'm not sure where I'm going to come down on the proposal, but I do have a concern that your amendment is unnecessarily prescriptive. I'd probably be more comfortable if we decide that TRB is the right entity to do the research. I'd be more comfortable with sticking with the language that we started with, but maybe simply call for FRA to commission the research from TRB. Again, I'm not sure where I'm coming down on that in terms of whether I would support that, but I think would be more comfortable supporting that than a lengthy prescriptive description of what the research should include.
Thank you. Others? Okay, I do have concerns about the amendment. First of all, the TRB, while they have an agreement with FRA, I think being very prescriptive of who does the research. I think FRA they can use Volpe. They use Volpe a lot to do their work for research. I don't think we should be as prescriptive. I will note that the TRB's Transportation Research Board, when they get funding to do a report on railroads. They have a committee on freight rail transportation that does it, which is actually headed by some researchers, but also the Florida East Coast Railway, Union Pacific, Lake State Railway, BNSF Railway, the short lines railroads. All the short lines railroads are actually representative as the secretary of the group, and Cambridge Systematics, which does quite a bit of work for the railroads. So I think that this should be provided just to the FRA and allow them to choose who they do the research through, including DOT's Volpe Center. I also have the same concerns as Member Chapman about the wording. It is very prescriptive. I also think what is envisioned here by the research is not just to look at defect detection systems in general and the types of defect detection systems out there, but it's also in the minimum standards to really look at everything from spacing, temperature thresholds, and the like. So with that, are there other comments?
I would just add, and I'd be happy to share. I think we did share this last night. I believe we did. As it's currently written, if we keep doing the same thing, we're going to keep getting the same results. And it's saying, look at current bearing defect detection systems. They're just going to be able to look at the snapshot of what is in existence today. While prescriptive, it's more prescriptive of saying what are the limitations or advantages to the use of current bearing systems or any other technologies in the development that could be used, or a combination of such technologies. I'm afraid that we're going to get a little research report that says, here's the number of hot bearing detectors, here's the number of acoustic detectors, here's the number of visual inspections, and then it's going to be, we've identified from a scientist's point of view, I'd like to see them expand and say, how can we make it better after this long, if we talk about all of these bearing failures.
Thank you, and I'll just respond on that. As Kara mentioned in safety advocacy, what happens after we do after we approve the final report, safety recommendations and communications has a lengthy meeting with the FRA. They check in with them quarterly on the status of the recommendations. They go through not just what is right here, but everything in the report that in the analysis which leads up to the finding and the recommendations that support this recommendation. Okay, with that, does staff have a position on this recommendation?
Thank you,
this amendment, sorry.
Go ahead.
There would be one technicality as written. It should say, and any other technologies in development that could be used for bearing defect detection.
The question is, does the staff have a position on the amendment?
No, that was just a technicality, that was all.
Okay, Mr. Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. I think in general, staff has concerns with prescriptive recommendations. In our experience, we find that telling the recipient of a recommendation how to achieve a safety improvement can be challenging. I'd like to also point out that the particularity of the recommendations as proposed were to identify the effectiveness of the current detection systems, of which there obviously are the hot bearing detectors, the acoustic bearing detectors, and the onboard systems that thermally and dynamically look at performance of a bearing during its performance and to detect a failure. So coupled with this recommendation are subsequent recommendations that after we have identified these standards, of which we found multiple gaps in our investigation, not just with the temperatures, but with the alerts, with the alarms, with the policy associated with responding those particular alerts and alarms. I'd like to go on and point out that there were issues with the installation of these things. Once they were maintained, we found an occurrence months after this accident, and in that occurrence, the system was miswired, so it failed to detect a bearing that would have been alerted. So I think there's a lot of opportunity with the investigation that we present today and the recommendations to optimize what is already in play. And with that optimization, just level the playing field as far as standards, regulatory requirements, and policy associated with responding to bearing failures. I don't think these recommendations would preclude the FRA from expanding its research into the broader arena when it comes to identifying new and emerging technologies. I'm a big fan of the TRB. In fact, after we received your information last night for this amendment, I did some research and found that in 2011, the TRB did sponsor research, and it went to ENSCO. And in fact, I know the scientists that did it, and they used accelerometers on the bearing, which is likely what the Professor Tarawana from the University of Texas has, used that research to develop. So I believe we've proposed, what we propose here is going to meet the spirit of the mission of the NTSB and prevent the safety right. So I think for those reasons, staff would not support this proposed amendment as drafted.
Well, I apologize because I thought it was going to be supported yesterday, but I will offer this. Identifying minimum standards for an agency will take an RFI that will move into an advance notice of public rulemaking, which will then need to go to a notice of proposed rulemaking, and then a final rule. A minimum standard, this will take 6 years for an agency to get out if it gets there at that point. So I'll just end with that.
Thank you. We will go to a roll call vote. Member Inman, I'm sorry.
Can I
Go
say
ahead.
one thing? Sorry, yeah. I was just noticing here too that recommendation number 2 actually is to the FRA and is to use the results of recommendation 1. So we would have to change both if we were to change recommendation 1, I would think. So I just wanted to add that.
I think they could still take the recommendations from 1
Sure.
and use it for 2.
Great. So we will go to a roll call vote. Tom, can you call the roll and tally the vote?
Yes, Chair. This is a vote on a motion to amend Recommendation 1 to the Federal Railroad Administration. Member Graham.
Nay.
I think so.
Member Chapman.
Opposed? Thank you.
No.
Member Inman.
Aye.
And Chair Homendy.
No.
Chair, the vote tally is 4 against and 1 in favor of the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Are there more amendments to the recommendations? You don't have any more? Nope.
Two additional recommendations.
Yeah.
You want those?
Yep.
It wasn't amending the current recommendation.
Nope. You can, yeah.
Yes, I have two other actually. The first is on a new recommendation actually to the National Volunteer Fire Council. As we commented earlier, Ohio has done a really good job in this report. Governor DeWine and his task force has laid out a real good roadmap, or at least some opportunities. And this is going to happen to another community somewhere. So I think it's important that we try to identify opportunities across the United States, and that would be bringing in the National Fire Council. So this is a pretty simple one. It would be to the National Volunteer Fire Council, identify barriers to adequate fire and emergency response training for volunteer firefighters, particularly for situations where hazardous materials are present, and publish actions that states, municipalities, and the private sector can take to provide the flexibility necessary for volunteer firefighters to obtain training.
Thank you. I'll second. Discussion.
As I said, it should be pretty clear. The National Volunteer Fire Council already does a great job of outreach and connecting with people. I think they would I hope that they would take this and want to run with it. And I'm sure it would be received well by a lot of volunteer fire departments that need any backing that they can get.
Thank you. And I'll just recognize myself for a second. I strongly support the amendment. I think this is really good. I think the National Volunteer Fire Council will be pleased to do this. They do an excellent job. They provide training across the U.S. They currently have an $875 million grant through PHMSA to provide training for volunteer firefighters. I think they intend to apply for, or did apply for, more grants for FY24, and this identifying barriers would be helpful in addition to what the Ohio Task Force on Volunteer Fire Service has done. So thank you. Others?
I support the amendment, Chair.
I support it as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're just going to go right to a vote. Tom?
All right, Chair, this is a motion to add a recommendation to the National Volunteer Fire Council. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the amendment.
Thank you. Member Inman, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I have one additional recommendation, and this is directed to oxyvinyls. Just so everyone's aware, we had no recommendations in our current rec list for oxyvinyls. And it's very simple. It's update the safety data sheet for vinyl chloride monomer, VCM, to accurately reflect the potential risks of VCM and the hazards that increase such risks.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Graham. Further discussion, recognizing Member Inman first.
Thank you. And this was born somewhat out of the investigative hearing that came here, where there was some, I wouldn't say discrepancy. There was, as we looked at things a lot closer, and the technical staff did. We know that it's an OSHA requirement, but at the same time, that may be the only piece of information that these volunteer firefighters or other first responders can have beyond the ERG. So I think it's important that we direct any party where we see a discrepancy that they should be updating it, and this would be a good opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Further discussion?
I'm supportive of this. I think we definitely see that the SDS can be misleading, especially to first responders.
I agree, Chair, and in fact, in this case, I think there was some confusion as a result of the SDS.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't ask staff the last go-around on the last recommendation if you had a position. I think you supported it. You were fine. So I will ask you about your position on this proposed recommendation.
Staff supports, but would like to suggest or offer review and update. Otherwise, we support.
I'm not opposed to making the clarification.
All right, we will include review and update on that one. All right, Tom, you're up.
All right, Chair, this is a motion to add a recommendation to oxyvinyls. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
And Chair?
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the recommendation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to recognize myself for a number of recommendations. I've distributed those, also distributed, and staff welcomed responses. So I'm going to offer this en bloc. My motion is for two recommendations to Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency. The first one is, upon receiving a train consist during an emergency, immediately provide it to the incident commander and all appropriate response agencies and departments. The second recommendation, new recommendation, would be update your emergency operations plan, hazardous materials response plan, and hazard mitigation plan as appropriate, with lessons learned from the East Palestine derailment and fire, including, at a minimum, coordination among response agencies, communications, requests for and distribution of the train consist, staging and availability of equipment and other resources, and training for emergency responders. I would amend Recommendation 25 to Norfolk Southern to read as follows. Can you pull up Recommendation 25, Brett? Recommendation 25, my amendment would replace that to read, develop a policy to ensure that the expertise of manufacturers and shippers of hazardous materials involved in transportation accidents or incidents is communicated to your on-scene representatives and contractors and shared with the full incident command. Fourth, I would add a recommendation to oxyvinyls, which is essentially mirrors the one to Norfolk Southern, and states, develop a policy to ensure that expertise on chemicals manufactured and offered for transportation by oxyvinyls is communicated to and shared with the full incident command during transportation accidents or incidents. 1, to the American Chemistry Council. Advise your members of the circumstances of the East Palestine derailment and fire and the need for shippers to ensure their expertise is communicated to and shared with the full incident command. I would also amend the classification of R10-1 and 10-2 to the FRA, which we are proposing reiterating. My amendment would close supersede and classify R19-7 to the Secretary of Transportation as closed superseded, issuing new recommendations to supersede R10-1-2 and R19-7. It would be the exact same recommendations, except at the end, it would state, if necessary, for each of the three. It would state at the end, if necessary, obtain legislative authority to act on this recommendation. That would be for recommendation 26, 27, and 28. Is there a second?
I'll second your motion.
Thank you very much. And just recognizing myself, for the Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency, we found that the consist was provided around 10 p.m. To the emergency management director. That was provided to the East Liverpool hazmat teams. It was not, however, distributed to everybody, include full incidents command. So just to round out that everybody has a responsibility for safety, I'm recommending that they update or that they provide that immediately upon receipt to ensure that everybody has it. The second amendment for Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency is we found as part of the investigation that the Emergency Operations Plan, which also contains in Annex N, the Hazardous Materials Response Plan and Hazardous Mitigation Plan, did not include any information regarding rail transportation accidents or incidents. They have since, we've raised this with them, they haven't made any changes, and so we're recommending some changes to update and address that. The oxyvinyls recommendation would essentially mirror Norfolk Southern's, but obviously crafted more towards oxyvinyls since they are the chemical manufacturer and by law called the offerer of the hazardous materials for shipment. That everybody has to be responsible for safety, which means if you are discussing a vent and burn and you are on scene, don't assume everything is being shared. Speak up and share your expertise and make sure that expertise is being communicated to the incident commander and incident command. Also, a recommendation to American Chemistry Council to make sure all their shippers are doing that as well, and that they inform them about the East Palestine derailment and lesson learned. And then on FRA, the recommendations regarding locomotive recorders, the FAST Act the FAST Act required image recorders for image recorders. Am I mixing it up? It's image recorders, right? Image recorders for passenger commuter railroads and intercity passenger railroads. It did not for freight. I am concerned just because I've seen responses in the past from FRA that they may come back to us as currently drafted, that they don't have legislative authority. If they do that, I don't want to close it. I want to make sure the pressure remains to take action here, because we've recommended this numerous times, and that means that if they can't do it or they believe they can't, that they better seek authority to do so. That would be for the FRA and Secretary. Further discussion? Member Inman.
I have one question in regard to the American Chemistry Council, and I don't know the membership makeup, but it was intentional not to put the Chlorine Institute in, because I don't know if they all share the same membership base?
It was not intentional. This is something I discussed with PHMSA, and they recommended American Chemistry Council. I don't know if the Chlorine Institute is part of the American Chemistry Council. I have no idea.
I don't think that they're the same. I was just curious if that was, it was just a clarification if there was, but if it's PHMSA, I'm okay with that, so.
It's what?
If PHMSA suggested that,
Yeah,
that's fine.
they did,
Yeah.
but I'm open.
Or we could just add them because we're already making a recommendation to the Chlorine Institute. Staff?
Okay. I'll ask staff in a second. Any?
The second question, and I may have made a mistake, and it may be through there, but it looks like in the report we list the party to the investigation as not always Oxyvinyl. It's Occidental Petroleum, parent company of Oxyvinyl. It's listed 4 or 5 times in the report. Do we need to modify or make a correction on that?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
I looked in the report. It looks like multiple times we list as a party the Occidental Petroleum Corporation, parent of Oxyvinyl, as a formal party. We're making recommendations to Oxyvinyl. Do you see any conflict with that from them being the party or the parent company?
He's asking should his recommendation and mine go to Oxyvinyls or Occidental?
It was Oxyvinyls who signed the party form, Oxyvinyls LP.
We may want to, staff may want to look in the report. We listed as Occidental on, I think, 3 or 4 different occasions.
Great.
Nothing else?
Thank you. And further discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, on your first recommendation to Columbiana County, it says upon receiving a train consist, immediately provide it to incident commander. How are we really going to measure that, or should we be asking them to set up a policy or procedure to provide that to incident commanders?
I think that's a great addition. I think I would need 2 seconds to make some changes on that, or we can just authorize staff to make that change, that it would be adopt a policy to do such a thing if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, and I'd like to know their thoughts too. We'll
Yeah,
obviously get there.
yeah.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendments themselves, interested in staff, and then we'll talk about Chlorine Institute and the, which I think both make sense. So,
Staff supports and is interested in hearing your discussion on the Chlorine Institute. A little bit more from Member Graham as well.
great. We'll start with Member Graham's adopting a policy. I think it's a good change. Would recommend staff can make that, I think, in editing. Andrew's a whiz on this, so if you're okay with that,
I'd be
are we
supportive of
okay with
that.
that? Yeah. No, I think it's a good suggestion. Now, I'm sorry I didn't see it myself, so good one. Thank you. You okay with that, staff?
Staff supports.
Great. And then the recommendation to American Chemistry Council, add Chlorine Institute or no?
Staff supports.
Perfect. So we are going to add that Chlorine Institute to that. That other one to Columbiana County will be adopt a policy. Further discussion? Hearing none. Tom, you're up.
All right, Chair, this is an amendment, a motion, to add a recommendation to Columbiana County, to amend recommendation 25, to add a recommendation to Oxyvinyls, to add a recommendation to the American Chemistry Council and the Chlorine Institute, and to amend classifications of recommendations to the FRA and issue new recommendations. All right. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Brown.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
And Chair.
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favoring of adopting your motion.
Thank you very much. All right. We will now take a vote on the recommendations and in their entirety as amended. So is there a motion to adopt the recommendations as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Member Inman. I'll say seconded by Member Brown. Further discussion? Hearing none. Tom, you're up.
All right, Chair, this is a motion, vote on the recommendations as amended. Member Graham?
Aye.
However, we note that the FRA's report resulted from a specific legislative mandate to act, and we believe that a legislative mandate to act on safety recommendations R-10-1 and R-10-2 would result in the FRA satisfying these longstanding recommendations. Therefore, the NTSB recommends that the FRA, and then it continues on. Safety recommendations R-10-1 and R-10-2 are classified closed, superseded. Page 267, line 10, we would insert after finding 37. By the way, these three are from staff. As noted above, the FAST Act did not directly mandate that the FRA establish regulations that would satisfy safety recommendations R-10-2, R-10-1 and R-10-2, and the FRA's October 2023 rulemaking did not address all the safety concerns raised by the NTSB. Therefore, the NTSB recommends that the Secretary of Transportation, and it would pick up with the text of Recommendation 28. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Can I ask one clear? I think I agree with your intent. It's on the striking 5 to 7 on page 17. It's neither the Beaver County or East Liverpool response teams attempted. I just want to, I think they didn't need to, right?
That's exactly right. And I'm sorry, apparently I was supposed to talk about my amendments and forgot. I'm so tired. It's so much. Yes. So the reason I struck the line, neither the Beaver County, or proposing to strike neither the Beaver County nor East Palestine hazardous materials response teams attempted to extinguish the fire, is because they weren't expected to. The hazmat teams came out to assess the hazmat situation and address the hazmat. The other Beaver County brought out air monitoring, and so I'm a little bit concerned that as it reads, that somebody would see that as some sort of fault. And there was absolutely nothing that was done wrong there, which is why I struck that. Thank you for reminding me I had to speak on my own amendments. Further discussion? All right. Staff, do you have a position on the recommendations proposed?
Staff supports.
Thank you very much. Tom, you're up.
All right, Chair, this is your amendments to the report language. Board, say aye if in favor, nay if opposed. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
And Chair.
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the amended language.
All right, so now's the time where we need a motion to adopt the final report as amended.
So moved.
Second. Who's seconding? Well, I'll go ahead and second, or Member Brown. Second. Any discussion? No? All right, we'll go to a roll call vote. Tom?
All right, this is a vote on the report language as amended. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Chapman?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
And Chair.
Aye.
Chair, the vote tally is 5 in favor of adopting the report language as amended.
Fantastic. So when notation items are adopted at a board meeting, a board member must state his or her intention to file a concurring or dissenting statement immediately following the vote, according to Board Order 4D. Does any member wish to reserve the right to file a concurring or dissenting statement?
I do, Chair.
Member Chapman?
Madam Chair, I do as well.
Member Inman? I reserve the right as well. For all three of us, we have 5 days to submit a concurring or dissenting statement. Members will have another 5 days to join or note Member Inman, Member Chapman's, or my statements entirely. All right, so we are coming to the closing. Our deliberations have now concluded. I want to thank my fellow board members and their staff for their preparation and participation in today's meeting. We discussed important topics that will benefit the final report and inform our safety recommendations. As we've heard over the course of this investigation and this meeting, this derailment and hazardous materials release was devastating. It was devastating for an entire community, for the train crew, for emergency responders, for the incident commander, and for countless others. We can't change the past. What we can do based on facts is work to ensure this never happens again. That has been the NTSB's only goal since February 3rd, 2023. To that end, I want to thank the NTSB staff for their outstanding work on this investigation, for their fortitude in the face of mounting pressure, for their laser focus on the facts, the evidence, and for their objective analysis of those facts and evidence. The 17 staff members, only 17 staff, who worked on this investigation has a combined 473 years of rail and hazmat expertise. One of them has 39 years of fire and rescue experience, another 35 years of experience as a chemist, and 31 years as a fire investigator. Another is a materials engineer. One is an internationally recognized technical expert in hazardous materials accident investigation. Greg Scott just got a promotion to doctor. I could go on. The point is, in this investigative team, without exaggeration, this investigative team, without exaggeration, are the best and the brightest in their field. And I know every single one of them takes our mission to heart. That mission is not to place blame, not to assign motive. That's for the courts and the enforcement agencies to address. Their mission, our mission, is solely to improve safety and to save lives. Our investigations are never conducted for the purpose of determining the rights or liabilities of a party. We collect the evidence, evaluate the facts, and develop lessons learned with one goal in mind: to prevent the next train derailment and hazardous materials release. Which is why I am so deeply troubled with how Norfolk Southern approached this investigation. When we conduct an investigation, we work under what we call the party system, meaning we bring together technical experts from those involved in a train derailment to help us gather and develop the facts around the investigation. They are not part of the analysis or development of the findings, probable causes, or safety recommendations, but they are critical to helping us obtain information that we need to carry out our safety mission. At the same time, parties get access to what we are finding in real time over the course of our investigation, so they don't have to wait until the conclusion to make safety change. Norfolk Southern was one of the parties to this investigation. There are regulations governing the conduct of parties and rules that the parties agree to in writing. Numerous times, Norfolk Southern delayed or failed to provide critical investigative information to our team. Twice, at the request of staff, I called Norfolk Southern stating I would issue subpoenas to get the information if it wasn't immediately provided to our team. For example, in interviews with SPSI, Norfolk Southern's contractors, SPSI maintained they did not take or keep written records on trending tank car temperatures. That is in our docket in the interview. However, we found through text messages through one of their employees who provided that information in later interviews that they did keep those records. It took about 2 months before the team received those texts and emails. 2 months of asking. As stated in the report we just adopted, our investigator in charge told Norfolk Southern on February 4th, actually February 3rd, to preserve all evidence for the investigation. Over the next 2 weeks, he requested 5 times the full download of Locomotive event and image recorders. On February 16th, we were informed by Norfolk Southern that all but about 20 minutes was erased because the locomotives were returned to service. The day before the investigative hearing last June, Norfolk Southern retained, without our knowledge, the services of a private company to test commercially purchased vinyl chloride. Not vinyl chloride from the 5 tank cars that derailed, but vinyl chloride that they purchased off the shelf. Then, instead of using their investigation for their own purposes, they submitted it for inclusion in the NTSB record. Not only did these actions violate our party agreement, but they violated the regulations governing our evidence collection, which state, quote, NTSB has exclusive authority to decide timing, manner, and method of testing and examination of evidence and extraction of data. Further, under our regulations, quote, only the board has the authority to decide on the way in which testing under this section will be conducted, including decisions on the person that will conduct the test, the type of test that will be conducted, and any individual who will witness the test. Those decisions are committed to the discretion of the board. Party rules and our regulations are in place to preserve our agency's independence and the integrity of our investigations. Norfolk Southern tried to submit their own investigation under the guise of a party submission, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. The investigator in charge reminded them numerous times that under our regulations, parties may submit to the NTSB written proposed findings to be drawn from the evidence produced during the course of the investigation. Evidence produced during the course of the investigation. In other words, parties are afforded the privilege, not the right, to develop proposed findings from the evidence of our investigation. Parties are not permitted to manufacture their own evidence and develop their own set of facts outside of the NTSB investigative process, which is exactly what Norfolk Southern did. Recall, the evidence was derived not from the accident scene, but from commercially purchased products. Our investigator in charge rejected the party submission containing Norfolk Southern's extraneous testing not once, but twice. Norfolk Southern then went to our general counsel and appealed, who promptly and appropriately informed them the investigator in charge has the final say. In fact, our regulations state the investigator in charge organizes, conducts, controls, and manages the investigation. The IIC, or investigator in charge, has the responsibility and authority to supervise and coordinate all resources and activities of all personnel, both board and non-board, involved in the investigation. Norfolk Southern knows this. Norfolk Southern then went around the investigator in charge and our general counsel and sent the material directly to the board members. 5 presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed government officials via email on May 1st, urging us to overrule our investigator in charge, which has the statutory authority to conduct the investigation and supervise it, and direct the staff to include in our public docket their party submission, which they'd been told repeatedly violated our regulations. This demonstrated complete disregard for the conduct of our independent investigation. In speaking with the investigative and legal teams, Norfolk Southern's abuse of the party process was unprecedented and reprehensible. 2 weeks ago, Norfolk Southern visited each of us. As Member Chapman mentioned, this is a normal part of the process where parties are afforded the opportunity to meet with board members before a final board meeting. In their meeting with me, with NTSB staff from the Office of Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials, General Counsel, and Safety Recommendations and Communications present, one of Norfolk Southern's senior executives stated that it was their hope that in this board meeting and in the community meetings, the NTSB would put to rest the quote-unquote rumor that Norfolk Southern made the decision to vent and burn to move trains. That is not only unethical and inappropriate, but defending an entity's decision-making is not our role. Norfolk Southern senior executive went on to say that there's a real interest on the part of the Department of Justice and the administration to move on, something I've never heard once from the Department of Justice or the administration. Norfolk Southern then stated that this is an opportunity to close a chapter and allow the community and the railroad to move on. The entire exchange ended with what everyone from the NTSB heard in the room was a threat, and it was delivered that way, to use every avenue and opportunity to vigorously defend their decision-making in media and hearings going forward. That is your right, but it is not our role to defend Norfolk Southern. We're here to protect the American people and the traveling public. Our entire mission centers around learning from the past and building a better, safer future for all. A few days ago, Norfolk Southern invited board members to visit key areas near the derailment site, as well as their new digital train inspection portal in Latonia, Ohio, While site visits are wonderful educational opportunities, timing matters a great deal. As federal officials, we must observe, among other standards, principles of ethical conduct. We must always perform our duties impartially and never create even an appearance of impropriety. I believe this invitation to visit Norfolk Southern the day before the board meeting would have indeed given the appearance of impropriety and therefore would have constituted a violation of our ethics standards. I struggled a lot for days on whether I wanted to share all this detail with the public, as I don't want to overshadow. I never want to overshadow our findings, our probable cause, or safety recommendations that were issued today. But Norfolk Southern's actions were unconscionable, and I want everyone who works with the NTSB, everyone who works with the NTSB on current investigations and future investigations to understand this. We are impervious to anything but the truth. We are the gold standard when it comes to accident investigation around the world. I will not allow any entity to impugn that reputation or malign the reputation of our investigative staff, our top-notch investigative staff, which is exactly what the aim was, and which is clearly evidenced in their 2 pages that they just released to the press. So today I'm initiating an internal effort with our Managing Director's Office, the Office of General Counsel, and the investigative offices to evaluate our policies, our procedures, our board orders, and our regulations to ensure our agency, our people, our work, the work that we do are adequately protected from undue interference with a federal investigation. As I look at the staff before us today, and so many others who supported this investigation who are not here, I see dedicated public servants who are focused on doing what's right. I'm very proud of all that you do. I have said that many times. We are very proud of you. You often get up in the middle of the night missing birthdays, holidays, graduations to save lives. It is an honor for each of us to serve alongside you. Thank you for all that you do. I'd also like to extend the board's thanks to Team NTSB, our colleagues throughout the Office of Rail, Pipeline, and Hazardous Materials Investigations, the Office of Research and Engineering, and the Office of General Counsel for their work over the course of this investigation and in the development of an excellent report. We also express our appreciation to our colleagues in the Office of Human Capital Management and Training, the Office of Chief Information Officer, and the Digital Services Division for their vital support of this meeting. I'd like to thank the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications for its diligent work and advocacy to improve safety. And I'd like to thank our Office of Transportation Disaster Assistance, who work with families and communities throughout the course of the investigations. When acted upon, the recommendations we've issued today will save lives and prevent the next derailment and hazardous materials release. Going forward, the NTSB looks forward to working with the following organizations to implement our recommendations: the Secretary of Transportation, the Federal Railroad Administration, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the State of Ohio, the Association of American Railroads, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the International Association of Firefighters, the National Volunteer Fire Council, the Chlorine Institute, Oxyvinyls, the American Chemistry Council, Norfolk Southern Railway, Columbiana County, and the other Class 1 railroads. At the same time, NTSB will not stop working to create a safe transportation system where there's no longer a need for our recommendations. Before I close, I want to say thank you to somebody very special, Mike Hiller, who is our Deputy Director of the NTSB's Office of Railroad, Pipeline, and Hazardous Materials Investigations. This is Mike's last board meeting with us, at least for now. He is always welcome back. Even though we're incredibly sad to see him go, we are very excited for his new professional opportunity, an opportunity Mike made clear wouldn't begin until after this board meeting because he wanted to see this investigation through its conclusion. That's not surprising to those of us who know Mike well. He's incredibly dedicated to our mission. Mike served as chief engineer for rail operations delivery at the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, a role he held for 23 years prior to joining the NTSB. Mike joined us in 2011 as a railroad accident investigator, where he led and supported numerous accident investigations involving both rail and pipeline transportation. He served as the investigator in charge many times, including for several investigations that we've talked about today, including the 2017 derailment of Amtrak passenger train 50 in DuPont, Washington, which tragically claimed 3 lives and left 65 other people injured. That investigation revealed significant communications issues among the response agencies, something that we also found here in East Palestine. Mike was also the lead investigator following the 2017 derailment and hazardous materials release of a Union Pacific Railroad train in Grettinger, Iowa, where 322,000 gallons of ethanol was released. Under Mike's leadership, we were able to determine that the continued use of DOT 111 tank cars contributed to the consequences of this accident. Again, something we also found in this derailment. These are just 2 cases. I could go on. Mike's work, without a doubt, has contributed to innumerable rail, pipeline, and hazmat safety improvements, which have saved lives and prevented countless injuries. So on behalf of all of us, thank you, Mike, for your service, both to this agency and the nation. The NTSB is incredibly lucky to have benefited from your leadership and expertise for the last 13 plus years. We will miss you. I certainly will miss you. We're going to give you a round of applause. I want to yield to other board members to see if they want to also include their congratulations, and see, obviously you want to say something as well. Anybody else, board members, want to congratulate? We're going to miss you. Go.
It has been an honor and a privilege to serve such a great organization, contribute to so many safety accomplishments, and to work with such high performers. I'm proud of what I've done. I am proud of them. I'm proud of this board and this mission. And I thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you, Mike. We stand up. Yep. He's going to get me later for all of this. We stand adjourned.